Kyle nailed that. All right, PKA episode 336. Our guest here is Dick Masterson. Kyle?
3 sponsors tonight. We got SmartMouth, Lyft, and
MeUndies.
Yeah.
It's MeUndies. All right.
It's MeUndies. So we got Dick Masterson, someone I've wanted on the show for a fucking long time. He's got an excellent podcast over there, thedickshow.com. I know not everybody's familiar with this shit. Dick, first of all, thanks for coming on.
Thank you guys for having me. This is like a well-oiled machine. Watching 3 guys cooperate to make a podcast happen. That's foreign to me. I'm only used to active sabotage on a podcast and constant conflict. This is refreshing.
We keep that behind the scenes. There's just a real knockdown drag out before every show. Yeah.
It took me a while from watching the podcast you used to be on, the biggest issues in the multiverse or whatever.
Yeah, that was it.
It took me a while to realize that drama between you and Maddox and arguing, that wasn't part of the show. That was him not understanding things that you were saying. And it took me 10, 20 episodes to figure that out.
No, if you want to jump right into that, I'll tell you that podcast came about because we would go out to lunch or whatever, and we'd have those arguments. And I was like, look, man, I'm not having these arguments for free anymore. We gotta put this on the internet and try to monetize it in some way, because this is just a waste of time. Like, I don't get anything out of this.
No, and he doesn't change his mind, so it doesn't matter.
Nobody does. You ever meet somebody who changes their mind on something? Just give them a car. Like, if somebody can sit there and say, you know what? I've totally changed my stance on abortion. You're right. Like, here, man, you have the key. Here's the keys to my car. You take it forever, because you're the best person in the whole world.
I never do that. At the very least, if someone changes my mind, I wait a couple weeks and then take credit as being a changed man. That's the correct way.
It's easy to look down on abortion until you need a couple or 3. You know? and at that point, you're like, well, this is a right we need to protect. We need to hold on to this, like the flag in one hand, like your rifle in the other, and then the woman's right to choose, just hugged with both arms in the middle.
Yes, a couple of mangled fallopian tubes in the middle.
It's very easy to be anti-abortion until you're in dire straits. Yeah. And you're like, well, so I'm glad a couple scientists forged this path.
Yeah, it was scientists, I'm sure.
You're right, it was scientists.
I imagine beakers in lab coats figuring that
girls.
one out. We won't go any darker down with the abortion.
No, we'll save that for like at least an hour into the show. So
you don't want to lead with that.
So anyway,
I got you guys off on a bad start. I apologize.
Hangers and tears.
So the way that a lot of people come across you, at least on YouTube, searching Dick Masterson, it shows your old trolling of Dr. Phil, Tyra, all those old shows. And this isn't recent. This is like 2007, 2008, like that kind of area.
2008.
Yeah. Can you walk us through that? It was like being on those shows and having to basically semi-pretend with all the producers and all the other idiots on the programs?
Oh my God! So I could talk about that for hours. I have a podcast. I got a Patreon behind it. One of the episodes, I just tell the entire story of Dr. Phil. But that was little pluggerino there. I had been doing the Men Are Better Than Women website for a long time as a satire. Like, I think now when you look at it, it's obvious what it is. But it started when there wasn't even a Facebook, like 2005. People didn't. Nobody knew what the internet was. Go ahead. What was that?
And to be fair, it also seemed to start. You were one of the original trolls, not an internet troll. You were a television troll, sort of, right? But you're one of the original internet trolls for sure. Back before people could spot them. Nowadays, it's easy to spot the troll. They're just hyperbole. You can't believe how ignorant he is about a topic. You're like, oh, let me set him straight. But you were the original.
I think trolling too used to mean it used to mean something. Now trolling means you just act like an asshole and people get upset. But when I did it, I wanted people to be able to look at it and say, no, that guy's not an idiot. He's making people who are idiots react to it in such a way to expose themselves. Because they're hiding. The idiots are hiding among us, like pod people. and you can't argue with them because they argue just like normal people. You've got to bait them out into just starting to froth at the mouth, and that's when they start changing, like that Rick and Morty episode with the brain parasites. That's when they show their true colors. And like, aha, you are arguing with a cartoon character on the internet. You are the idiot. Yeah. That's what trolling. You got to give somebody a way out on trolling. Like there's always got to be that little shred of disbelief in your trolling. You can't just go out and say, and just take the most horrific position on something possible just to piss people off. That's not trolling to me. It might be funny, but it's not trolling.
That's what trolling is nowadays, it seems.
Yeah.
Where it's just people who aren't ballsy enough to commit to a joke, and so they go, okay, if I make the joke under the auspices of trolling, then I have a free out. When someone goes, that wasn't funny, and it's not even clever, you go, well, I was just trolling, so actually you're the fool for engaging me. And it's like, what? No, you just aren't confident enough to make a fucking joke, so you hide behind in your lair of trolling.
Yeah. Then that's why I started doing the site, because it was so rewarding to see people absolutely lose their minds. Like I had some article on menarbetterthanwomen.com that was like it was the most asinine article title possible. It was the top 10 reasons men are better than women. And it had 120,000 comments on it. People sitting there back, this was back when that meant something. It might still mean something. I don't know.
That's a lot of comments.
As far
And
as
I admire
coaxing-
that was back when people were less hardened to clickbait. Because top 10 reasons men are better than women is a 2017 title of something. Yeah.
As far as using something to like coax out an idiot, now I guess ex-girlfriend of mine bought me your book a year or so ago, and we would have it out when people would come over, just like not coffee table, just kind of on a shelf somewhere. And it was guaranteed. Like I would forget it was there because just another book on the shelf. But every time girls would come over, they would immediately notice it. And if they were drunk, they would open it and immediately expose the fact that they had no understanding that it was satire. They'd be like, look at this whole chapter is called Women Can Barely Read. I'm reading it right here. This isn't fair. There's an infographic of a woman struggling to read. And it's just it was like, God, you really don't get it? Well, you're really clearly labeling yourself as someone who can't take a joke and isn't fun to be around. So that's like second level trolling.
That was great.
When I just had the website, I bought the website because I worked at some startup company where it was right when domain names went from being like $80 to $15. I don't know. I feel like an old grandpa telling this story. Like back in my day, domains cost $80. So everybody in the office went on this offensive domain buying spree, and I bought that one as a laugh. The same thing happened. My buddy, my life coach, every time we would get in new mixed company, he would drop that bomb. Like, hey, this guy owns menarbetterthanwomen.com. What do you think about that? Sure enough, somebody'd always bite. There'd always be
a conversation starter.
Yeah.
But did it help you weed through people? Like if a chick heard that and she gave you a laugh or a certain response where you kind of like, all right, you've passed the first preliminary test and not getting pissy.
It still does. Everybody's got a weird reaction to it. Like Tinder coming along made it painfully obvious the different stages of reactions women will have, and anybody for that matter, but specifically women will have to the website and to the book being around. Like there's the immediate recognition of it as a joke, the God tier, and then there's the I'm willing to tolerate the joke, and then there's the I need to explain it in terms I understand. Like, okay, I can see how you're actually doing this is actually very feminist. I'm like, all right, well, whatever you need to call it. It's a joke. It's a joke.
So you're saying this happens when you meet a lady and she like Googles your name to see like what you're all about, and she finds men are better than women.com or whatever?
That is a point of peril. The bigger point of peril is when their moms do it.
Ooh. Yeah.
I dated one girl whose mom already knew about me because she was a huge Dr. Phil fan. Which was
not
fun.
going well from the start.
No.
Yeah, I just watched like a 2.5-minute video of you talking like like in a private conversation seemingly with Dr. Phil, and he's just like, well, why are you taking these positions? Like he just doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't
Did Dr.
understand.
Phil know you were a troll? Because I saw him and he's like, people are going to think this is a plant, but this guy is legit.
It was really weird. Sorry, I interrupted you. What was the rest of the question?
That was really the end of it. Like, I want to know if Dr. Phil was going along with it or where he is on the spectrum.
Well, and as it turned out, at the end of the Dr. Phil show, which I was on for like 5 days, I think when they aired it, it was obvious that he would make the most money. He would make way more money from that than I ever could, because all of my quotes were the lead-ins, like all the ads on the radio, which is like, you got to watch Dr. Phil to see what this son of a bitch has to say. And it was me saying a line that I would sit around I had like lived in a frat house with 2 other guys being 25 years old, and we would get shit-faced, and they would tell me what topic to use for my article that I would have to write that night. So I'd be like, all right, guys, give me an article for Men and Brother. I got to write it. I got Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I got to write it. My roommate would say, do all women are lesbians? Like, all right, I got to write that somehow. So I would write it, post it. And that would it was nothing. You never thought the internet was permanent then. Now you get shit on the internet. It's like piss in a swimming pool. You know that shit's not going away. But back then it was like, I'm just stapling this on a telephone pole in the middle of nowhere. It's never going to matter. It's never going to affect my real life. Then I'm on Dr. Phil and he's reading, you think all women are lesbians? And I'm like, fucking Jeff said that, Dr. Phil. Like, I didn't say that. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, this is 60 fucking million people watch this shit internationally, and I'm defending my drunk idiot roommates. There's another one, women don't believe in magic. The same guy. Like, all right, women don't believe in magic. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one to prove, but I'm going to give it my best shot. And then sure enough, thousands of people would comment about how I'm an idiot because I'm saying that women think magic is actually real. That was the surreal moment where I felt like that. I felt like the man on the other side of the moon. You know, the loneliest man in the world, because I'm like, nobody else can appreciate the joke of this except for me.
Are you married?
What's that?
I'm just hoping that you're married all this time. No, probably not.
No, I had a great girlfriend that we practically lived together. She loved it. Great, beautiful British girl. Very classy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I wasn't married. I don't know how that rumor got started. Somehow, if you Google my name, like Google suggest says Dick Masterson space, and then it will pop up married. I'm like, so every single chick who's ever Googled me that I've been dating, the first question, so are you married or what? What's this about? I'm like, oh, thanks, Google. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the continued cock blocking.
So, look, that's all about people everywhere wondering if a man like you, if there's a woman attached to the most misogynistic man in the world. Yeah. That's all. That's what that's totally about. If that's the number one thing on their mind, there's like, is there a woman who's on board for this shit? Like, because someone's reinforcing these ideas.
I get that you're a public figure, but is that a thing that everyone worries about? Like, if you're not known at all, people Google you and figure out what you're all about? Is that part of dating now?
If you Google you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely part of dating now.
All kinds of shit comes up about me. Yeah, it's not... Woody's gamertag's daughter calls him out. Stuff like that will be top of the list.
Yeah, but you don't have an article, Woody, called Women Take Candy from Strangers that says the top 3 ways to get what you want from a woman is to be rich or famous, insult her, and withhold attention.
I'm going to check out my pop-ups.
The best part of the way you did it was that you'd have ridiculous shit where you'd say, like, all women are lesbians. Like, it's a fact. It's a fact. Take my word for it. Also, the fact that women should be in the military, are you kidding? Do you want them coming to your door as a fire is burning and raging in your home? And you'd be like, oh, my God, that went from ridiculous to really accurate really quick.
Yeah.
Like, so I can't think the whole thing is ridiculous. But that's the best kind of trolling, I think, is when you say ridiculous shit, but you pepper in just enough of reality that they can't discount the whole thing, but they have to pay attention.
I think that's what makes it satire. Job. Like I don't know if everybody's familiar with a modest proposal. I forget, Jonathan Swift wrote it. It's like one of the first real examples of that kind of satire, and it's in the 1700s, I think. He has a modest proposal for fixing poverty in was it Ireland? His modest proposal is that the rich simply buy the children of the poor and eat them. And kills two birds with one stone, because it fixes poverty and overpopulation and a food shortage. And he says, like, obviously it's completely over the top and barbaric and horrifying, but then he peppers in like real. It's like, no, but there's a real class structure.
It would work though.
But it would work. Here's why.
Because there'd be much fewer poor people, and there'd be a whole generation less of poor people, in fact, and all the poor people that remain no longer poor, and the rich people, I mean, hey, they could afford a few babies, right?
Yeah, that's so. I think that's a key difference for something being satire and just being like a joke.
Wouldn't it work better if instead of eating the children, they just bought the children and then made them their children instead of reproducing it all? If the rich people let the poor people have the children and then they bought those children instead of having their own, wouldn't that?
Then you've changed it from eating them to slavery, and it's just kind of become.
But wait, there's another aspect Kyle might be thinking of. What if it's possible that the rich people are rich because they're genetically superior, and you are just destroying the gene pool by having the poor people replicate or reproduce, and the rich people raise them? Then you just
let's go down that eugenics path real quick.
Welcome to Painkiller already.
Of course, we're superior.
I looked up Woody's gamertag on Google. The type aheads are Woody's gamertag wiki, which is something to do with this show. Woody's gamertag address, which docks me, I suppose. Woody's gamertag Twitter, and Woody's gamertag net worth. Those are the top.
Your house is a Google location, though. Right?
It is, yes. Yeah, somebody made it the Rape Squad Killers headquarters.
That looks nice for trick-or-treaters, I'm sure.
we haven't had a single trick-or-treater.
We had one trick-or-treater, he fled in fear.
No one has ever... 2 years in a row now, we've bought, so I have a big house. And because of that, I buy the big candies, like something that would be appropriate to come from the house, like the full size Snickers and stuff. And
like they worked the whole driveway to get there. You might as well give them a big payoff. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Cool. They burned 2 or 3 Hershey's Kisses just getting to Woody's fucking house. Right? You gotta give those kids a fucking Snickers bar or something, or it's not even worth it.
It needs to be. And also, I like trick or treaters. I want to see their costumes and stuff. So hopefully they remember me and that house hooks us up. But we have never had a single person walk up our driveway. Yeah. I was thinking about taking the golf cart to the busier neighborhood and giving them rides to the house, but that seemed like pedo behavior. And I didn't do it.
That's absolutely pedophile behavior. Do not take your golf cart to a neighborhood and requisition children to return with you. Do not do that.
We could load them in the back.
That's like a gateway to a rape van, to a big windowless van. I can't fit all these kids in the golf cart. I need something bigger than this.
Yeah. What? How about tractor rides on a trailer? Is that pedo also?
That way, when a 6-year-old falls off and goes under the wheels, they'll take everything you have. Don't do that.
No matter no matter what vehicle you use to pick up the children, it's still creepy because when parents take their children to do a hayride, they go, "All right, kids, you hop up on there and you enjoy your hayride. We'll be right here when you get back." And they go on their little bullshit route, and that's it. No parents are going to be enthused to see some freelance wagon rider out in front of their home requisitioning children to hop on board. It's just a real rough. You know what? Give it a go. Give it a go. Let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's coming. And to be honest, the first thing would be that it's tagged as the Rape Squad Killers headquarters. I don't get my candy or take my children to places called that.
I do see how that's a drawback.
We had the same kind of huge driveway, no kids ever. Back when I lived in that same house I was talking about earlier. We'd never get any trick-or-treaters, but I'm the same way. I want to give the candy out. I want to pretend to be in a Norman Rockwell painting. I want to live the dream of finally being the person to give the candy out. So I always stock up. We never got anybody. My roommate, that guy Jeff, he was like a candy fiend and also obsessed about fitness. He had manorexia big time. So after every Halloween, he would see the huge pile of candy and have these agonizing moments of himself. He's like, I can't eat one more Hershey's Kiss. I can't do it. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give in. So every year I would buy more and more candy, knowing that we weren't going to give it away, and just sit there and watch him for a month beat himself up over the candy. He couldn't resist eating because nobody else had a sweet tooth. So it's just his stupid ass.
It is a little embarrassing having, like, as an adult man, having your big vice be candy.
Yeah.
Like, where you're like, oh, God, nothing like a Twizzler to set me off.
Imagine
really?
that.
Like, not a cigar or something? Twizzlers, okay.
Dude, I think that's me. I would take a Twizzler over a cigar or beer or anything else in a heartbeat.
I try so hard to enjoy cigars. I only smoke them when I'm around other people smoking cigars. And everybody, I can't tell if everybody else is pretending that they're really, really liking it, or if I'm not quite getting.
Yeah, they are. The only cigars that I got really into a cigar kick at one point. I still have my humidor somewhere and all my cigar choppers and all the paraphernalia that comes along. I have a $250
one-time used humidor.
Look at this.
I set it up once and then all the cigars go stale. Oh well.
This is my cigar lighter. So everything's like in one. You've got a punch here. Let me.
When's the last time you smoked a cigar?
Oh, I don't know. They get the punch there that like extends out to punch the end.
Why do I think he dodged that question? He dodged that question. I should let him.
Yes.
I haven't smoked a cigar in a very long time. I smoked some cigarettes with Chiz when I was in Colorado. But yeah, $250. I was very into cigars at the time. And the nicest ones that I've ever discovered are they're about as big around as like your pinky finger if you've got man-sized hands. And they're like little cigarillos, and they're cherry. I got them from Vegas, and they were like $2 a piece, and I really, really liked those more than like the $40 and $20 and $30 like cigars that came in these presentation cases with wax, literally melt. There was a wax seal on them that you had to break. That was actual.
You say cherry cigarillos?
Yeah.
What brand cherry
Swisher?
cigarillos?
Swisher Sweets?
They were not Swisher Sweets. They were very.
Did you get a nice black and mild cream to wash it down with?
No, I did not. No. But I tried the nicer cigars, and I just couldn't get into it. I don't have a taste for that, it seems. No, or wine. I never really got into that either.
I think I'm just looking for the ritual. Like, that's what I want. I want like a Barbie for men. That's what cigars, like I want to buy all the clippers and the choppers, and I want to know all the details about the taste and the way they wrap the cigars, but then it comes down to actually doing it. I'm like, I don't want to smell like a cigar for 2 weeks. Thank you very much. I'll pass.
That's so bad. I remember being
that you want.
Have you ever gone to a cigar smoking like lounge or room or something like that where it's just full of dudes in there just obsessed with the smell of this big log of moist tobacco?
Yeah, I have been there with my dad before, and I was like 19 when he's like, hey, come to this, whatever, and smoke cigars with me and some friends. And like in your head at 19, you're like, wow, this is going to be like top businessmen talking shop, like figuring the world out. And it was just a smelly, smoky room with a lot of overweight white guys.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, this kind of
I went to a really nice one in Florida once, and there were hot chicks in there. I was shocked. Whoa. It was like, this is like a... They were into the cigars, like, and they always got like the big cock size cigars, and the girls are all over there puffing on those cock size cigars, and we're all over there like, yeah, she could really puff on a cigar, and it seemed
they
like
make
a younger
cock size cigars.
I think they only make cock size cigars.
They may only make cock shaped cigars, but
like I said, those cigarillos we were talking about,
those swishers. Yeah,
I couldn't get into that, and it was always obnoxious if you're at, like, I used to play poker a lot, and there was always this one guy who was in our group of maybe 25 guys that I would recognize who would show up at the place to play. He smoked a cigar, and it would be, the end of it would be like unraveling, like the leaf, and it would be like hanging off, and he would be gnawing on it. He'd gnaw on the backside of it until it was mangled and flat and all chewed up and gristly, and it just stunk. It smelled like moist leaves, like burning slowly down, and it was just 2 seats away, and it would just oozing stink the whole time. You always loved it when that guy was out of there. Cigars
when I was like 12 years old, we were taking a flight to like a family vacation, and I was getting on the plane, and it was probably fucking Southwest where they just shuttle you in like cattle, and you sit wherever you can. And I sat next to this enormous piece of shit fat guy who had a cigar in his mouth, a giant cock-sized cigar, as Woody would say, and he was gnawing on it. To the point that like my mom was like, you're not gonna light that next to my son, are you? Because I'm sitting way back there. And he turns and he goes, with it still in the corner of his mouth. He just rolls it. He just rolls it over to the corner of the other side of his mouth. And he goes, oh ma'am, I never lied him. And it was like, what? So he goes, I just like to chew them. And it was like, so you just chew an entire cigar and basically consume it like some animal. And he did over the course of this, whatever fucking 14-hour flight to Hawaii, common. Just chewed the entire cigar and ate it. He couldn't couldn't stop eating long enough that he took a non-food item and ate that. Like, think of how fat that is. Like,
like I don't know much about this, but I can't believe that he consumed it. But I know that usually when they're chewing on them, because they're wrapped in tobacco leaf, they're absorbing the nicotine like straight into their mouth, like sublingually, right, through the skin or into the mouth. So they're it's like chewing tobacco a little bit, right?
Yeah, and he had like the teeth.
I don't think Schwarzenegger lights those things either.
You know the way like wildling teeth look in Game of Thrones, where they like open their mouth and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Like gray tinges and orange. His mouth was like that, but it was like 2006.
I want to talk about bad teeth for a second. Has anyone else watched Fargo season 3?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
So season 1 is excellent, as everyone knows. Season 2 was a kind of a letdown. At least it was for me. But it was competent. But
it was good until the UFO hit.
That was silly. You get like the first or second episode, and I was like, "What is this shit?"
And it got real polarizing.
Yeah, I agree. Season 3 is quite good. I'm about 3 or 4 episodes in, and there is a character in there. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but there is a scary British character in that, an older man, who is anorexic. So he like gorges himself at every meal and makes this like just this gigantic breakfast, and then he'll like go to the bathroom and vomit. And
that is bulimic.
Bulimic, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I was like, gorging himself as an anorexic. I'm confused. Carry on.
And his teeth are all rotten and like broken apart, and they are so scary. Like I noticed his teeth from the first scene, and I was like, what the fuck is up with this guy's teeth? And finally they explain it, and it's like, yeah, those teeth are like, as ugly as they are, they're also intimidating. Like those are scary teeth.
Well, you said he was British.
Yeah, he's the main bad guy. He's a scary guy.
I was fucking with the British teeth thing.
Yeah, that too.
I found a picture of him. I don't think this gives anything away onto the show. It shouldn't. But if you saw on Twitter, like, new politician, comes out against or for Brexit, like, and that was the picture, you'd be like, yeah, that looks about right. That's about what I picture. Like, it took me a while before I believed that guy Nigel Farage was a real person and not just like some stock photo beer drinker where just choose him. But yeah, I need to watch Fargo. Is the whole season out? Because Netflix doesn't. Right?
So I bought it last night. Like I just bought the whole season, and there are 5 episodes out currently. Netflix doesn't do it that I know. I could be wrong about that. I thought it was FX.
Where do you buy your shows?
I bought this. I use Amazon Fire, so it probably came through Amazon. I'm not sure. Probably through I searched Fargo 3, and for $25 you can buy the whole season. So I just did that. And 5 episodes are out, and I'm really, really liking it. The main guy this season is Ewan McGregor. The guy from Star Wars prequels and a lot of other stuff. He plays 2 different roles that are twin brothers. Who are not twin brothers. An older brother and a younger brother who look very much alike, I think. But one of them is like very much balding with like long stringy hair and overweight. And the other one is an in-shape rich guy with like a big full head of hair and young and like energetic. And they're completely different characters who are opposed against one another. And he kind of, and at one point he impersonates his brother. And it's a very good season. I'm digging it.
Now, does he do a better job than the nutty professor of playing multiple people?
I would hope so.
The first Nutty Professor, I thought that was okay, right? Like before they started rolling them out.
But when was the last time you watched?
Yeah, back when Kyle was 7, he thought he put on a convincing performance.
He didn't even know that they were the same guy.
Mike Myers is pretty good at that. There were a lot of people who like remember the Austin Powers movies. Like I remember a couple times being like, yeah, he's playing all those characters. Like no, that's a big fat guy.
Dude, Dr. Strangelove blew me away. Like I didn't know that was all the same guy until I was my 20s.
I still am not quite sure how many characters he's playing in that movie, and I've seen it
all
twice.
All of them, even the woman.
I'm gonna rewatch it tonight. Then I had no idea. I knew he was playing a couple because I was like, oh man, that's him a couple of times. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. Even though it's black and white and everything, that's an excellent movie. Maybe it was just what I was doing when I watched it, but I like everything from that guy. It's good stuff. we have a topic we want to go to? Because I've got a couple.
Let's go to mine. This one's kind of a winner here. We were talking about it pre-show a little bit. So there was a murder suspect in Florida, and he used the big penis defense, and it worked for him. Let me see. He claimed that he choked his girlfriend to death during oral sex. And to bolster his defense, his lawyers filed a petition to show his penis to the jury. And the medical the medical expert testified that choking during the sex act was unlikely, but they never ruled on the request to put his dick on display. And I think the core takeaway is that's not the way he died, but that is the way that he thought that she died.
Or it's at least the best defense that he and his legal team could come up with. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. They said the body of his girlfriend was too decomposed to tell if he fucked her throat to death.
Oh, my God.
What? Well, then where does this approach come in? Is your dick too dumb to know there's a dead girl in the room?
Like how long did this go on with him fucking this girl's mouth until he realized that she was decomposing? I need some more background here. It seems like he's saying that, oh yeah, I fucked her to death, and then a week went by, you know how it is, and then
I got busy.
Got busy.
So was this his alibi, or was this who's floating the theory that his dick was so big she choked on it in the first place?
It seems to be his attorney.
The defendant was insistent that she choked because of his. Well, you said the attorney.
His penis.
Yeah, that his dick was unusually large and therefore a threat to her life, I guess.
And then he had to show him, and they said, "No, sorry, it's not."
Profile. My dick has been declared a lethal weapon in 37 states. You got a Class D license, bitch.
Yeah, you can suck my dick without a trucker's permit or whatever the fuck.
You gotta get your CDL to handle this.
You don't want me to drive on the road trip. I have to stop every 80 miles and weigh, you know? Yeah, but I mean, really the picture of this gentleman doesn't betray someone who would be too concerned if he choked someone to death one way or another.
That's not the first woman he's choked to death. That's a scary dude.
That is. You know what I bet happened is they knew they were going to get off, and this asshole was like, before they end this, just, can you put in a request to let him show me my cock? You're going to win this. It's going to be fine. I promise. You're going to get through this. You're going to get, but dude, I'm hired you. Yeah, you're going to do it. You're going to ask him if I can show my cock to the jury. And they eventually let him, man, very tactical.
After you lose your girlfriend like this, I'm going to have a hard time on the dating scene. We got to get the word out. And juror number 13. She's looking nice. She's an alternate. Whatever.
I feel like he'd have a little more swagger in this picture if it was true. And he actually did have a dick this big. He looks like a homeless Mike Pence in this one.
Well, that's his mugshot, right? Like.
Yeah, he's a sleeper. You got to drop his pants. Have you guys ever heard of the Shaggy Defense?
The Shaggy Defense?
Is
it like the big penis defense?
It reminded me of it. The conversation's flowing this way. So the Shaggy Defense is based on the Shaggy's a reggae artist, and he had a single called "It Wasn't Me," and you guys might remember it. Like, but she caught me on the counter. It wasn't me. She saw me banging on the sofa. It wasn't me. I even had her in the shower. It wasn't me. It's quite a long song. So anyway, it wasn't me. In spite of like overwhelming evidence, has now been called the Shaggy Defense. R. Kelly used it. I was just looking it up.
He did. Yeah, when he pissed on that girl. That young teen girl. That underage teen girl that R. Kelly, I Believe I Can Fly, pissed on. And recorded the pissing.
Yeah,
imagine
Kyle's right.
Everybody drops it up there. They're like, yeah, R. Kelly pissed on that 14-year-old girl. It's like, yeah, and then he fucked her. Then he fucked the shit out of her.
He statutorily raped her and urinated on her. And
she was a willing participant in that video.
Statutorily raping, I said. That's pretty much sex with underage kids. But and then he peed on her, and then he just said it wasn't me in spite of overwhelming evidence. The Shaggy Defense.
Yeah.
How did that pan out for him? Because I have no idea how that.
Fine. Want a couple
more? He's still selling records.
Yeah.
That's how it panned. Maybe he knows something we don't.
That you can how to get away with peeing on little girls?
Yeah. Well, not the little girls part.
Oh, the singing part.
Maybe there's something to that peeing.
Yeah. Who knows? Water sports. Just like Trump's so into, of course.
So he got off because the girl in the video also said that wasn't her.
Of course she did. Yeah. What? She had to be so dumb to say that it was her.
Dude,
R. Kelly's over there. Bitch, I'm a billionaire. Tell him.
They brought on the to the court, they present 15 friends testified that was indeed her, and it was on video. But since R. Kelly said it wasn't me, and she said it wasn't me, he got off.
Was rainy. They shot it on VHS and the track. Remember tracking on VCRs? You had to mess with the tracking. It looked like somebody hadn't got the tracking just right. It was all grainy and stuff. You couldn't tell what was going on very well.
That couldn't happen nowadays. Recording that on your iPhone, they'd both be in jail. They'd be noticing birthmarks.
It'd still be a vertical video though. So
got a fucking stabilizer over there, everything. Yeah. It's some high quality camera work you see today. I appreciate that. When we watched those Turkish bodyguards beating up those protesters last week, you called it out. That was excellent.
I suspect that was a real cameraman. That was too good to be iPhone footage. It wasn't even bouncy.
Perhaps, yeah. He definitely had a stabilizer, like 100%. He had that floaty thing that you have.
Sure.
He had something like that going on because there was none of this or that. It was all floaty.
I really appreciated him filming that whole Turkish bodyguard versus American citizen fight that way, because every time there's another fight where they're like, huge riots and calamity in wherever the hell, and you see it and it's somebody's shaky camera, I get the feeling that how the battle scenes go in Braveheart, where you can tell it's just a couple of guys swinging not that fast, but the camera's shaking so much and you're up and down and it bamboozles you. That's what these riots are like with the camera. It'll be 4 people fighting, but some guy's dancing around, shaking his camera, making you feel like it's the middle of this giant melee.
Sometimes I throw that shit in a video editor and stabilize it just so I can develop a better opinion on it. Usually it's a cop shooting or something. The cop is screaming stop resisting. I can't tell what the hell's going on because the camera's too shaky. Fucking Premiere Pro Warp Stabilizer. It'll fix it and you can render a proper opinion. Maybe
suddenly you see the cop needlessly jumping around, stop moving. Just
sometimes, yeah.
They are one to do that.
Kyle, did you have a topic you wanted to cover?
Which one would we like to go to? So I have a couple here. Texas approved hog hunting from hot air balloons. Big fan of that. There's the congressional candidate who body slammed the reporter last night. And then of course I have that article about your buddy that we've talked about before. It's from the Denver Post here. Man in demonic clown makeup, now accused in killing, lived in a dark fantasy world, friends say. So we can go.
I just realized why you called him my buddy, because I have that clown friend.
Because you have that insane friend who dresses as a clown. Yes.
Why does he dress like a clown?
To bring joy to children.
Now hold on. Now when say
Patch Adams dressed as a clown to entertain children. That gentleman has many photos of him in public with other adults dressed as clowns, and they're just chilling by a scary van and stuff, they're not a kid.
He bought an ambulance and redid it as some sort of zombie chasing vehicle. And
because of the straps.
Yeah, and he has brass knuckles tattooed on his hands, and he would wear his hair in a 18-inch mohawk. He really committed. In his day job, he's got to do something with this mohawk, and he's an outstanding clown, really. Scary.
And is he a
clown.
pretty fun looking, small, bouncy guy around, hang out with kids, or
a mime?
He's 6'3". And
6'3" and massive, and he's got a 666 tattoo on him.
He installs hardwood flooring for a living. He's kind of fit.
As far as you know.
Okay.
What's his clown?
Large, powerful grown man dressed as a maniacal clown with an 18-inch mohawk who loves entertaining children.
Yes,
What's
that's my friend.
Name? Hey kids, I'm the Antichrist.
Do you guys remember his clown name?
That's not my clown friend.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I forgot his clown name. He does have one, though. It's like Deadshot or something. I forget. I really don't remember.
Like skull fucker. I don't know.
Yeah, it wouldn't help my case.
Oh, the murderer.
But he's a really nice guy.
I just remember because like I knew exactly what Kyle was talking about when he said your friend the clown, because I remember talking about the clown thing and us all disagreeing about, because I don't know if you remember the story a few months ago, Dick, where it was just clowns meandering in woods near populated areas and they just like standing creepily on the corners of it was a huge thing, and we were all disagreeing amongst ourselves. I believe Kyle agreed with me, said that it's really creepy and that they were not trying to cheer people up.
No, I mean they were cheering me up. I thought it was funny as hell.
So
that's fair.
He's a genuinely nice guy, I'm sure. But the funny little thing about this is those scary weirdos who like go out and are like a creepy clown just to be a creepy clown because it's fucking creepy. The people who dislike those people like turned on Woody's friend's Facebook group, right? Like he was getting pressure and being like associated with the scary clowns.
Yes.
Can't imagine why.
Like not all clowns, kind of.
Exactly.
Matter. That is Facebook fan page. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was always like, "Man, these guys are giving clowns a bad name. There's good clowns like me out there who are just, being unfairly stereotyped." Right? And meanwhile, he looks scary as fuck. He's like, I wish I could get his name. I'm googling it.
I wish we could get another picture of him, because I remember when you were describing him to us, I was really giving him the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, maybe he's scary in the same way that Pennywise is scary, but like a human, where like he's just big and scary looking, but he's got normal makeup. No, like, look, yes, that's the look of a man who wants to scare children.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm gonna be real with you right now. Like if that guy like comes to my window real quick at night, like you just kill him. No, like Woody's always like is like, hey, if there's a person in my house, they don't get a talking to. I don't care. Just bang, 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 bang. That's the answer. I'm not so hard edged, but if I see that guy, that guy better not run out of gas near my home, because I see him and I am immediately up into like up to 10. We're escalating things. There's a monster outside. I've never seen anything as scary as that man in real life.
If you dress like that, then you can't be mad at people for not wanting to come near you, not wanting to reach out, not wanting to be sociable, because you've already put up a wall that says like I don't know, it's like a built-in defense almost of like, I'm a really sweet, kind-hearted, nougat-centered kind of guy, but no one will ever know it because I look like a rapist. It's like,
his clown name is Punk. I looked it up. So that's not too bad. It's not as bad as I remember.
No, that's not so bad. It's more the outfit. And
that clown scare thing produced maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen on Black Twitter, on Reddit. You ever go to that subreddit, Black Twitter?
Oh, it's great.
Black Twitter. It was some girl. It was a picture of a tweet. I'm describing a tweet. A picture of a tweet. The girl said, "So are these real clowns, or are they just people pretending to be clowns?" And a guy goes, "Bitch, what the fuck is a real clown?"
Like they got day jobs as clowns. During the day, are they making fucking balloon animals and being cool? Then at night, they're terrorizing the neighborhood, still in the same shit.
And I get her side of it. Like,
really, yeah, I don't see her side of it at all.
No, I get it, because it's the same way as like, is this guy a real ice cream man, or is he just luring children to their deaths? Like, some of those people don't have ice cream in there, and they're not real ice creamsmen. In the same way, a real clown is one who would like pop in for the birthday, do the balloons, make them laugh. A not real clown is one
evaporate.
It evaporates into the ether, and a not real clown is one who just wants to scare people.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I don't care.
Like what's the Juggalo? What is the name of that band?
Oh yeah, the Insane Clown Posse.
Insane Clown Posse. He looks like one of those folks. If they're around, that's probably an older reference now.
There are still Juggalos,
yes.
and even more shocking than the fact that there are still Juggalos, there are still Juggalettes or Juggettes or whatever they fucking call themselves. There are hot bitches at those guys' concerts with their faces painted ridiculous and then like naked. Like out there with like just body paint on or just a G-string on and like pasties and stuff. Like really hot chicks are into those two overweight, disgusting, like old guys with clown makeup on. It's shocking. I saw their appearance on the Stern show, and of course they're like Detroit, like scary hardcore rappers, right? And this guy on the radio is like, "Nah, you guys are fucking punks. I'll come in there right now, whip your ass." And he's like, "Yeah, come on." And he's like, "I'm here." And they're like, man, we're entertainers, right? We're entertainers putting on a entertaining fans, and we shouldn't have. And Stern, of course, is putting him. He's not the nice guy. He's like, well, we've got him downstairs. Should we bring him up? Should we bring this guy up, boys? You guys are hardcore. He doesn't know who he's messing with. Am I right? This is the insane clown posse. Oh yeah, let's get him up here. And of course, knowing that like these guys want no part of this random deep voice coming over the phone who's downstairs wanting them both. And he just totally teaches them out over the phone in front of, I don't know what Stern's audience is, 10 million people
Huge.
or something live.
Yeah. I Googled Juggettes. Not all hot.
Not all hot.
No, not most not hot. It turns out Juggettes tend to have a sweet tooth, I would guess.
Oh, I see.
What do you don't think
Fago.
this chick with fake vampire teeth and a tongue piercing at the top who has the biggest crazy eyes I've ever seen? You don't think that's hot? That's not
The
your
one
type?
drinking the soda?
The one who's gesturing to her tongue with her middle finger and popping a squat on the very top in the high heels.
The one in the very ladylike position.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't
She
see
squats
her.
down.
There is a...
Like she
not
looks,
your
she's
thing?
at the. If you click the Vice article, she's the one right there as you're looking. She's got
I
like
see.
all spread eagle. It looks like she's got that thing that people do where they sharpen their teeth.
Yeah.
We've all seen Nat Geo. Yeah.
They've got that thing where people sharpen their teeth. You mean they're fucking crazy? Like,
Wow.
they're still doing that shit.
Well, she thinks it gives her strength and back.
I will say, though, she's not fat.
No. Well, I mean, you got to have a restricted diet with those teeth, right? It had hurt like hell to eat fucking like nuts or anything tough, right? She's got to be on a liquid diet. I would imagine that the teeth are just open, right? Like I've chipped teeth before, and that chip is so sensitive, right? Like cold water, ice cream, anything is just fuck. And I'd always get those chips like fixed right away. Does
I
it
don't think
go numb
tooth
after a while?
sensitivity is on this gal's mind.
No.
She seems pretty
Occupied with
maybe
meth.
She's pretty occupied with meth.
She's like, the meth takes care of that 100%. I
I'm
do a
gonna have
little
to pay
meth.
attention to
I
weight
eat a
loss.
pint of ice cream like it's nothing. No big deal.
Yeah, these are.
I didn't think the Juggettes were going to be a classy group. I just remarked that it's surprising that there even are Juggettes, if you know anything about the Insane Clown Posse and or their music.
Didn't they get classified as like a gang by the FBI or something like
There was
that?
something like that one time.
That
I don't know if it
happened?
went all the way through, but like there was talk of it or something.
Yeah, and I
refuse to believe
remember
that
feeling really bad for them when it happened. Like, oh, come on, we're FBI, we're just making fun of them. You took it way too far. You ruined it. Thanks a lot, Comey.
Now they just write a song about how they're a terror group or something. That's street cred. They want that.
Oh, I didn't think along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah, what would give the Insane Clown Posse something so stupid that you can't even believe it's a thing? More street cred than like the FBI being like, oh yeah, we've labeled them a danger to society and a terror cell. Like
They're the American ISIS.
Yeah. No, that's the Westboro Baptist Church, right? I guess those are.
I always
haven't heard
thought
about
they
it
were a
in a while.
scam. Like I don't know if you guys. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about the Westboro Baptist Church, but I always thought it was just them going around trying to provoke getting assaulted so they could sue.
Really?
But did they ever?
See, your troll meter is too sensitive.
Is it? You think they're that stupid? And they just go for like the worst possible people to rub their religion in their face? Or not people, but the worst possible opportunity?
You're making me self-doubt. Now I'm wondering if my troll meter is too numb. It's...
How do they
They're,
benefit though?
Because I
they
thought
do
that
make
they're a
money
family
from
of lawyers. Like I thought that the guy who runs the church is a lawyer, and everybody under him is like these scumbag ambulance chasing lawyers, and they go to places where they know emotions are going to be as high as possible. They take fundamentalist Christian positions because it lets them say horrific things, and then they wait to get assaulted and then sue. That's what I thought. Because the other way, I mean, maybe my troll meter is, as you say, Woody, too on a hair trigger. But I heard that once, and it made sense to me that they'd be doing that.
I've heard that too. I just linked an article about it where they basically just bait people and make money off, because they are all attorneys. There was some like YouTube documentary from a few years ago that interviewed one of them, like one of like the head ladies or something like that, who is the one that like is on the screen being like bananas batshit crazy the most. You know, yeah, the daughter. And when they asked her questions about certain things, like when they got into like the legal part of interviews, the crazy person was not erratic anymore. It wasn't like, oh, well, I'm just, you know, the thing about that is you're going to go to hell and you're not coming over here to my place and my fucking gays or, you know, fags or whatever that she was saying. Like that part was gone. Yeah. As soon as the legal part came in, it was like, all right, I'm going to be careful about what I say and move it in this direction and that. And it was a lot more tactical. And so I can definitely see where it's coming from when craziness turns off.
What geniuses.
Oh, yeah, my. Jeff Foxworthy's got to get him on that Do You Know the Bible show to see if they're actually Christian fundamentalists.
Is that a real show?
I think so.
Do you know the Bible? That sounds like
I've only heard the fifth grader thing.
Let me see. I got to look that up.
Do you know the Bible better than a fifth grader?
That can't be a show.
Taylor, you could do well in that.
I would definitely do better than a fifth grader in Bible knowledge.
Yeah, boys, the American Bible Challenge.
Where do you see
Branson, Missouri.
Game Show Network's The American Bible Challenge.
I would get my ass
setting
kicked.
records in its first season. The Bible-themed game show is a competition where contestants try to win money for knowing the Bible.
Wow. I want to hear more about Dylan the Whale at some point.
For knowing the Bible with Jeff Foxworthy. Oh, who would have thought? 2.2 out of 5 on iTunes Apple Store. Oh, that's not their demo? Hyper-religious Jeff Foxworthy?
Is he hyper-religious?
It's been going for 3-4 years. I mean, he must be if he hosts a show called the American Bible Challenge. But then
you don't know, because the Westboro Baptist Church apparently isn't even that religious. Maybe just a way to make money.
I don't think Mr. Foxworthy is nearly as calculating as the Westboro Baptist Church. I'm sure that there's still some blue-collar comedy money rolling around.
Well, you know, Pat Sajak isn't like
Jeff
a spelling
Foxworthy
bee
is
champ.
incredibly wealthy.
It's true.
Let's see what he's worth.
I bet Pat Sajak can spell real well.
Let's guess. I'm going to say Jeff Foxworthy is worth $22 million.
Oh, I bet Jeff Foxworthy is worth $150 million.
How?
Numbers?
I'm looking.
Taylor, Dick?
I'm going to go 100.
All right.
130.
Whew, I came in way low.
100 million.
100 million.
100 million.
What did I say?
I think you said 100 million.
You said 150.
No. Yeah, Dick said 100. That's good. Oh man, look at this. If you scroll down on this richest page, look at that Bill Cosby picture.
That redneck joke is a $100 million joke.
Really?
There's no denying that.
Well, he was, producing that whole blue collar comedy thing, right? Like he's getting that thing was huge. Like that thing was bigger than Jeff Foxworthy ever was. I remember when I was a kid, like there would be a cassette of Jeff Foxworthy or something. Like you might be a redneck laying around, but when that blue collar thing took off, like everybody was into that. That was a big thing. It blew up Ron White's career. It blew up all those guys that were attached. The Larry the Cable Guy. You ever heard Larry the Cable Guy's real voice?
Yes.
No, I don't. Wait, what does he? He sounds just like a normal dude.
Yeah, he's accentuating the accent. Yeah, big time.
I figured that, but he doesn't become like quaff and cultured all of a sudden. I wouldn't think.
Much more well spoken and not a dummy at all.
I wouldn't think he's a dummy. Anyone who gets that successful parlaying the same 3 jokes in different orders has got a lot of talent that way.
I never paid attention to the Kardashians. Now, this will come as a revolution. Some of those girls are very good looking. There were 2 of them in a thong on a yacht today, and one of them's in her upper 30s, and they were like perfect specimens.
One of them's like a WNBA player, though.
Wait, like a WNBA player? Talking about Kardashian girls.
Which one? So Khloe, I think, is OJ's daughter.
One of them was a Jenner. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Kendall Jenner is Bruce's daughter.
Comes from good stock.
Good stock. Whereas Khloe is OJ Simpson's daughter. You probably don't know that. A quick Google search will prove that I'm correct. And the others are supposedly Kardashians' kids, right?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know that. I believe if I was in a Kardashian that wasn't Kim in the elevator, I wouldn't recognize them. Kim, on the other hand, you have to know her. I think you're lying.
The real Kim is very, very short. Like
really?
I see her. Really short. I saw her next to Kanye in their wedding picture, and Kanye is really short. I think. I bet Kim is 5'4" or something. What does it say on the internet that she is?
I don't know.
Kim Kardashian.
There's a picture of two of them standing next to Sloth from the Goonies.
I found the picture I'm looking for. I'll
5'3". Yeah.
I'll have it queued up in a second.
Yeah, that's what Kim does. She knows how to take the picture to get the ugliest sisters right next to her, so she looks better.
Yeah.
That's her move.
It's almost like she positions herself like that so that you see that her face is the proper aggregate of what theirs could be if you meshed it. But like if you take like the worst of the, like, you know, when you do those things where they take the same half of your face and replicate it to make you perfectly symmetrical, and you're like, you're either like, wow, I look quite a bit better, or if they do it with the wrong side of your face, you're like, God, I got a fucking pointy nose. Like that is exactly what this shit is. She's got her big fat. I bet she parades around the big fat sister all the time.
Big fat. How old is this Link?
I didn't check.
Because I'm pretty sure that, like, yes, it's 2011.
I don't know.
These girls that I saw today, they are very fit.
Are those the Kardashians?
This article is
gals?
about her being fat. This article is about her dropping from a size 12.
Yes, Kyle. I googled which Kardashian is the fat one. And
well, this article is about how Khloe lost a ton of weight. Yeah.
Where's the after picture?
What do you probably saw, Kendall? The little one.
There's a picture in the Skype chat.
The underage one.
Oh, tell me I just no. One of them was like 39.
Which one though? I don't think that's accurate because Kim's the oldest, I think, and I don't think she's 39. She might be.
Let me.
I don't follow the Kardashians at all. I think that they're human.
38.
And really try to stay away.
Kourtney Kardashian is apparently 38.
They'll be not famous anymore in just a few years.
That's absolutely not going to happen.
Increasingly nervous man says for the 7th year in a row.
They're too smart and they're too well represented. That's going to be.
It can't keep going, you know.
I bet if you
Your
look,
dad is now a woman. It's going to go forever.
Yeah.
Oh, until he decides to reverse and bail out on that.
I bet Kim has a lot more money than Jeff Foxworthy.
Did Bruce or Caitlyn Jenner get the dick cut off yet, or is that like the home base that will never be touched?
I actually read that happened somewhat recently.
Ooh.
Like maybe a month ago. I think I read something about that. But initially he kept
Damn
the
shame.
penis.
I would hate to part with mine. I'm a big fan.
Well, you don't part with it. You just cut it off, turn it inside out, and stuff it back in. So it's still there.
Okay, I would hate to part mine.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. Oh my God. That's. Yeah. I would think like, at that age, even if he's like all in on the I'm a lady, you know, I should have a vagina or whatever. When you're his age, you'd think he'd just be like, you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. We're going to finish this out with a dick because it's just too much. It's
feel
just
like
too much.
At his age, it might be easier to pass off yourself as a woman, right? Like, think about the bigger one on Golden Girls, right? Right? She was kind of mannish. You know? Yeah. You get deep into menopause, and the women get a little more manly, right? You with me? So
they're getting a little mustache.
A little mustache. Caitlyn Jenner could pull that off.
And it's not the old lady waxing her upper lip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're always wearing those shoulder pads anyway.
See? Man's a thinker.
That's true.
Yeah, but not many of them have the frame of a 6-foot-tall Olympian.
See, that is the crux of this whole thing.
So Wheaties, and I know we all know that, but like it's worth saying over and over and over again that guy was on the box of Wheaties. He was an American hero.
He was Woman of the Year,
and now she is just
Woman of the Year is quite the accomplishment.
And beautiful.
Yeah, and then I love the classic joke, the whole like men are even better at being women than women.
You know, it's funny, like doing the site for so long in the book, everybody always asks, what about transsexuals? Like from the very first time I started the site, like, whoa, yeah, but what about guys who turn into women? What about that? Like people are so fascinated by it.
You should say, well, there are some stupid men. All right, that's my next book.
Men are better than some men.
So, have you ever had to have a day job, or have you been an entertainer like from the early days?
I still have a day job. Being a bad guy on the internet isn't like being a bad guy in wrestling. There's no money in it. You put a book. I don't know. Is anybody an author on this show?
Nope.
Nope. I was a tech editor. Anyway.
It seems like a big deal, but most books make a very small amount of money. My website was never one that any sane company would ever want to advertise on. So I just did it for the love of driving people insane.
You would think that like Fleshlight, like a product like like the Fleshlight or the AutoBlow, like a male masturbation product, that would be big on your site. I feel like, because those guys all hate women. They hate them. You capture that market, and I think that would be an excellent sponsor.
Well, I don't know if Dick is familiar with the AutoBlow.
Taylor?
No,
I've never used the Fleshlight, but we were sponsored by this thing called an AutoBlow, which is a mechanized flashlight. It's about this big around. You plug it into the wall. You plug it into the wall, and it has like these.
And you have to buy it dinner.
Yeah. So unplug that bitch. It'll shut up. It's got these beads like spring-loaded that wrap around your cock, squeezing like a pocket pussy that's then inserted. Which at the end of this act, you'll have to remove full of shame and walk down the corridor to the bathroom with like a jiggly silicone pouch with your jizz in the bottom, and like quickly turn it inside out and wash it off in the sink when no one's around.
And they also, when you first get one, because they sponsored us, and so you try it, and it's like you don't expect the noise to be as loud as it is. Like you expect it to be like it's honestly like
going on your dick.
Yes, you turn it on and it goes ying 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 ying, and then like right towards the end, obviously you need to up the intensity, and so you reach around and you go ying 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 as it goes like with these like bead things on your dick, and at the end of it, having to turn that thing off is a wake-up call. Having to turn that off and go.
That's the worst part, man. The shutting all the tabs down on your browser. No, get away from me.
What was I thinking for this one?
We're not sponsored by them anymore, so it doesn't matter. But I used it a few times and then just threw it away because I'm like, God, I feel awful about myself.
Yeah. I have mine, but I've lost the power cord, and I just show people occasionally to be like, look at this ridiculous thing that I did not purchase. It's $250 fucking, and they sent me this jerk off machine. Look at this thing. And then they laugh, of course. It's ridiculous. And I'm like, no, you haven't even seen the best part. And you plug it in, because it's turned on, of course. I was using it last time I had it out, and it almost moves. It's so powerful. It's an impressive machine. If you're a very lonely guy out there and it's just not gonna happen for whatever reason, I would recommend it. I guess it's $200. Like that's what a prostitute costs.
I like with all of that, but I cannot see myself ever cleaning up a sex toy. Like I let the dishes stack always for like weeks at a time until like, okay, I got to carve out a whole day to get like a sex toy. I eat off of those. A sex toy isn't going to be any different. It's going to be like
it's so disgusting. You're going to get an STD from your AutoBlow because you don't
for myself.
That's how AIDS started.
Will have mutated into a macrophage.
Kyle used to tell this story, and I loved it. He would use the noise to establish dominance, right? It's yang, 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 yang. If you open that door, you know what you're doing, right? Don't come in here surprised about what's happening. The whole first floor knows what's going down. Yang, yang,
everybody
yang.
was like, I'm kind of embarrassed by my AutoBlow. You turn it on, and everybody knows what's up. Am I right? And I'm just like, I like the noise. And then they know what's going on in here. It's like a loud ice cream maker, like rapidly turning or something.
It's heavy. Like if somebody burst into your room as you're using your AutoBlow and you need a weapon quickly, if you just pull it off your dick, grab the cord, pull that out, and use it like some sort of morning star, you'll get a couple of good licks in, and he won't want to be around as you're hitting him with your false pussy.
And if
they don't know, it's not a power tool.
Yeah, they don't know.
They don't know.
You splash them with that fucking pussy on the inside, they're gonna run in fear anyway. Nobody, you get that out and just turn it inside out and put your fist in it and make it like a greave and just be like, come at me. This inside out pocket pussy fist. Nobody's gonna deal with that. That's just like those YouTube videos where like the guy goes up and picks a fight with this scary black dude on the street, and then when the black dude's like, yeah, let's throw down, because he's like that's how close he was to physical combat, with just someone asking to do it. He's like, all right, then let's fucking go. The other guy strips down to a G-string and he's like, yeah, let's go. 100% of the time, big scary guy will flee from G-string or nude homosexual tendency guy. Like you don't need to be gay. That's why I didn't say gay guy. If you're just ever in that tight spot where like this isn't going to go well, stripping down naked and coming at them like you want to beating sexually, like, yeah, punish me.
It doesn't work in Trailer Park Boys.
No, do the Trailer Park Boys, you get fucked. Mr. Leahy will tap that ass. He will pollinate. He will dress you up like a flower, put on his bee suit, and pollinate your ass in a sex thing right away.
Yes, you will, Randy. Yeah.
You got the little stamen right there.
Want to do our first ad?
Yeah. Let me tell everyone a quick word here from MeUndies. What's the first thing you put on and the last thing you take off? It's your underwear. Make your most important piece of clothing the best it can be with MeUndies. MeUndies are designed in LA and made from sustainably sourced micromodal, a fabric 3 times softer than cotton. MeUndies, softer than soft, luxurious undies, come in an ever-changing selection of classic colors, bold shades, and adventurous patterns, so you can tailor your undies to your own personal style. And guess what? You can save time and money each time with a monthly subscription. And if you're not ready for a subscription, that's okay. You can still save. That's because MeUndies is offering you 20% off your first pair. Just use our special URL, MeUndies.com/PKA, and get 20% off your first pair. Go ahead, revamp your underwear drawer. You deserve it. Once again, that's MeUndies.com/PKA, MeUndies.com/PKA.
Check them out. I like my MeUndies. They're super comfortable. I've washed them a ton, and they still stay together. I've got like 7 pairs now. I just got these 2. They sent them to me today. And if anyone from MeUndies is watching this, I know I've said this 7 or 8 times by now, but if you could just send me like regular black or gray or solid color underwear, I don't need this, and I don't need army men.
Oh, I love the army men.
But,
I have that now.
I'm still wearing them though.
There's one with like hot kissy lips or something.
Yeah, I got those too.
Yeah. It freaks me out a little bit knowing that, like, I don't know why. Just like, oh yeah, Taylor and I, we're like underwear buddies. We have all the same patterns.
I'm pretty sure that those patterns that Taylor is showing off there are the patterns of this month of May, because I got panties instead of boxers, not for myself, but for someone else, of course. And they are the same patterns, that polka dot tie-dye kind of thing, and the army men. I like MeUndies a lot. I've got the boxers, I've got the boxer briefs. And I like them both, and I usually don't like boxers.
What's the pouch situation on these? I had an underwear buddy one time. I didn't pack enough underwear for this trip I was on, so I had to use some of his. And the pouch he had on these underwear, it made your package look enormous.
Yes, these do that. I swear to God, I'm not just selling underwear. It lifts it up and puts it on display, right? You're not hanging like down anymore. You're attached to the front. And it turns out that's a way better look. I am twice the man I normally am in MeUndies.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
That's the ad. That should be the entire ad. HS2.
Yeah. Take your
dick's going to look way better in these underwear.
I think the front should be clear. It's so impressive, right? Just
I have some of those. I've got some underwear.
In these undies.
I got those underwear that have like an elephant on the front, and he's got a trunk, and you put your cock in the trunk, and so it's just always down there moving around. A little uncomfortable, but hilarious.
See, that's very funny, but it's also very silly. These, you get real support on your genitals, and you look like an army man. And when you take them off at a gym or in public places, you get to look forward to immediately going, now don't pay no heed to this underwear. They actually, I do a podcast, and they send me these. I didn't pick this pattern. It's like, all right, we didn't ask. Like,
can we run through fitness talk real quick? I don't want to drag it on like it was politics or something, but I want to do a round table. Taylor, you go first. How many pounds down you are? You've been cheating? Good. Be honest.
No, I've been doing pretty good with the eating. Just like I'm trying to lose weight and get bigger at the same time, obviously, which isn't the easiest thing to do because of physics, but like just muscling down enough of these shakes every day is really getting to where it's the hard part. Like having to replace so many of what I want to eat every day with a vanilla flavor protein shake that's becoming more and more awful by the day, like that flavor. So I'm trying different shit.
Can
I know
make a
you're doing that,
suggestion?
Kyle, because you're doing like weight gain shakes.
Yeah, let
bulk
me make a
up.
suggestion that helps a lot with the monotony that comes with the protein shakes, because like I can taste. I've stopped using milk, so I'm using water, and I can taste that watery taste, and it's just disgusting. But if you alternate flavors, I feel like if you go with chocolate for like 3 weeks in a row, chocolate it's like when you say a word repeatedly and it loses its meaning and starts sounding funny in your head. The taste becomes just disgusting, and if at first you were able to appreciate double fudge chocolate, now you're just dreading it. You know every like nuance of that flavor and every texture and every clot that the powder is.
Clot, perfect word. Yeah,
that's what they are. They're clots.
Less clots.
So first of all, get a good shaker if anyone's listening to this. Because when I was younger, I can remember choking down those clots of protein powder because I didn't want to clean a blender every time I made a. But now I've got a shaker, and you know it's got the top and the part in the top that just blends the clots out. But get 2 different flavors, and that helps a lot, because I've been alternating back and forth between chocolate and some kind of banana cream pie shit. And I
accidentally fucking bought banana. I was trying to buy vanilla or some different flavor, and the assholes at Body Fortress or whatever brand it is, they make I guarantee they can't fucking sell banana, but they made a ton of it, and so they're just like just slowly one by one remove the banana bits from the graphic until it looks exactly like vanilla, and then people will accidentally buy it when they're trying to get vanilla. And I did, like a rube.
Was
like
it worse?
An idiot. It's banana cream, and I'm not doing that.
I like
banana cream. I would have picked that over the vanilla, I think.
Although, of course, when we think banana cream, I picture like a banana cream pudding or an actual banana cream pie. And of course, we're talking about protein powder that you mix with water and then chug down at room temperature. So it's never quite what you want.
It's got that froth in the top. Yeah, I switched to just
like those. What's that beer? The Stella Artois, where they always take like that knife and like take the head off. You got to do that with your protein shake.
I resorted to just taking the powder and chugging water with it, and I feel like a drug addict when I do it. Like when I go to the gym with just that little one single scoop of NO2 or whatever it is. Used to be creatine. I used to be pounding scoops of creatine, but it's evolved. Every time I go in, it's something else. I gave up completely on mixing. The pain in the ass it is to scrape the inside of a plastic cup from all the protein was too much. I just said, you know what? I'm just going to do it in my mouth. No one's looking at me. I'm ashamed of myself, but it's fine.
There was a guy in high school. I remember he thought he was hardcore, and he'd take the creatine and like put it between his gum and his lip like it was chewing tobacco. And we'd be in class, and I'd look over, and he'd go, and I'm like, "Fuck are you doing, bro?" He's like, "Creatine." I'm like, "That ain't how it works. That is not how it works." And I don't know how it works, but that is not how it works.
Well, I'm not old enough to buy chewing tobacco.
I've seen people mix. Oh, at that age they did that. Like in high school, like everybody, like the rednecks. When I say everybody, like the kids that were in like wood shop and metals and automotive, where I like to go because those were fun classes to do. They all dipped, and it was kind of. You just let it go, because it's not like smoking where there's a cloud of smoke and cigarette butts. As long as they have a Pepsi bottle to spit into, it's pretty on the down low and not bothering anyone at all. So the teachers would just let it go on.
That's still one of my fucking pet peeves, because I have a number of friends who dip, and it upsets me so much when I come across anything full of their fucking spit.
You ever drink
after they've left?
It's
no,
gross.
I never have.
They don't recognize how gross it is.
My younger brother did it
spit.
once, and I watched. Oh, Jesus! Disgusting.
Yeah.
Vomit.
I did vomit. I got a little bit of it down, but I vomited so much that none of it remained. My dad has done it twice because my uncle chews tobacco, and he had been spitting in a Dr. Pepper bottle that was in a car. And it was a really hot day, and Dad's like working, and he's like, I'm so thirsty. And I was like, I guess I got to stop what I'm doing, just drop everything and go get something to drink. And then I saw that Dr. Pepper in the console of the truck, and I was like, I'll just have a bit of this, and that's a little sugar. That'll pep me up a bit, and I'll get this knocked out, and then I'll go have some lunch. And it's just this hot Dr. Pepper that you're only drinking to like quench your dry thirst, and it's spit. It's tobacco spit. And he just, I just vomiting it up, of course.
I want to finish the round table. Kyle, how you doing?
Pretty good. I'm about to stop the awful eating and all the calories that I've been forcibly consuming for the last 2 or 3 weeks and go on a much cleaner, lower calorie diet. I'm going to cut down to like 1,500 calories a day or something like that, bump my cardio up and keep lifting. And I think I'll be looking pretty good in about 3 weeks because I'm up to 186 pounds, something like this, when I weighed myself this morning. So I'm up 4 or 5 pounds of like sustained fat. I think it's not water weight because it's not coming off anymore. And I feel real jiggly. Don't feel like I look good at all, but I think that this is a good tactic that I'm using by throwing on a couple extra layers of fat before I start this cleaning.
You have to start with a solid slab of marble.
Just before I started, because I was at 181 pounds at 6'2", so it's pretty skinny to begin with. So we'll see how this goes. It's gonna be. I'll definitely get big quickly, as I always do. I feel like I'm good at working out and building muscle. I feel like I'm genetically superior in that way because I'm white and all.
Well, you're certainly better than women.
Taylor brings up a good point. Most women, anyway. I've been doing good. I lost 2 pounds this week. I had contemplated lying and saying 1 because I'm afraid that's just like too high a bar to set for next week. Like, let's take this extra pound I lost and stow it so that if I don't lose any next week, I can just come back to the truth. But I didn't do that. I lost 2 pounds this week, which is a first. Dick, if you probably don't know, I've been losing a pound a week for like 8 weeks in a row now, and until this week where I lost 2.
Right.
So I'm down 9. A friend of mine, I won't make this paramotor thing, but he has a new wing. He wanted me to try it and tell him what I thought. And when I went to pick it up, he hadn't seen me in weeks and said I look thinner. So that was nice. And that's it. Oh, I also started kettlebells. So it's fun. So I bought this adjustable kettlebell. You can like take weights in and out the middle of it and change its weight. I looked at so many adjustable kettlebells that I thought its minimum weight was 16 pounds. And I knew that Taylor had started with 25. This 16-pound weight had me sore and tired. And I'm like, fuck, like that 16 pounds is like a girl's weight. Like, this really sucks. Like, Taylor's stronger than me. That's just what the deal is. But I didn't realize even like the gap was that. Turns out the minimum weight on the kettlebell I actually bought was 24 pounds. So I was only 1 pound lighter than Taylor started with. And for the first week, I intend to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But I did Tuesday, Thursday for the first week because I'm 44 and that's really fucking old. And you don't, so you ease into it a little slower. So next week I'll go Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then after that we'll see where we are if we want to change the weight. So
I thought at that age, my good friend is that age. He works out a lot, and I never hear about his gains. I only hear about his injuries.
And they don't heal. They just get cumulative, right? It's like, now my knee and my ankle hurt. Fuck.
Yeah. Like, I was doing bench, and I fucked up my shoulder, and the other shoulder, it's doing okay. And I'm like, I never ask him how much he lifted because I'm just glad that he was there doing it. And I feel myself easing into that lifestyle. Like, I don't, because I'm ashamed of myself for my fitness update. I've been drinking a lot and barely working out because like now it's just now the shoulder has passed from like this is a problem this is going to go away to no, this is your new life. Your new life is like now that one's not growing back, buddy. That one's going to be like this forever, and you have to kind of adjust. Now I'm just going to be doing bicycle kicks at the gym.
You talked about ashamed of yourself. Like all my I hit 211 today, right? 211 is the least I've weighed in. But that is a number that I should be embarrassed by and would have been just like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I flip off my scale. That's a thing I do. I hop on the scale and I'm like, fuck you, right? The number that I'm excited about, I would have totally flipped off not long ago. So this is not a victory yet. It's just, you can't weigh 190 without weighing 211 on the way.
I said I was doing good. Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry. I was proud of myself at the gym today because I didn't do the cable cross exercise because I knew that it would fuck up my shoulder more. And I'm sitting there going, God, but I just really want to get a pump in. Like, no, just leave. Nothing's in pain right now. It doesn't matter that the manager knows you were only here for like a half hour. They don't talk about that when you leave. It's okay. Just leave. So I got in my car. You know what? You did a good job. You didn't push it too hard. And it's so opposite of everything else in my life leading up to this moment. Like it's always been like, yeah, boom, go, what up? everybody, that's 350, baby. Yeah. Now it's just like, okay. So now I feel like working out is like a book club for me. Like I'm done and I just say, okay, good job. Good job. We did it. And I don't know if we achieved anything, but we were here doing it, and I'm very proud of this. So time to drive home. We
all at least pretended to read a book. Yeah, I always feel so guilty when I leave anywhere where there's activity, like a YMCA or a gym or anything, and the guy who was working at the counter when you got there is still there as you're leaving, and it's only been like 31 minutes or something, and you have to be like, I'm actually just going out to check my car. Like I'll be back like any minute. Like unless something comes up, man. I'm a very busy man. Something could come up ostensibly on the way there, so I may not be back. You know what? Actually, just punch me out. Just punch
trying
me out.
To make something up. I don't know if there's weights or regulation. It said I was lifting 200, but it didn't felt light. I'm going home to my weights. They're real.
These things are all in kilos. There's no pounds on any of these. I can't figure it out.
I was here earlier today. I don't know if you weren't here. You didn't see me here, but I already worked out once today.
I do an A, B, C schedule actually. So are you here at 8? Are you here at 8? Yeah. So ABC, as far as you know. And I thought that I was doing good with eating, and I remembered last night something snuck through. I ate a bag, not a family-size bag, just a regular, not a single serving bag either. Let's be honest, dude. The full size that should keep a family okay of pretzels for like 4 or 5 days, and I ate the whole thing last night, and I've been doing so fucking good up until that point. I haven't had Cheez-Its in forever, and I yelled at myself. I did some serious self-shaming this morning before I went in, and like I really got deep. Because like after you eat a bunch of, I really like pretzels.
I feel like
water weight, so I was able to get a girthier grab and like really bend over and like say like, what the fuck do you? What the fuck like? I could tell that I was truly ashamed because I wasn't making eye contact with myself in the mirror for the first part of it, where I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Like a dog.
You're just selling it down the river, aren't you? Oh, you've worked out, 7 weeks straight, never missed out. But you're gonna be the fat idiot who doesn't succeed because he has to have pretzels. Fat idiot has to have pretzels, doesn't he? And I had to like force myself to look myself in the eye, and that's a hard look.
I have a diet thing. So I've been disciplined on my diet. I've been very good. I do get one cheat meal a week. I haven't taken it yet this week. I'm saving it for my camping trip. But I thought I was doing keto. Like that was what was in my head. I didn't know anything about keto. So I just read like the frequently asked questions and was like, all right, well, this is the way we're headed. And it turns out that some of the things I've been eating, tomatoes in particular, are not keto approved. They have sugar in them, and keto is like really anti-sugar. And so what I've been doing is some sort of cross between keto and just eating clean. And I don't
tomatoes.
Yeah, tomatoes
That's
are
bananas.
Tomatoes. According to this webpage I read, are barely acceptable. Like that's not where you're supposed to be. So I don't know if I'll go to. I think I might just keep doing what I'm doing and kind of eat clean instead of like. Because I looked into keto more, and it's like I'm supposed to be eating more from fat. And the theory is that your body gets burning fat, and it just starts shitting and peeing and getting rid of fat, head over heels. I don't know if I buy into that or not. It seems to be working for a lot of people, but if I just keep losing a pound or two a week, doing what I'm doing, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's like
and it's
every
not just.
Time
It's not muscle, right? I'm lifting, I'm exercising. Please go. I'll stop.
Every time I see one of these, like, well, this is the optimal way to lose weight, I think, I mean, the way to have, like, your perfect specimen of body is just to starve constantly and then run for 20 miles a day until the thing that you're hunting collapses dead from exhaustion. So, like, this weird alchemy, you guys are just guessing this. Like I know.
Do you think if that tribesman who was running, 10,000 years ago, the antelope, do you think that if there was a box of Cheez-Its sitting there in the savannah, he would have just kept running? He'd be like, we do not eat this. We continue until we get the antelope, and then we bring it back to dinner. No cob in this tribe as long as I am in charge. It's like, no, of course, if there were tomatoes and Cheez-Its, they wouldn't have bothered chasing the fucking antelope. They would have got diabetes, but.
I feel like so what we're doing, Dick, is we're hoping our listeners, or at least the ones that would benefit from it, are jumping on and exercising and eating right with us. Yeah. And I feel like because I'm a host on the show that I should be like leading, like losing more than other. Turns out being a host not a superpower. It doesn't make you lose fat. It doesn't help at all in this exercise, other than being really accountable to a lot of people.
Yeah. I keep hearing like story after story from our listeners. I played with a guy last night on Battlegrounds who lost 35 pounds, and there's been multiple guys who lost 35.
So that's more than 9.
55.
Yeah,
like lots of stuff like that.
If you go on the PKA Reddit, there's a ton of people who were talking about weight loss and success. So there you go, Woody. You can just take credit for that.
Yeah, but Woody, those guys could have been like 800 pounds, probably. You don't know. 30 pounds, nothing to them.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes it's still hard.
I would be surprised if they lost. Well, I don't know. I don't really know how this works. Oh my gosh! And I've said this so many times that like nutrition and fitness advice has changed so much over my 4.5 decades that whatever's current just feels like bullshit that's soon to be debunked as well. This keto thing, like, oh yeah, you want most of you eat bacon and red meat all the time, and your body will just pour out fat because it has more fat than it knows what to do with. And I'm like, I guess, like, everything else has been horseshit up to now. I guess this will be horseshit in 2025. But
it's just like a rebranded and slightly changed. Like in the early 2000s, like Atkins was enormous.
Yeah. And then paleo.
And they were like, how are people losing weight on Atkins? Like, they're still eating until they're full. Well, I don't know, idiot. It's because they're cutting out a third of the things that are available to eat. They're not eating carbs, so of course they're going to lose weight. Like, then South Beach came along. Same fucking thing, just a slightly different tweak of how much you're supposed to be eating, but still no carbs. And then paleo came around, and then ketogenic came around. It's all just little twists on the same low-carb thing.
Stupid juice diets.
The juice like diets cayenne pepper.
Well, there's like companies that sell like a juice that you like have to like buy and sign up for, and you're like, yeah, just drink our juice and you'll be fine. Like all of that shit. It's
100% food. The sponsor we had that dropped us because we made fun of him too bad for being stupid. All right, I made fun of him too bad. Fuck me. It was a stupid product. Yeah.
People though apparently that's good stuff and not good tasting stuff. That's different. But apparently that's a good product that people are having success with. Like I read about it independently later on. And I'm not just saying that because they sponsored us and dropped us for making fun of him. My wife, so she got the chocolate and then she like sliced up strawberries and put it in there and like along the ridge of the glass. And I couldn't choke that shit down. It was I don't know how is something liquidy taste so powdery? It's like a milkshake that hasn't grown up yet or something.
Yeah, I think it's because they don't put like the emulsifiers that you might find in a normal powdered type water kind of thing that help it like dissolve and like become a homogeneous thing. They're all super natural and like no additives and stuff. So you're just mixing some sort of powdered food in with water and it just doesn't happen. It always tasted bad. And the worst part, like the ones that I had, or at least one of them that I had these big seeds in there. Like
chia seeds.
Chia seeds.
Don't know what they are.
For sure. I don't either. I've never seen a is that
from real chihuahuas?
Chia. Is that what those are? I feel that's what they taste like. It feels like I'm eating the seeds that make a chia pet grow.
Probably.
They were awful, and they don't dissolve, of course, because it's a big fucking seed that you could pick out and like away.
When you drink it, like like if you drink chocolate milk, the last gulp of chocolate milk is all the syrup and stuff. Like it's the best gulp. Well, it's quite the opposite with 100% food. The last gulp is like seeds and powder that didn't dissolve. You really got to work that one. Yeah.
You can replant the last gulp and grow a new shake.
But
they got rid of our reviews. You remember how they used to have reviews up there? I think I said they had me quoted on there. It said this shit tastes like Quickcrete. And they took it down. I guess it wasn't helping sell anything.
That's not what they were looking for.
They gave me so many, like, because back in the day, I used to get like most of the swag for the group, and I had like 144 bottles of this stuff. Now that I think about it, I could have made like a patio if I wanted to, but I didn't think of it.
You don't have to wait for the government to fix potholes anymore. Just take it on your own volition.
Yeah.
Damn, man. 100% food smooth. That's nice. Yeah, that's good.
All the seeds float to the bottom, and the top is smooth. It's great.
Woody, if you feel like you're not living up to your host responsibility for losing, you got to pick your trademark muscle group. Instead of trying to beat everybody number-wise, you've got to be like the traps guy or the tricep guy.
The calf guys.
or the calf guy. I'm the curls guy.
Are
I just
you?
want to do curls. Yeah, all day. That's the only one I'll do. I don't care what's going on. I can do curls forever. It'll take threat of arrest for me to do a leg day one time, but curls I will always do.
I haven't told this story in like 5 years, but here's where it came from. At the time, I was in like 3 ice hockey leagues, and I just have big calves, like I always have. My father's are way better than mine, but I've got like unusually strong calves. And I'm a computer programmer, and this Indian guy comes up and he sits next to me. He works in quality assurance, so I assume he found a bug and he wants me to either fix it or delegate it to someone that works for me. And he sits down and he's not talking about work at all. He just says, "Your calves are amazing." And I'm like, "What? Like, what is it?" He's like, "Your calves." And I wore shorts to work because I was like computer programmer privilege. And he's like, "Sometimes, like if you walk in late to a meeting or something, I just watch your calves as you take your seat." And then he wants advice. He's like, "How did you get those calves?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I walk places, play hockey, and there is no like real wrap up to this story. Like the conversation didn't end cleanly. He was just like, "Yeah, those calves," and like that's where it cuts. And since then, my calves have, like, if I live stream playing video games, the chat will be like, "Show the calves, show the calves," and I do. I stand on the table, show the calves, and yeah.
You still got them? I want to see them now.
Let me see what I can do.
I want to see the calves now.
Test this table.
In my country, we have legend of calves the size of yours. The sacred cow is a calf is very important.
All right. How are we doing?
Oh, don't you fall.
Oh, the fucking camera is just... Hold on. I'm going to lower both these.
Just always with the cargo shorts ready for battle.
I see. Those are powerful calves.
Yeah,
those are caber toss calves, man.
They're very...
Oh, you got the ass in the calf where it cuts up into an ass calf. I could only dream of having that.
They used to be better.
You got that calf cleavage that people get where like the muscle is so big it's like, well, we can't stay here. Let's just kind of make a heart. We gotta keep packing muscle into this little space.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what you do. Just keep.
My father's calves are way better than mine. Like I was walking behind him at Disney World once, and every fucking step.
Wait, how old were you? Were you a kid or were you like an adult?
Like 35. And I'm sitting here looking at his calves, and every step they like unflex and reflex. So they're just like, hump, 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 right? Like and I'm just like, oh my God, like these are unnaturally strong calves. And I like people like my calves, but they are a diluted version. Like I've got mom mixed in there. If I had my dad's calves, they would be unbeatable.
Did you ever get resentful about your mom's shitty calves? Like, God, Mom, look what could have been, you fat sow. Like, taking a little bit of compliment.
Oh, she's a normal person.
Looking at his calves, like you look up and he's giving you that look over his sunglasses, like take a look. Oh, why don't you take a picture, son? His calves go all the way up.
So that's my muscle group. There now.
Yeah, man, post your calf gains. Just only do calf work every time you go in.
Oh, but one other issue, like you might feel the same thing sometimes, but like you're on the internet, you do something that is good, right? Not great, but like, hey, look, I'm good at this. There's always a million people out there better than you. Like if I start tweeting my calves, I'm gonna get pictures back from people who are really extraordinary, who make my game look weak. But yeah, anyway, that's my muscle group.
That's true. When you get to like a critical mass of any size listenership or, base or whatever, no matter what you are working towards, there's someone out there who is way fucking better at it than you. To the point that even when we post this fitness stuff, someone in our Reddit will be like, hey, been a fan of the show for a while. Here are my stats. I'm 26. I'm 6'4". I decided to join in your fitness thing, you fat idiots. I went from 186 to 196. Shredded. Like, God damn it. Like, I'll never even come close to that. And he's just It took him 2 months. I don't know.
And his calves look like the size of a Thanksgiving turkey.
2 watermelons.
Yeah, it looks like he has a cramp, but he doesn't. He's just that muscular.
Kyle, you missed it. Dick wanted to see the calves. I got up on the chair, spun around. It was quite the show.
Oh, man.
To be honest, I had a strong feeling that was coming, so I picked my spot carefully.
Well, you missed out on something special there. I was proud of myself today. It's mixed. I really go back and forth on because I'd lost. Today was the day actually I broke 2 pounds this week instead of just 1, and I alternate from being happy about that to not being satisfied yet. So that's where I am.
Just stay the straight and narrow, man. Like who's that motivate? Tony Robbins, like he would say to do. Or is he religious?
What he says?
Is he
Have you ever seen him clap? Have you ever seen Tony Robbins clap?
No, what's he do?
It's like this fully open, like fingers extending backwards, weird. It's like an alien wearing an Edgar suit that watched someone clap and is trying to recreate it without practicing. That's how Tony Robbins. Like for a guy whose entire life is dependent on motivation, he has not mastered the critical tool, which is applause.
You know what I think he's not good at? He's not good at cursing. Like he has this new thing in his head, like the power of profanity. And he talks to people and he throws in like F-bombs and says shit and fuck and whatever. But there's a couple of things. One, he is not natural at it, right? I also listened to this guy, Gary Vaynerchuk. Some of you might know him. He's a Jets fan from Jersey, I think. And very good at cursing. It just rolls off the tongue like an art form. Tony Robbins, fish out of water with these bad words. I can tell.
I think that's the point. I think I haven't heard his speech, but I bet he's saying something like, when you curse, it's attention grabbing. Like the fact that he's so bad at it amplifies that.
That is much like the Trump 3D chess theory. I think you were just seeing things that aren't there, right? This man is playing Hungry Hippos.
And yet, both people that I've suggested, one of them is the leader of the free world, and the other one's worth $500 million.
Okay,
it's
strong
clearly they
counterpoint.
just fell ass backwards into all this style, playing 1D shoots and ladders. That's obviously what happened. They don't have any marketable stuff. No, of course.
You ever played
I thought that Dick was exaggerating with this clap thing, but I looked it up and it really is I just linked it here. He has no idea what the fuck he's doing.
It's like he's trying to kill an invisible insect. He's just fucking missed it again.
Yes, it's
like how I imagine Superman has sex because he's so powerful. Like, I don't know what to. I have to control every single moment of this clap, or else I'll break my own. Or else everything in the room will be destroyed from a sonic boom.
His clapping is weak, but if you go a little longer, like 10 seconds, his jazz hands game is money.
You gotta be. Who does jazz hands alone? I thought that was a group activity, right? No.
No, I thought it's jazz games. Kyle,
I'm disappointed to know that he's an awkward cursor, because that's like it's like when you're a kid and you get your friend's mom, like the classy one, to curse, like, oh, you sons of bitches, like that one time she would do it and you're like, oh yeah, we really riled her up. Like, I don't want to think of her when I think of Tony Robbins.
That's when she curses, that's when you log away. 9 years later, this is the mom I go to when we want to drink somewhere. She will be down with it.
Yeah.
So, new topic?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I got a guy here. He didn't get away with it. But so I went to night school for 12 or 13 years, something like that. And I had a dream of hacking my grades. I worked with a guy, and I worked in IT, and he billed himself as this like elite computer hacker. And I thought to myself, like, man, if he could just play war games, that old movie with
Matthew Broderick.
Thank you. And like give me good grades, that would be worth so much to me. But this guy hacked into his computer, into University of Central Florida's computer, and changed his F to a B. And he got caught.
I bet he wishes he could just take the F.
I bet it's not as easy as it was back in school, where you just like to just shape that F into a B. Like, yeah, Miss Jones a little clumsy this week.
I had a friend. His parents were divorced, right? So his mom, I guess she got the real report card, but his father got a copy of the report card, and his father was like the hard ass on this thing. So after his mom he took a photocopy of that report card, and then he cut it out. So he took like a B from his better class and put it on top of a C, or he'd like take an A and put it on top of a C, and change like his bad grades into better ones by using like the same font because it was from a different part on the paper. And then he photocopied it, and you couldn't really tell. And he presented that to his father, and his father was very happy with the grades that his kid was pulling in school. When in reality, he was just a cheater.
They didn't safeguard the forms they used for report cards and midterms and stuff very well, so I had a bunch of those, and I would occasionally fill one of those out for someone.
Really?
Yeah, so just give them a new report card.
A whole new report card?
Yeah. Because you had a thing that you took from teacher to teacher, and each teacher would then fill this thing in with like what you'd done for her, and you'd take that home. So I just got
that was your report card? They just hand filled it out and then you brought it home? Wow. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there was like somewhere there were records to back that up, but the thing that you took home to your parents was this report. It was
Did they have notes in yours?
Oh yeah.
It would say like Taylor is not double underlying paying attention in class. He
distracting others.
Yeah, distracting others, throwing items often, like little things that they throw big hissy fits about in school. I didn't. I hated that.
Did you have
Stole
conduct
money
grades
from my
too?
purse?
We had OS and U for outstanding, satisfactory, and unsatisfactory conduct. And I used to pull a couple U's every quarter. I would just be like, really? I'm that big of a dick that the teachers, like... I think if you got bad grades, they're more inclined to give you bad conduct along with it.
Yeah, they were vindictive fucks. Those 22-year-old girls teaching children.
No shit. We had those, and I think for some reason those stupid citizenship grades were more important to my mom than I think the actual grades.
Really?
Like if I brought home a not like what I forget what it was, like it was satisfactory, unsatisfactory. It was satisfactory, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory. If I brought home anything in the not a perfect gentleman category, I would hear hell.
I bet you did from time to time.
From time to time, yeah. And I think it was just the teacher giving you a shitty arbitrary grade just to fuck with you. Like if they couldn't nail you on the grades because they had to hold everybody to a standard, they were just like, I'm going to fuck up your day with a U here. How do you like that? Take that.
I bet that does happen a lot more with new teachers than you would think. Because as like a 6-year-old in those classes, you see that 21, 22-year-old chick teaching you, and she may as well be 50 because you have no perspective. But looking around now, like when I would see, like I see people obviously like 5, 6 years younger than me now becoming teachers. And it's like you don't know how to pay taxes yet. And you're going to go teach these children. And like I'm also convinced that the only reason that I got any behavioral problems is because I was acting like a normal 5-year-old boy. Like it was like right when ADD was getting huge when I was about that age in the mid 90s, where
it was like fidget
the teacher
spinners
like
in your
that first
day.
thing. Yeah. Like Ritalin was like big, where they're like, hey, Taylor's acting a little bit rambunctious and he has a lot of energy and he's not sitting down and reading this book about 2 friendly frogs with all the girls doing it. And my mom was like, well, he's fucking 5. So yeah, we're not putting him on amphetamines.
Yeah, Taylor likes smashing frogs with bricks in his spare time, so that probably didn't interest him very much.
No, probably not at all. But that, I'm so glad I never got put on that shit. I know people to this day, I'm sure all of you do, who got put on, because you're all a little bit older than me. You didn't come up with the ADD medication as much, but it's a real thing that shit impedes your actual growth. Like it was noticeable by the time you got into high school. The kids that were on ADD medication throughout middle school and everything, of course, they're not eating as much. They got no appetite. They're glazed over all the time. All of them, with few exceptions, were shorter than just the people who weren't on the medications. I'm fucking convinced that it has something to do with it.
I don't need any more height. It's not going to impact my height. I'm already at my... No one grows after 44. So, but if it ruined my appetite, it just shrunk
Michael
me.
Scott.
That would be...
It's not fun, though.
You should 100% get on Adderall. It will make you more... I always say this on the show, but it turns you into James Bond. It is the ultimate strip club drug, Adderall. You take it, you are more focused and more cool than you've ever felt. And it's like it removes all the jitters from your entire body and just slows down time for everything that you have to say and do. It's for a recreational drug.
I noticed
it's the only one that helps you.
I'm so glad you brought up Adderall because I've been playing this. This is related, I promise. It all comes full circle. I've been playing this PC shooter video game, and 100 people drop into an island, and you play until there's only one left. It's like Hunger Games. And if you're one of the last 5 remaining, it's really intense. My hands shake, and I think that's a common thing from like watching YouTube videos. Everybody's hands just start shaking, and your heart starts racing. And I was just having a real tough time with that because it was happening so much. I took Adderall 2 days ago and played. My hands didn't shake.
Yeah,
my hands didn't shake. It definitely helped.
Secret weapon.
Yep. Just mortgage little bits of your kidneys for those non-shaking hands so you can be better at your video game until that pans out.
My kidneys are racing my liver. At this point, I got a death pool for which organ's going to shut down first.
Yeah, I've never had that fun experience on Adderall. Like I've never been prescribed it, but in college, if it was like, hey, you know, we got a big test, we're gonna study all night. Do you want to take one of these? Like, yeah, sure, I'll give it a go. Like the whole time, like I would just find myself like the way they depict blacking out in TV shows where the eyelids close and then open and you're somewhere else. And I would always be doing something very productive, but it wouldn't be studying. Like my apartment, it was spotless. Not spotless. like wow, someone comes in here and like, you know, wow, there's no dust anywhere. Spotless is in like what the Dexter would have left it like after a murder. Yeah. Like that level of fucking spotless from it. Like it I don't know. Maybe it's not for everyone, but it made me so fucking wired. So hands sweaty. I couldn't, like, I just had to be fucking moving my hands.
It makes you want to clean?
It makes me want to just be moving and doing something. Yeah. Like I couldn't sit down and stop. Like even when I was studying, I'd like pick up the book and start pacing around like I'm some fucking Baroque intellectual, you know, reading this shit.
I don't even know that I want Adderall. I just want to get the rest of my family on it, right? Like if my wife and kids like just had to fold socks and shit, like that would be ideal for me.
Dude, we can do this. Look,
put some Adderall in your wife's coffee.
Yeah, right.
I got a couple 1,000 milligrams upstairs. We just grind this up, make a big pitcher of lemonade, and you know, get the house clean.
Yeah, if I'm like, Colin, what are you doing? He's like, folding laundry. I just can't help myself. That'd be fantastic.
Colin will be folding that laundry like he's been working at Hollister for 6 years.
Yeah, this sounds great.
That's actually give that a go and report back.
Report back. Let you know how that goes.
I bet it would go well.
Do you want a new topic? There's another drug topic, kind of.
I love talking about drugs.
Yeah.
As long as it's the fun ones.
It is a fun one. So this guy has Parkinson's disease. The video, can you see the video? It's Facebook, but I think it's wide open.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So so this guy is with Parkinson's disease is gonna try cannabis for the first time. Are you guys ready to hit play? Oh, Dick, what we do is we queue up at 0. I know it auto plays, and then 3, 2, 1, press play.
Cool.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, play. All right, for you audio guys, there's a guy with Parkinson's disease. He's probably 60, 50, I don't know. And he's got it bad. Like
I thought the music that we're hearing, that he could hear it too. And he was just
jamming out.
He was jamming out.
Yeah. He looks like a professional harmonica player in a lot of these clips.
They give him some sort of cannabis like drop to take. He puts it under his tongue.
A tincture.
And then he's fine.
Yeah. Hands aren't shaky.
And after one drop of this stuff, his condition relaxes. He can talk. And he's got the munchies, I guess.
Can you believe that?
That's
much
where
that helped that dude.
So that's where I was coming from on this. So people don't know I'm not a pot guy, but my mind is open to this sort of thing. Do you buy that it might have done that, or?
Yeah.
Can I ask, are you not a pot guy, or are you against pot? Like, do you think it should be illegal,
or
are you just not?
I think it should be legal. It's just not for me.
Okay.
So you see that and you don't say like, because I look at it and I'm like, that is either an absolute miracle or a little bit of bullshit.
So do you think that he doesn't have Parkinson's to the degree that he's exhibiting in the early part of the video?
So I don't know. I'm not a Parkinson's expert, but I understand Tourette's.
Then I'll field this.
And and I understand that like you can kind of like hold it back. You know, eventually it becomes a compulsion that you can't resist anymore, and you go to the elevator and you freak the fuck out. But
wait, but Parkinson's isn't. It's I don't.
No, Parkinson's is a neurodegenerative disorder, so it just means that you no longer have full control of your body.
Yeah,
and
shit's firing and you don't want it to.
Your voice is shaky and like you can't control. You're still there, like, and you want to be able to communicate correctly. You just don't have the capacity to communicate. Like your brain just misfiring. And so I think it was probably pretty spot on what they showed.
You do.
Which it should be enough evidence, I think, to legalize this shit.
I sent this video to my dad because my
you know
aunt,
this video.
My aunt has really bad Parkinson's, like can't walk some days. She's got a brain implant that they stick a bunch of electrodes in your brain, and then they have a control panel because they don't know what's happening in your brain, so they just put them in there, and then they test out which impulses will slow down your Parkinson's, and then you just hit that button, and after a while that button will stop working because it'll get too bad. I sent that to him, and the response I got back from them was that guy happened to respond to it, and that it wasn't so far advanced that, like, at some point the Parkinson's gets so bad that you can't pull it back with like your brain's permanently degraded to a point where you cannot pull it back with something that, you know, as a snap of the fingers, like a tincture of pot.
I see those the children with the seizures. There was a study today that backed up that that cannabinoid does treat those seizures. Like there was a.
I'm sure no one's looking into it though. I mean, I'll say that. Like they're cutting open people's heads, sticking wires in, and I've seen a lot of studies on that, but I haven't seen any studies on, well, we just got a bunch of people high and kind of looked at what happened. Let's start there.
Yeah, none of those. They need at least a couple of those. Like it's going to be, like, it's legal in California now, right? Like recreationally, or is it not?
I don't think it is.
It was passed though, right? I don't know where it is today. I thought
it was passed in Nevada. I don't know if it was passed in California.
I don't know. Well, it's not going to pass in fucking Missouri for a hot second. So I just have to hope that eventually that Illinois gets it done quick, and then they'll have to legalize it, or it'll just be a shit show on the St. Louis border. So maybe that'll work out. I don't know. It's going to be an avalanche eventually, where just everybody has to give in and do it because they're going to lose out on too much revenue. Like, think of how much fucking money Colorado is making from adjacent states. From Kyle and I went on a trip to Colorado earlier this year. Went to some dispensaries and spent money. And obviously, it's like a tourist thing now. Like it's insane. They made more from pot, I think, than alcohol this year. It's bananas.
For the record, I was on target. It passed, it legalized in California. I think it was in the same election that Trump won. Like that was when it passed.
2 wins.
Yeah, 2 wins. Are you a pot guy, Dick? Or
I'm a personal liberty guy. So by all pot, whatever. I want to be doing all the drugs at the same time at all times. That's the cure for what ails me, which is life. So yes, I'm definitely. I don't like smoking pot just because it makes me very lazy and hungry, and I just sit on the couch, being too tired to get up to go into the pantry to get the gallon-sized box of goldfish, and then sit on the couch and pour them into my mouth. Specifically to this video, I feel like there's a whole school of dark arts sciences that I wish were being researched more, like pot's effect on the body, stem cell stuff, like all of the here so far unresearched spheres of medicine that seem like they could fix an awful lot. I wish they were looking at.
Stem cells could not ever be as impressive as they are in my current layman understanding of what they do. Where, like, in my head, I have stem cells. It's like, yeah, you just, like, fucking lose a finger, just stick it in a vat of stem cells, and bloop, you got a new one. Oh, goddamn, that sucks. A little bit of cancer. Well, we don't need that rib and piece of your lung anyway. We got fucking stem cells. Shove it in. Like, And eventually they'll be able to do that.
Is it Grinder or Stater or something like that, where they rewire your like gene sequence and fix stuff that way? Like that's a cancer cure and a cure for multiple sclerosis, I think, as well.
Wait, they do what? They rewire your...
Yeah, they...
Grinder.
Like,
it's where gay men meet.
I was gonna... Dude, Grinder was the first one that popped into my head.
Cancer out of you.
It's a high price to pay, but you know. What are you willing to do to cure your cancer?
Get fucked in the ass, die.
I was just reading about it yesterday, and basically, like, you know, you've got these things about you that they say they can cure autism with it that are just, you know, like genetically incorrect, and then they can just rewire your... I'm way out of my depth here, but it's pretty impressive. They'll be able to fix existing people, make them better.
That's pretty cool.
And then you wonder, like, what can you go to the next step? Like, can you reverse aging? Can you reverse like other defects?
I'm gonna be so upset if I'm like 76 and we're still getting this shit of like we're getting close. Like trust us this time. Like we're really getting close to making the average age 112. Like how much is that gonna suck? You guys are a little older than me, so I'll hopefully get a little more time. But like they're like that's gonna suck. You know, especially, you know, Woody being, you know, 56 years old. Like, you know that it's winding down for you. Like, they got to really start getting those technologies.
I was actually thinking the other day, I'm like, 44, like, you can kid yourself and pretend that's not middle-aged, but I'll be lucky to make 88. Lucky. I don't have any grandparents that were 88, I don't think. Shit.
That's 88's definitely above average by quite a bit, I think.
I am past middle age. I am... 2/3 age or whatever the fuck I am. You know,
I was thinking about
3/5
I had a
age.
birthday recently where I'm like, yeah, I'm quarter age. And I was like, well, not unless I plan on living to 105. And I was like, oh shit.
You're third
not
age.
Even close. Yeah, third, I guess. But like I'm saying, I got like 40-ish years for people to figure shit out. And at the very least, like I'll get in on the early level of like Futurama head in a jar thing.
That'll be the worst
I don't get a really good robot. But I get
like
in.
5 of the emotions on this one. Do you want to upload your brain yet? Like, I don't know. I'm 76. I think I'll wait for the next model. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because we don't know when the next model's going to be. Fine. Put me in this janky ass.
Sorry, we haven't worked out the kinks yet with joy and contentment, but we've got sadness and horniness down pat. So enjoy yourself in this robot body with just your brain.
Well, I can get it. I can like upgrade when you invent it. No, you can't.
No.
God damn it! All right, fine.
Even then, what I think about it is like, eventually you're just gonna die, right? Because your brain is just gonna completely decay and fall apart, and you'll just forget who you are, and that'll be it. Unless they put you in a computer, in which case, is that even you? Really? I would let them do it just in case. Worst case scenario, I'm stuck in cyberspace in a horrible hellish torment for all eternity. But that can't be worse than nothingness, right? Probably.
Might be worse. Sounds worse.
Maybe. I don't know. Hope Kyle comes back soon. Hope his fucking internet didn't go out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually he's back quicker than this. He's usually pretty on point with it. So I had another question for Dick about So I know where you started out with the whole Dr. Phil and all that. It was pretty obvious, at least in retrospect, with what we know now in 2017 and how satires on the internet has gone, that you were playing a character. Now you're obviously way less of that Dick Masterson who's going out, you know, being boisterous like that and ridiculous.
Yeah.
When do you feel like it kind of became just more, I'm just going to be me, and whatever parts of Dick are me, so be it?
I'll tell you what I think about that. When I first started doing Men Are Better Than Women, it was a very different time, and I think that now real life has turned my actual real personality into an extreme satire. Like I think now just being a regular guy is offensive now.
Yeah.
I don't know how to quantify that, but I think a lot of people also feel like that. Like just questioning a lot of the narratives that you see on television gets you branded like some kind of a blankophobe. You know, I don't know that there's. I feel like there's no this isn't a country for old men, and if you're like over 30, you're old at this point. I haven't thought about it before, but when I look back at it, I see a lot. It seems very easy. Looking back like 10 years, I see some very clear, like who we thought were the good guys and who were the bad guys. But I look around now and it's like it feels like chaos. Like it feels like you could say the wrong thing at any time. It feels like there's no tactics that are barred. Like it feels like you fuck up one time, they're going right after your job, and not only yours but the people around you. I mean, you know, the drama surrounding a show. Like my girlfriend is a target for a job lynch mob. Like people are calling her. She's a school teacher. People are calling her school and trying to get her fired. It's like, give me are you? This wasn't. I didn't think it would get to be this bad, but it is.
And that's due to the Maddox kerfuffle, correct?
It is, but it's also this. It's also this need to have a bad guy that people have. Like there's. There needs to be this. There needs to be this evil that people are fighting at all times, and it happens to be. I think it happens to be this like the debate came up. Is it okay to punch a Nazi? And I'm thinking, where the hell are there Nazis? Like I've heard about the KKK from the. I haven't heard of any actual KKK people. Like there was a joke on the Blues Brothers, for God's sake. But where is this KKK?
I hate Illinois Nazis.
I hate Illinois Nazis, but every day when I watch the news, it's like, oh, these Nazis are. I'm like, where the hell are these Nazis you're talking about? Why do you keep inventing this? You guys are perpetuating this idea of extreme fascism to the point where I don't even know where this. Like, I don't even know if you're trying to be satirical anymore, but you've certainly done it more than I ever did. I wouldn't know how to satirize it anymore because I don't know who I would want to draw out anymore. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's gotten very convoluted to a point where I don't understand it anymore.
I forgot the question, but I love the answer.
That's the only thing you could do now. You'd have to go completely the opposite, and you'd have to deride and vilify everything that is mankind, that makes men. You'd have to make the things that most people are okay with the worst. And I think that might double back and show them the hypocrisy that they are. That is a core part of their own like belief system.
But then you're banking on these people recognizing hypocrisy.
They won't get it. That's what's fun. That's why you'll have male viewers, even though you're shitting on men constantly, because the men are smarter than women. That's what the first book was about.
That's true. These are facts. I read it in the book. Yeah.
It used to be like when I started it, Dr. Phil was a clown. The exposing reality TV was all part of it. And there was a clear goal, but now it seems like it's all reality TV. Like it seems like the fucking news is reality TV. Like I watch the news and like these people are cartoons in a story that they're telling. This isn't news at all. And at no point do they even try to justify it as being news. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Maybe that's a result of.
No, I know what you mean. It's like people have already made up their mind on what extreme position they're going to have, and to rationalize that position, there has to be a big enemy, a big foe out there. For some people, that's a Nazi, and they just have to believe so hard that somewhere out there in Kentucky, there's a real Nazi, that I'm fighting against.
Suppressing someone.
Yeah, because if you actually came to the realization of there's no fucking Nazis, they'd have to be like, well, I'm being a little bit ridiculous, aren't I?
I don't know about goose stepping. We did a little bird hunting last week, though. No Nazis in fucking Kentucky. And the thing is, there's no organized hate groups, like Westboro Baptist. Like we were just talking about, it seems like they're just trolling us. Like whenever the news or anyone is perpetuating the idea that there is a big bad foe of evil and that we need to be looking at. It's like, well, what are they trying to distract us from? I feel like we all
they do the thing where they describe the KKK, for example, as a group of like the KKK coming to Charlotte, and it's like you're supposed to envision pictures of people like picking up their children on the streets and running inside, boarding their windows. Oh my God, the KKK is coming through. We got to be careful. And really, it's like 11 fucking losers marching through being berated by every sane-minded person around. Being like, oh, fuck you. And they're like, well, what? We need to ensure the sustainment. What's our saying again? And it's like, well, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking idiots. Like, bad examples of society. Like, it's not a threat. Nobody takes them seriously.
Yeah.
At all.
They're not in hiring positions typically.
Yeah, it's true. You don't think there's a lot of sysadmins in that group?
The managers of sysadmins.
You could become attorney general.
Yeah.
Senator.
He's probably not a white
he's
supremacist.
not a white supremacist.
No, he's just an asshole. You can be an asshole without being a racist or a white supremacist. That's what people need to understand. Is like, we should hate assholes. There should be a big group of people who just hate assholes of all colors and creeds. Those are the cunts of the world, the assholes. Like, you pick and choose a whole group and demonize that whole group. That doesn't work. We need to. Maybe if we made the assholes
to hate
wear
people
like
more
a modern-day Star of
right?
David. Like, what if there was some way that we could, once we've identified an asshole, if we could mark him in some way so that whenever he goes forward in life and people encounter him, they don't take him seriously because they know, you're an asshole.
He wears
buy him one of
scarlet
those,
letter A.
Yeah.
I want a picture of an asshole with hemorrhoids right here. I'm always going to wear just a blown
The
out
scarlet
asshole.
letter O. Just the
They're just like giving him a fidget spinner. So I always have to walk around with that
They
thing.
self-identify.
I didn't understand what that was until I looked it up. Do you guys know what that is?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
someone was
god.
explaining that to me like maybe a month and a half ago. They were like, "Oh yeah, there are these spinner fidget thing now, and everybody's spinning them." And I was like, "Oh okay." And I started looking into it more and more. And there are high-end fidget spinners. Okay, like there's plenty of like $10 pieces of garbage. They make these things of precious metals and shit that are hundreds of dollars. It's outrageous. It's just a silly thing. I don't want to deride all of you people out there who are sitting there right now spinning those fuckers in your dark little rooms, but come on, right?
I mean, I played with one for like 10 seconds, and it's still, I want it back. Like, I still think, right now, I'm thinking about that fidget spinner I touched going like, man, I wish I fucking heard that thing to spin around just for like a second. I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong to think that, but I do.
I saw one. Like, so there it was in my house, in my living room. There's a fidget spinner. And I'm like, Jackie, who bought this, like, fidget spinner? With obvious, like, detest in my voice. And then my daughter's boyfriend is like, oh, I bought it for Colin. I thought he might like it. You know, you wish you had one. And I'm like totally backtracking, like, oh, yeah, it's great. Sure do wish I had one too. And so we have a fidget spinner. It looks like a
It's like when
Batman
you like
signal.
have you ever announced your dislike for a dish before you knew who made it on like a certain Thanksgiving or Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Those are like the words that you wish you could take back, where it's like, remember to try the green bean casserole too. And it's like, all right, let me grab my fucking turkey and this and that and green beans. And you take Jesus.
I don't understand
These
that.
are bad green beans. It's, your Aunt Susie's right next to you, and it's the most uncomfortable thing of all time.
No, see, I've done that, and I had no problem with it, and I fucking doubled down because people should know if there's a dish that they're bringing every holiday and it tastes like shit. Yeah, double down. Like if it tastes poorly, that's not a reflection on your character as a human being. It's not even necessarily a direct reflection on your cooking abilities. It's
What
like,
if
hey,
part of her sense of self-worth is a green bean casserole?
well, then we need to set some realistic levels for that, Woody.
That is a sad life
Because
indeed.
right now she's thinking a whole lot of herself if she thinks these are good green beans, because these aren't. They aren't. First of all, there's no such thing as a good green bean. All right, just like a good Nazi or a bad. There aren't any. There are just Nazis and green beans, and that's it. I'll tell you right away if your cooking is bad, and I'll tell you exactly why. Like if I know, right? Like I'm not some gourmand, but if I taste it, I'm like, oh, that's so salty, it's awful, it's inedible. Don't do that again. Like you need to hear that shit. You need to hear that shit. You need honesty in the kitchen the same way you need honesty in the bedroom, and for the same reasons.
Yeah, but not with your aunt.
You make a strong point.
Yeah.
Sometimes with your aunt.
Sometimes
don't
with your
judge
aunt.
Me. Don't judge me. I have a hot aunt.
That's honesty is privilege. That's the definition of privilege. Just keep your honesty over there.
I'm supposed to eat your green beans. You're gonna
expensive.
get some honesty. I'll be the first one to let you know your food tastes like shit, and there's something wrong with it, because it's not a direct reflection on you. It's a direct reflection on what you're trying to feed me, and I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I guess
It's a
I've got to be
brave
more
stance.
brave in calling out shitty food made by family members on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like, see, like your whole patent speech right here sounds great. Of like, you're doing it for their own good. Americans love to eat. We love to eat Thanksgiving, and we got to be honest with each other. But no, it's just in real life, it would just end up with one like an elderly aunt crying and everybody resenting you for ruining Christmas.
I mean,
But not next Christmas, right?
Not next
No,
Christmas?
actually, next Christmas you'd get a lot of like little notes in your cards where it's like, P.S. Thank you so much for bringing up those goddamn rancid green bean
Assuming Aunt Mabel makes it one more Christmas.
Yeah.
yeah.
Assuming. Fingers crossed.
The Christmases got smaller and smaller. From when I was a kid, there was so many of us that like we needed 3 tables, right? Like we brought a second big table in, and then there was the kiddie table, right? This big fold-out plastic number, and there's so many of us there. All these grannies and great grandmas, and like nowadays, like most of the people are dead. There's like 8 of us left. It's so much nicer. My Christmas shopping list every year it's shorter. Every year it costs less to like take care of these people. At this point, I buy 2 gifts and I'm good.
Kyle, you have like so little adherence to
Traditional family norms.
traditional
and, like,
family days of celebration and whatnot. I remember it was either Thanksgiving night or Christmas night that I got a text from you like at 6:45. Right around dinner time on Christmas, being like, "Hey, you want to play Company of Heroes 2?" Like, no, Kyle, I'm with my family. It's Christmas, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I just, called my dad and told him I'm staying in and playing video games." What a life! But
yeah, we don't do that shit. Yeah, we never really like. It's just not a big deal. I don't get it. I don't get what we're celebrating. Like, I have family members that I love and I cherish, and no, I don't believe that even fucking happened, probably. And if it did, he was just some con man or a wizard. I'm not sure which. I don't fucking care either. It's 2,000 years ago. There were probably so many cooler guys than Jesus. He just had a good PR team. That's all.
You celebrate your birthday?
No, not a bit. No, I just had it. May 9th was my birthday. I didn't do shit. I forgot it was my birthday. I didn't know until the next
Happy
day.
belated birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't celebrate anything. Like I don't get it. Thanksgiving, I'll cook a turkey because that's the reason we cook turkey this time of year, and that's the only time of year that I fry a 18-pound bird in my backyard. It's just what we do. But the rest of the time, no traditions, no holidays, and we don't get together.
What about anniversaries with girls? You celebrate those?
No, absolutely not. I don't know when they come along.
Okay.
No, I don't know when they come along. If I get reminded, it's like, well, what's the fucking point? Like, I don't get it.
You'll get reminded.
and I
have any
whole
rough
I'm like,
stories?
any what stories?
Any rough forget anniversary story? It goes to anyone out there, but I was figuring since you have a hard and fast policy on this must have cropped up at some point in the past.
No, I think that the girls that I've dated have all kind of like quickly gotten up to speed with like how I feel about that sort of thing, and that it has no bearing. Whether or not I celebrate our anniversary or a holiday or B holiday has nothing to do with how I feel about you or that holiday or what that date means if we really boil it down. It's just that I think that it's silly to do. I don't get making this one day, having more revelry on Monday because 2,000 years ago something might have happened. And it didn't even happen around Christmas. It's just a fucking pagan, like winter solstice holiday that we moved Christmas toward to get more pagans to become Christians. Like,
all right, Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's enough about.
You'll take the 2 weeks off, though, right? For God's sake, just shut up if they ask. Yes, take the 2 weeks off.
Dick, where are you on Christmas? You celebrate, like, what makes you like Christmas? What makes it special?
I love Christmas. It's just entirely about family, though. I'll celebrate the shit out of anniversaries, too. I want those blowjobs to keep flowing.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to celebrate the meaningless milestones to keep them happy. I got a big family, though. I'm a family guy. I got my sister's got kids. My parents live close to me, so Christmas comes around, and it's like it really feels like the one time of year to just recharge and pretend like the rest of the world does not exist, and it's just us in a cave together. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's what it is to me.
I wish I could put it so well. The us in a cave thing is a big deal to me. When I was a kid, I didn't really value family. When I was a kid, going to family events was something I had to endure and didn't want to be there. Now that I've grown some, and I've lost some too, it makes you really value the ones that you've got. And that's, to me, what Christmas is about.
Sometimes I feel the opposite, though. It's like, man, I've lost a few of the ones I hate, but there's still a couple more family members hanging on by their fingernails.
Just give you a Tony Robbins
coming in all fucking shaky and shit. Somebody's got to put a bib on them so they don't get potato casserole everywhere. She made a dish, but we know she didn't really make it. You know, somebody else made it in her stead. And like, yeah,
they do that shit where they like put corn holders in their corn, knowing full well those little hands aren't going to pick up that corn and put it in their mouth. It's just the illusion that you're still eating the meal like the rest of us.
Dad is gonna cut your corn of cob in half, turn it on its end, and slice all the corn off the cob for you, so you can shakily shovel it into your decrepit old mouth. Like, no, I never had any like all my great grandma was so fucking annoying. Like, I saw her once a year. She gave me a 20, and that was it. Like, I'm not even sure she knew my name.
What a bitch!
Like you know, my grandma from my dad's side, super annoying too. Same thing, a 20 every year. Like just had no. Like, didn't like that lady. All my aunts and
great
uncles
grandpa was a super sweet guy, but he got 2.5 of his finger. He was a Southern Missouri farmer, and he got half of his fucking left hand torn off in a thresher. As fucking 6% of the people down there have happened to them apparently. You know, go into any gas station, there's some dude with a missing finger and a half. But oh god, that was disturbing as a kid. Do you remember the first time as a kid you saw someone with a malformation on their hand, or like a just any kind of like missing an arm?
I still feel the same way I did
like
then.
That? You do? Just immediately with disgust and anger?
So I was about 9 or 10 years old, and I don't care if these fucking people hear that. Anyway, some people married into my family, and they had a brother who had a birth defect. His face was really messed up and like twisted and malformed, kind of reminded me of that scaling that the little girl has on Game of Thrones. And his hands were just atrocious, and he had a lot of surgeries on his hands to try to fix this. And so like his fingers were like weird, like they were different lengths and like different compositions, different numbers on each hand, and like
some toes in there.
They were not a pair. They were not a matching pair of hands. He had 2 distinctly different malformed hands that were, one of them had like 3 fingers and they were real wide apart, and the other had like 6 fingers and they were too close together. It was just gross. And I'm a young kid, and this is just such a abhorrent thing to me, such a turnoff. And my mom's like, yeah, you got to go hang out with him. You guys are going to play today. You and him, and you're going to ride ATVs, and you're going to go to their house and have a great time. And I'm just like, he's kind of a monster. He grosses me out, and his very appearance frightens me a little. I'm not afraid of him, the person, but just what he is scares me a little. I don't, and of course I didn't put it so eloquently. I was like, he's gross and he scares me. His hands freak me out. What if he touches me? And she's just like, no, you're gonna go hang out with this little fucking weird kid. And it's just like, I just remember just the whole time just hoping he wouldn't touch me or anything. He got this huge fat chick pregnant with 2 kids, and now I bet those kids
3
are
kids. 47 fingers among them.
I just love being with him. When he finger bangs me, it feels like I'm with 6 different people.
I went to high school with a girl, and so I didn't even notice. Like we were seniors or juniors by the time I noticed this, and someone pointed it out to me. Like, we were talking about hot girls in our school, and I'd listed her, and she was really pretty and everything. And they're like, yeah, but she's got that one hand. One of her hands was like a Trump hand. It was just like 1/3 the size it was supposed to be. And I didn't notice it. So, but it wasn't the hand that bothered me. What I started to realize was how often she hit it. Like her whole, she was always kind of like tucking it under a shirt or like under an armpit or something. And it wasn't like her deformity was the Trump hand. It was her whole like body posture and stuff that hit it that sort of caught my attention after I learned.
But think of how big your cock would look in her fucked up hand.
Yeah, right? Grab it. Can't even
It would look like
hand around it, can you? Hang on, just hold, let me get a few pictures of this. These are gonna really pay dividends in the future, right?
You're gonna jail child molester.
No, get that other hand out of there. Get it out of there.
Finally, a woman that uses 2 hands.
Yeah, give me your
Her 1.5.
Find those photos on your phone. You're doing 18 years for child porn.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally natural, Kyle, by the way, what you said, where you're like,
child
I don't want to be around him. It grosses me out. It freaks me out. Because we're only like a few hundred years removed from where that guy would have been like not just not allowed to come over for a play date, but like excised from the community, dashed upon the rocks, when he got born and it was two like fucked up hands to be like, well, somebody is not going to be useful on the plow and we are already a little short on food. Right. And so play dates are going to be the least of your worries, my little short-lived friend. It's just, that's the way it would go. So it's natural. Like it's only now that we got so much dope shit in the internet and Hot Pockets and Pringles and, all the good stuff that we can afford to keep these fucked up hand people around.
I remember another time I encountered a person with a deformed...
They should be grateful. They should take our score.
Think about where you'd be 800 years ago.
Burn you people because we thought you were demons. I would let you play
Best case scenario is you make it to 12 and they go, all right, push the plow, and you fiddle fuck around with it for 3 minutes before they go, well, this is 12 years of wasted meals, wasn't it, fellas? All right.
Good for a laugh, though. I mean, come on, let's go.
Jesus.
Yeah. I met a guy with a flipper as an adult, and I wasn't pre-warned that he had a flipper. And
that's unfair to you.
And I know, it was horseshit, and it was intentional. It was intentional, and they were watching me to catch my reaction to shaking a flipper. And we're just standing there, and I haven't noticed it. And, there's like 18 guys there, and I'm like the main one that everybody's there to deal with. And like, he's the other main one because he owns everything. And he's just like, yeah, I'm Big John Jimmy Joe or whatever the fuck. And he like offers me this penguin flipper. And I grabbed that fucking flipper and shook it happily. But on the inside, I was screaming. No! Oh, God, did it rub off on me? Will mine turn like that now? Is it contagious?
That's the big fear, right? The contagious part of it. And it's like, it's not contagious. It's a birth defect. Are you sure? What level of surety do you have? How many hands? We need to do
He's
some
like,
real...
Yeah, I don't know. I was in India a few years back. And your toilet situation is right. Well, I wiped my ass with this hand. Next thing I know, look at it. It's a fucking flipper now.
It's the same thing with have you ever seen somebody with bad meth mouth?
Yeah.
Like it won't translate to you, but I always find myself kind of like biting my lips and like turning them in almost like protecting my teeth because it's just natural. You look at something like that and you're like, that's not the way it's supposed to be. And I hope mine's never like that. Yeah. I hope I never have a flipper hand or little black nubs from meth teeth.
Let's segue meth mouth into an ad.
Well, after a bit of meth talk, a little SmartMouth. Bad breath is nasty, embarrassing, and a major problem in both the boardroom, and the bedroom. Most people still don't know the true cause of bad breath, instead relying on ineffective low-tech methods like gum or mints to mask the odor. When you smell bad breath, you're actually smelling volatile sulfur compounds, also called sulfur gas. Germs in your mouth consume protein and produce these foul-smelling gases as a form of waste. SmartMouth is the only activated oral rinse clinically proven to eliminate existing bad breath and prevent the return of sulfur gas for a full 12 hours per rinse. SmartMouth comes in a 2-chamber bottle. One side contains a clear sulfur eliminator, and the other contains a green zinc ion activator. The eliminator and activator are kept separate until you pour, at which point the two liquids combine and activate. The sulfur eliminator gets rid of existing bad breath, and the activator releases billions of zinc ions, which bind to germs and block the germs' ability to consume protein and produce smelly sulfur gas for up to 12 hours. No sulfur gas, no bad breath. If you want to solve a real problem, you need real science, not a minty cover-up. Nobody wants to be the guy with bad breath, and now you never will be again. Find SmartMouth at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Target, Amazon, or wherever you shop, or visit them online at smartmouth.com and get an in-depth analysis of how SmartMouth is able to deliver such an incredible result. Remember to use offer code PAINKILLER when you visit smartmouth.com for free shipping today. Yeah, offer code PAINKILLER for free shipping today from smartmouth.com.
It's an incredible product. I've used it every day and night for years. I never have bad breath. We were talking about fitness stuff. If you eat a bunch of protein, your breath's going to smell bad. And so this is something you definitely need. Make sure you can work out and be in the best shape of your life and drive a nice car. But if you smell like asshole, nobody wants to be around you. And nobody wants to bring it to your attention either because it's really uncomfortable to tell somebody that they smell like
all that
garbage.
Working out is for waste if you still can't get laid.
It's for nothing. with Dick saying that he's been, falling off the working out wagon and maybe drinking a little too much, get rid of that booze.
A little.
with a little bit of SmartMouth. Yeah, it'll take care of you. Yeah.
No, is that for real? That thing cures bad breath?
Yeah, it really does.
It
It's
really
great.
is better.
Like, you know what?
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna all goofing aside, like it is totally in a different league as the other mouthwashes. Like
when you're done with
works.
You can. I find that I can taste things better, like because I feel like it's gotten all the scum and like bacteria off my tongue. Like things taste better after I use this stuff. When I use it, I try to use it every morning after I brush my teeth, but sometimes I just forget. But then there will be a time after lunch or something, especially if I eat onions or garlic or something, and I'm like I can taste that my breath is just rank and nasty, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be great. I get to use SmartMouth, and I'm gonna immediately like tell like what it's doing because you know before you put it in there, your mouth tastes like cat shit, and then afterwards it's like, this is how mouth is supposed to feel.
Yeah,
I mean the worst thing about
is you go please. No, I won't talk.
Let it go.
It's how much effort I put into not speaking at people's mouths and noses. Like whenever I'm talking to somebody, it'll be like a side. Like I'll talk out of this. I'll talk over here, and if they'll try to like hear me, I'm like, no, it's like a dance that you do. But then when I'm talking to somebody and they just come head on and they're like, hey, I gotta tell you about this thing. I'm like, hey, dude, are you aware of how like I want to sit them down and show them like a 50s style presentation on how speaking works. Like, look, dude, you're expelling poisonous gas out of your mouth, so try to vent it in another direction. Audio works differently than the poison that you're spitting at me from the depths of your bowels.
Well, yeah, and if that's a problem, this will take care of it for you.
Yeah.
So SmartMouth, check it out.
Hey, one more quick plug. The PKA Hangout is coming up, so if you're one of the Patreon guys, then check your messages. So that's a thing.
Yeah, check out the Patreon, PKA Patreon. For $10 a month, you get to have the show as soon as we get it uploaded, as well as the video for PKN, which is very nice. And you get to suggest your AMA questions, which I have here.
Yeah, I want to ask this one to Dick. They say all three of us, but who is your dream guest on your podcast and why?
Oh, my God. Donnie Trump Jr. Trump's kid. I want to know, because I know I want to ask him if he saw his dad's dick growing up. I want to ask him what his like. I want him to walk me through the emotional, because I don't trust Trump at all. I could have Trump in the studio, but I know he'll just bamboozle me and lie to me.
Word salad,
yeah. Like I know that within 5 minutes he'll be grabbing me by my pussy. But if I had his kid in there, I think I could really get some insight into the man.
I think Eric Trump might be more likely to betray, right? The one that he doesn't love.
Well, he's just too beautiful. He's like an angel.
Is that it?
I'll be bamboozled by him as well. Like I feel like Eric Trump will come in and his whatever weird like blonde features will have like there'll be two cherubs floating around.
There's the Nazi
next
we're
to him.
talking about.
Eric Trump looks like Hitler's eugenics program's rejects. He looks like what happened when they bred 3 generations of blonde people together and some of them came out all mutated and fucked. That's Eric Trump. Man, he's got a...
Yeah, he's the guy that came out and Hitler, they were like, here it is, 100% Aryan, mein Führer. And he goes, maybe just a little bit not German, yeah. Maybe a little bit, because this is very, very gummy, you see.
We need to tweak it a little more. We went too far. Yeah.
That was funny.
Definitely Donnie Jr. What about you guys?
That is a good one.
Shucks. I used to say Joe Rogan. I don't know if he's my guy anymore. I feel like he's almost detached from everydayness. If they're like, he's kind of gotten to be an A-lister in my mind. And
he is. He's like
he seems compulsively middle ground to me. I don't know if that resonates with you guys, but it seems like he's just always right down the middle on everything.
He does tend to do that.
Yeah.
I can't know for sure though, because I only watch the podcast of him where I notice the guests and I think it's good. But That
you don't
is
get very
something.
much Rogan, though, right? Like, you get Rogan asking questions of the guests and not so much the guests asking questions of Rogan, which is what I would love. Like, I oftentimes just don't care about his guest. I'm just watching it because I like Rogan a lot. And I find his life fascinating, like how he got to where he is and all the steps that he's taken along that career path. It's really impressive. And he's a bit of a renaissance man in the way that he excels at so many different kinds of entertainment, despite the sort of jock meatball kind of exterior that he might exude. He's a stand-up comedian, and he's a writer, and he's a stage performer, and he's also like the guy that does the announcing for the UFC, not because he's a color commentator and he's great at that, although he is, but because he's so steeped in it. You know, the guy he's got a black belt in Taekwondo, I think, black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, like lifelong commitment to martial arts, while doing all that other stuff I already mentioned. His last special was excellent. We all saw it. It's great.
Yeah. What freaks me out about Rogan is it appears that he's spent nearly his entire life doing what he feels like doing. And somehow that made him tens of millions of dollars, right? Most people, if they do what they feel like doing, are homeless. You know, most people spend most of their day doing shit they don't want to do. You know, they wake up, they drag their ass to work, past the dumpsters into the big concrete and glass building. I might be projecting a touch. And it's just like soul-sucking have to do, right? But his whole life appears to be want to do. And how he pulled that off is shocking.
He like surprises me with shit where like when like the ones I watched of him recently, the Jordan Peterson ones, those were really interesting, but it was mostly just the guest going on monologues because Joe knew to be quiet and let him answer his questions. But when Joe does talk, like it's annoying sometimes when he'll be like so spot on about something where he's like, yeah, you know, this XYZ about fucking feminism or this nonsense or politics is ridiculous. You'd be like, yeah, Joe, that's a really astute point. I don't usually think of you in that way. And then he'll be like, all right, well, I've been taking my mushroom genius sport medicine, and it turns out that crushed up cow feces with, you know, random bright colored forest shrooms is the way to true enlightenment. I just take that, I get in my salt bath tank, close it up, I get real high, and the world makes sense. And it's like, but now I don't know what to think about what you're saying. Like, because if someone told, like, if Trump came out and was like, I've given it a lot of thought. I laid in a bath for 6 hours, not a drop of light. Trust me, I do it many times. Ask anybody about it. I've decided not to bob Syria. Like, even if that's what I wanted, like nothing to do with Syria, I'd be like, yeah, but that's not how I wanted to know that someone arrived at a conclusion.
Yeah,
He's
like
laying
when George
in a fucking
Bush
bath alone
when
for
George
6
Bush
hours.
mentioned that he like talked to God, and God told him he needed to go into Iraq or something. Or like when back during the campaign, as much as I like Ben Carson, you know, he's using the Bible to work out his tax plan, right? He's like, well, you know, and I'm just like, that's not. I really was hoping that you would have went to an economic journal of some kind, not the Old Testament. Fuck.
And then I think, God, I hope you're a liar.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, I hope you're not really like that. I don't know. I like Sleepy Black Doctor because for exactly the reason that he's not like in it anymore. So you can just kind of like look and be like,
now he's just running the housing and urban development.
Yeah.
Doesn't he? I think he gets his own plane, doesn't he? Like, is that one of the jobs where he gets his own plane? I'm gonna check this.
The slowest plane they got.
Yes.
It's a Cessna.
No, I don't need
it's a paramotor.
It like runs on repurposed.
Flap deployed at all times, 40 miles an hour across the country.
It's one of those like bullshit go green, goes on repurposed vegetable oil from Thai restaurants.
I don't know. I don't have a perfect guest. I
would say like if I actually picked one, I think I might even be selfish. I'd probably pick some like big NHL former player or star that I wanted to talk to. And then the current one, I'd pick Vladimir Tarasenko for the Blues because I'm from St. Louis and it's my #1 team. But he's also Russian. And so I would not expect a high deal of reciprocation in many of the answers where it'd be like, Vladdy, what were you thinking when this happened on the Game 6 against the Hawks 2015? We knocked them out in the first round. He'd be like, it is a team effort and we do many things to repeat question, please. And it'd be like, like, all right, thanks anyway. Though. Yeah.
You know who else I would love to get? The Iron Sheik.
Oh, he's great.
Crazy.
Screaming about breaking necks for a half hour.
Oh, dirty faggot! He doesn't really call people faggots anymore because I think someone whispered in his ear was like, that's not flying anymore. See, there's these, we're okay with the gays now, and everybody kind of is, and you have to get on board with that. Or that, I mean, you're already like an Iranian muscle man here to beat people up. You're a hard sell, okay? Let's tone down the homophobia. When he's on Stern, like at those old interviews where he's just out of his mind, like going crazy and like screaming at someone in the studio. And they can be entertaining, but I kind of feel sorry for that guy. Like I wonder like what's going on in his mind.
Look at his Twitter feed. He's gone crazy. His Twitter feed doesn't make any sense. I followed him for a while, and for the first like 3 to 4 days, I'm like, man, he's got one committed intern to make this look real. And then I was like, no, this is just this man.
You know who I'd like?
Going crazy.
That Matt from Demolition Ranch. Do you guys know him?
Yeah.
You've probably seen his videos. He's got a daily vlog now where he shows himself and his family, but he first got big by running a gun channel where he'd shoot things on his ranch, and he's also a veterinarian.
FPS Russia?
That's me.
That's Kyle. It's similar to FPS Russia though. And I don't know. I watch his stuff now and then. I don't watch every video he puts out, but I enjoy his content. He seems like a neat guy. So he might be my current dream guest.
I'd like to get Bill Burr. That'd be great.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, Dick, you knew that Kyle is FPS Russia, right? With all the guns and whatnot.
I think I've probably watched that more than any other online video, except for those gallon smashing kids.
Yeah. That's not a bad thing to be second to. I've watched that guy break his elbow so many times.
Yeah.
What does he do?
He throws the gallon of milk up. You know the asshole kids who would like walk through grocery stores and some dick behind him would be filming, and they'd be walking with a big jaunt with a big thing of milk, and they'd pretend to slip and throw it in the air. And when you throw that milk in the air, it comes crashing down, explodes, milk all over the place for the mentally handicapped janitor to come deal with. What happens a lot of the time is they get a little too gumptious in their throw. They overcommit and they genuinely fall hard. And there's one where a guy severely hits his head, and I hope he's permanently troubled by it. And there's another where a guy just guaranteed shatters his elbow. It's one of those falls where it's like, yep, that's fucked. That's fucked.
But these are all different people. It's not one guy just going from grocery store to grocery store. Okay.
It's like
it was a trend,
like
the ALS challenge at one point. So it's only 3 people.
Oh yeah, they have a little prank comedy team.
It's not high art.
No.
It's certainly not high art. It's like one step up from the knockout game, right. which is not art at all. It's just that's just assault.
That's just bullying. Yeah. As we speak, Pittsburgh is en route to losing to Ottawa. The game is tied. I just know that they'll lose.
You just know they'll lose.
Yeah.
I hope they do. I don't want Pittsburgh to repeat, but I think they're going to. Well, are you a hockey fan at all, Dick? I've listened to your podcast for years, and you've never mentioned it, so silly question.
No, even living in LA, I know we've had multiple Kings victories in the last 5-10 years, but I still no. I love it. It's my favorite. Besides baseball, it's my favorite sport to go see. But I'm not going to pretend like I follow it.
How are you guys liking our Rams that you stole this past year? Send them
back, man. Nobody cares. No matter how many posters they put up in the liquor store about the friggin' Rams being here, nobody cares. All we wanted was the Raiders, and we're never gonna get them back.
And they're going to Vegas.
You could send all the teams. We could have the LA Cowboys, and we wouldn't care. All we want is our friggin' Raiders back, but we're never gonna get them. They're gone forever. We're gonna have to take a monorail to get them now.
That does suck. Yeah, I hadn't considered it like that. But wait, when did they lose the Raiders? How many years ago was that?
A lot.
Huh.
That was one for.
It's sad the way you put it. It seems like they should make that happen. Probably Oakland's happy, but. Aww.
People here just hated that asshole Kroenke who owned the team, who basically just makes it so that teams suck for the purpose of profit. Where, NFL teams, sometimes you make way more money not making the playoffs, which is totally not the way it works in NHL or NBA, where you want to make the playoffs and make that money. But he owns the fucking Rams, who, after they won the Super Bowl here in St. Louis in, 2000, have sucked cock ever since they lost that Super Bowl to the Patriots. He owns the Colorado Avalanche, NHL team who were so bad this year that they did worse than teams who intentionally tried to tank in previous years. And the whole time, Colorado was really giving it their all. You know, they were that bad. He owns fucking Arsenal, the soccer team, which I don't know anything about, but it's somewhere overseas. And I've looked up on their forums, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's not too great, is he?" You know, or wherever the fuck it is, Australia, England. I don't know. It just pisses me off that someone's like a multi-billionaire. He married into the Walmart fortune, so a billionaire who married into an even bigger billionaire family. Cunt. Wow. If I owned a sports team, I would just be a maniacal billionaire who bought players willy-nilly from all sorts of nations and made it like my Sims game. I wouldn't. Once you reach that reality of richness, I don't care about making more. The world is my oyster.
They're all that, aren't they? Like that's the point. You're competing against other guys who are exactly like that.
I think I like that the billionaire married into a billionaire's family. Like it's the mistake my father made, right? He diluted the calves, right? This guy didn't. He just combined it, and they have billions and billions. Sorry, Mom.
Really,
I didn't mean to say your mistake.
Edge there, though, because you try too much interbreeding and you end up with fucking King Charles gums or Prince Charles gums, and that whole look of the royal family over there, which isn't great for the most part. The people who marry in are very attractive because they get to be kings and queens and princes and princesses. It's like living in a fantasy land, which makes me laugh. Like anytime you see like some smug person on Twitter who's from England and they're like, "Oh, it's absolutely charming watching these Yanks attempt to politicize about like they're cultured," and it's like, you have a fucking queen, like it's the past. Like it's hundreds of years ago. You have a queen. Like until that family's not in their palace anymore. And you can't use the excuse of, "Oh, it's lots of money for tourism." Like, no, who cares? Keep the palace, get the people out. Like, you don't need actual kings and queens. I don't know. It just
you could charge people to be the king and queen for a day. That's what they should do. You should. That's
what Disney would do.
That's a great idea.
The fucking royal experience. As soon as that old queen lady dies, and she can't be around for much longer, right? She's ancient. Like they should. That's what they should do.
I'm glad she got in at least one more president, right? I'm glad she got you see the pictures with her all the way back to like I don't know, Johnson or something. At least she made Trump. And heck, if Trump only lasts like 200 days, she might let another president.
She was in World War II.
Pence.
Yeah, we got to get Pence in there in a hurry.
She's so old. She drove a truck in World War II.
Did she really?
Yeah.
Man, that's one of the
queen's a badass.
She was in World War II.
Yeah. There's like 5 Americans left from World War II and the Queen.
Yeah.
All right, I actually kind of like her a little more knowing that.
Yeah, and then you hear that story. She drove a truck, I guess, and so she was able to drive, which you might think is a pretty common thing, but probably not so much in English royalty, in the ladies, maybe. Probably not having to drive themselves around a lot, you wouldn't think.
I bet very few of them drive themselves around, even the men.
Yeah, so when the king of Saudi Arabia came, and women can't drive cars there, and the queen drove him around like the estate and everything, and apparently she drove really fast and scared him.
Nice. I like her more now too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But once she's dead, like we should start renting that seat out by the day.
When are they going to put a stop to it though? Is what I want to ask. Is like eventually they have to say like, all right, the king queen thing, we've been killing it for so long, like good for us, great history. All right, no more of that though. We're moving.
No, they love it, man. They vote on that all the time, but they vote that they enjoy, like they're proud of having a royal family.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, more power to you.
Here's an idea. Ponder this one. Do you think it's ever possible that in the future they revert back? They're like, oh man, the country's so out of whack. We're in 3 wars right now. Everything is going bad for England. Let's give the king a try.
Let's go back extra and give the Pope a run at it. Right? Wasn't he like a powerful leader?
Not this Pope. This Pope has no balls. He's not conquering any foreign lands.
No, not this.
Yeah, this middle of the road Pope. Oh, condoms is fine now, I suppose. Also, abortion, yay or nay? Who's to say? Hey, and it's like, what are you? It's like you're the fucking Pope. You're supposed to come out here and be like,
you're the only human being on the planet with a line to God. You're the one who says. So tell us. He's like, whatever.
Hey, people trust me. I wear a little hat. Makes me look relatable. It's like, not at all, man. Not at all. In your bulletproof car. Oh, I don't know. I'd rather hang out with this pope than the last pope. The last pope,
the one who looked like
genuinely looks like, yeah, he looks like an evil emperor, and he's not the kind of evil where it's like he's probably a nice guy, like the kind of evil where it's like I bet he touched little boys.
He literally looked like the evil emperor from Star Wars, like Palpatine. Like he looked like that guy. I think that was his name. Like he was a scary fucking guy. He abdicated, right? He was like, I don't want to be pope anymore, and they came up with this guy, right?
Yeah, is he still alive?
Yeah,
he's still alive, I'm sure. We'd have heard about it if that guy died.
Pope Benedict the 16th.
Pope, but they always have like a tagline. They're like, Pope John, the merciful, Pope Billy, the great. Like, what's he gonna be? Like the quitter? Like the guy who couldn't commit? Like he quit after a year, 2 years, something like that. 8
years, from 2005 to 2013.
I take it
Pope
back.
Benedict the interim. That's what they call him.
Yeah.
But the guy before him, John Paul II, had it for like almost 30 years. So it's a pretty shit run.
It was I remember as a child. Yeah.
Yeah, for my I don't know if there was a pope before him in my life. He was just always the pope. It was weird to me that popes changed.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be an interim pope. John Paul,
really?
The guy. Yeah. He was supposed to get in there, and either he was going to abdicate or he was going to die quickly, but he held on forever. That's what I heard. I don't know.
It's because
I just read the headline.
Yeah, John Paul I died like a month into his papacy, and so they were just like, all right, well, fucking John Paul II, hop up, get in there, and that substitution ended up lasting like 30 years. It's like a sports story where they're like, all of our left tackle's really injured and all the rest of them died in that plane crash. We need you in there, coach. Like, ma'am, the first woman to play left tackle. Yeah. Get out there. Probably a new show on Fox, and then it does all right, and that's it. Then she's suddenly in the league. Isn't that a show?
Check out this.
A baseball.
Wasn't that Peyton Manning?
The league?
Yeah, I guess it is kind of Peyton Manning. What are we watching here?
So pause it at 0. Don't watch it in advance. The key thing to know before watching this video, because I didn't realize it till halfway through, there is a woman in this video who chooses not to be carjacked. Are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready.
Ready, set, play.
All right, so clearly something's gone awry.
Mm-hmm. That white car is hers.
On her hood.
That
this
dark
guy's
car?
taking her car and he's got behind the wheel.
Oh
and,
my God.
And she's
on the hood.
Windshield.
He's trying to accelerate and then brake and throw her off, and his accomplices are in a dark car right next to him.
And he just gives up, gets out, and just lets the car roll into the fucking intersection.
I think it's an automatic, so it's just going.
Oh, man, that lady, good for her.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was the stupidest thing I've seen in
But
so
watch,
long.
I like this part. It's telling to me.
Yeah.
Where she got out and sat down.
She leaned over like maybe she was sick or just relieved or exhausted or something. Like the adrenaline dump was there, and then she sat down.
Is at least partly like, oh my God, I fucking did it. Like I kept the robbery away. But the other part of you's got to be thinking like, oh my God, if that guy was in a sour mood or maybe had a Red Bull this afternoon, he could have just ran off and I would be dead. Like that would have been the end of me, and then I would have been the person who died for their fucking Subaru Outback. And
see, there's a video. There's a video where this guy's on the hood of the car just like that, and they're going down the highway at speed, and another car pulls up to them on the interstate or whatever, and he's like, rolls the window down and looks at this guy on the hood, and he's like, "Call the police!" And they're like, "Way ahead of you, man! Like, you've been on that hood since exit 4, like."
Like a Will Ferrell.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen that lady did. Like if anybody
no credit for bravery, no credit.
No, that's stupidity. That's complete stupidity.
Mm-hmm. That's what bravery credit. It was brave, but there are lots of brave things that are
brave
also
and
stupid.
Stupid are cousins.
They're very much related. So bravery is when you overcome your fear of something and do it anyway.
Totally did
Stupidity, you could have the same exact description, right? What if you're afraid to jump off a building and your friends are like, "Nah, dude, you'll make it. You'll make it." You overcome your fear and jump to your death. Were you brave? No, you were stupid.
A little of both.
Exactly.
When my buddy Ted told my
What if you
friend
were
Drew
drunk?
as we were driving down the highway,
that's just stupid.
you can't shit out the window of this moving Tahoe. he said, I absolutely can shit out the window of this moving Tahoe. And so he did. And it was brave. It was also stupid. And so covered the whole side of the car in poop. Because you don't think that through, is you're like, yeah, poop out the side of the window as we're on the fucking Highway 40 going 60 miles an hour. You don't think that it's just like dumping a bucket of paint out the window. It's just going to go straight back.
Well, you hope for logs in that scenario.
Well, this 17-year-old wasn't on the fucking paleo diet. So
a lot of Mountain Dew and Funyuns. It was a greasy ride.
Yeah.
It was like the return on a sprinkler. Just straight up liquid.
Stopping and
vomit's bad too. Yeah,
I vomited out that window that time. Joe was I don't know who was driving when I was drunk, but
Joe
I was
driving.
I think and I puked going like 60, 70 miles an hour, and it was just like you could just see it atomizing and like going everywhere, all over the car, all behind us.
I adjusted the side view mirror because cars were shining lights at me, or maybe I could see you or I couldn't see you. One of those I wasn't happy with. And Joe still holds a grudge years later that he didn't get like the perfect Facebook photo in the side view mirror, all Better Call Saul like framed of you vomiting. He really wanted that shot.
That was that was a lot of drinking I did that night. We went to the Tilted Kilt in I don't remember what that town's called, but it's not. It's outside Chicago. Where was it? No, it wasn't Joliet though. We went to like a neighboring town to the Tilted Kilt, and everybody was buying me drinks, and by everybody I mean like multiple groups of people, and so they were just in front of me on the table, within sitting at the bar for like 10 minutes. There was like 5 drinks for me. And I'd already had 1 or 2, because I'd gotten there and immediately been, here, have one of these. And it was just like, there's like a shot of Jameson and like a vodka Red Bull. And then there's a Jaeger bomb. And then there's just a big ass, like 32-ounce beer. And I'm already sipping on one. So I got to like kill this beer so that I get to that one before it gets warm. Because I'm not going to drink it warm. And I got so drunk. I remember being in the toilet, just like sitting on the toilet with my pants on, just looking at the floor, being like, I have ruined this fun night already. like we just got here fucking 35 minutes ago. There's 8 hot waitresses. Half the fucking TVs in this sports bar are playing nothing but your videos, and you were fucking drunk in the bathroom. You have fucked this night up already.
Did you have like a thought in your head though, where you're like, wait, I can puke and rally. It's still so early. I can get it all. I can get all the poison out and go back out and just eat a bunch of chicken fingers and get myself back.
By the time that I had like gotten a grasp on how big of a mistake I had made, we were still going uphill with the drunkenness. Like it hadn't plateaued, and I was like, oh, this plateau's bad. It was like, oh, I'm getting drunker and I feel awful. It was just and I do. That's why I don't drink anymore, because every night was like that. Every time I drink, it would just be to excess. I would get to that happy place, and I'd be like, oh, I could get a little happier though. One more would make me double as happy, and it's like, oh, too far. It's like that game where we used to play in school, where you slide quarters toward the edge of the table, and you try to get them as close to the edge without falling off as possible. I played that game every night with alcohol and never won.
I always have a hard
you're
time
gonna
winning
win, though.
that game. Yeah, I very rarely hit a happy spot without hitting a sad spot afterwards. It's pretty much the reason I don't drink, because it's always a net loss.
For backstory for Woody's drinking history, Dick, we like once every, what are we on, a rolling average of a drinking episode every 2 years now? like we just never do drinking episodes. And the last time we did one, Woody really fucking went hard and actually was drinking, like getting drunk, and we finished the show up, and like me and Kyle afterward were like, hey, you want to play some, Age of Mythology, Company Heroes, something? And we were both pretty drunk. We're like, yeah, we'll get on there and play. And we were like, I wonder how Woody's doing. And we got, I think, a text from Woody saying, the coldness of my bathroom floor feels so good. and you just had been laying there.
And we're just like
hours. We're like, oh, that sucks. Because like, you really paid the piper as a
I threw up all night that night. Yeah, I don't do well. And then the fans were all like, Woody didn't go hard enough. And it's like, you assholes. I was sick for like 6 hours. I pretty much fell asleep on my bathroom
6
floor.
hours?
Yeah. I just periodically puking in my bathroom.
To be fair, he had at least 4 drinks.
That's not true. What happened was that was the show where like the first 90 minutes got like the recording broke. So I drank like Kyle's best effort, that mead he tried to make, and then and then we had to start the show over. And I don't know what else I had. There was maybe some clue involved, but I definitely drank a whole bottle of wine by myself, which to me is a massive amount of alcohol. Like it's not something I've ever done before or will do again. And yeah, it was like I'm not a half-asser so much.
The way that episode worked is
Kyle's thinking.
Kyle made what was the name of it? Kyle's best effort.
Yes.
Kyle's best effort, cinnamon apple moonshine.
That's what it was.
And he made it and he shipped it out to us so we'd all have it for the drinking episode. And we all had a big jar of it. And like 90 minutes into the show, we've all polished this off and we're feeling pretty drunk. And Woody has to tell us like, guys, I'm so sorry, but the recording failed. We're going to have to do it over.
No, you had to restart drunk?
Yes.
Yes, and so we had to restart the show drunk. You've noticed we do a girthy podcast, and so it's a lot of shit.
You use a big podcast defense.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, we should use the big podcast defense. But man,
I just put that together. I'm sharp as a marble. It took me like 20 seconds. Like, the first topic of the night.
Leahy. It's always it doesn't work for everybody, but it worked for some people, and it happens to work for me. Are you guys big on the moonshine cherries?
I've never had those.
I'm familiar with this.
What is
They're
it?
like a jar of moonshine with cherries soaked in it.
Oh yeah, I've had that. Yeah, you bite it like it comes in a mason jar.
I thought you might have, Kyle. It's you can sit there and just eat cherries and get hammered in like 3 hours.
That's what I did. I ate all the cherries. And one time I bought a jar of it and I took a blender. I put like a couple scoops of ice cream in, some chocolate chips, and all of the cherries. Got drunk off that ice cream. It was so good.
I'll need to check the fact, but I'm pretty sure that's not keto friendly.
No, the cavemen had ice cream. They did. They would get it out of the same way they got the bone marrow.
If they had access to ice cream, they would have eaten it.
Oh,
like they wouldn't have, stuck to their guns. They didn't have principles. They're savages.
So Pittsburgh still tied, on the verge of losing, but still tied.
You're gonna jinx it, and Pittsburgh's gonna win.
You know, I don't think what I say and how they do are actually related.
No, it is because I talk about the Blues every year, and every year they fucking lose. Been a franchise since 1967 can't win a goddamn Stanley Cup. Absolutely ridiculous. Just a perennial, just failure upon failure upon failure every year. Well, why don't you just like the Cardinals? Oh, because baseball sucks. Oh, it's so boring. It takes forever.
All right. New topic. Who, fictional or real, is hot in that weird, gross, but I do you way?
Is this one of the Patreon questions?
No,
shit. Maggie Gyllenhaal. So Maggie Gyllenhaal is real fugly. She's got an odd face. It's real weird.
I don't know who she is, but is she from the
Secretary?
Oh no, that's not who I have. Go on.
Okay. She's Jake Gyllenhaal's brother. Anyway, she's that helps it all. And she's a little odd looking. She's unconventionally attractive. But yeah, I definitely would. If you watch The Secretary, if you want a real steamy show with her, it's her and is that guy, the guy's named James Spader? Maybe he was the guy on The Office who played Robert California.
Yeah.
He's her boss. She's the secretary, and he introduces her to like this this BDSM sort of lifestyle where she's subservient to him in a sexual way, and it's really hot. It's a good fucking movie.
Maggie Gyllenhaal, really?
Yeah.
She does it for you.
No, it's not that. He asked for like unconventional, weird-looking girls that you're still into, I guess.
Yeah, but you could get it up for Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, the millionaire actress. Yeah, I could probably handle that.
Money doesn't do it. I don't know how rich she is. I'm just sure.
Money definitely makes people better looking. Jennifer Carpenter's mine. The chick from Dexter. The sister in Dexter.
Oh, from Exorcism of Emily Rose. That girl, she definitely has a weird face.
Yeah.
she's like a friend of a friend.
But
I know
totally
people who know
hot.
her.
Really?
You know,
We
that's
let
a
her know
really
that
good one.
hypothetical single Woody would hit that.
I was thinking
Pass
like
it through.
Helena Bonham.
She will hear this.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Would you want her to pretend to be a cop, Woody?
Now, Woody, here's the
Dexter?
question. What if I pass this little message along, and then this actress from Dexter is like, well, I'd like to give me a little gamer tag. Like, is there a moment where you're like, I could just make the break right here, go on a separate turn. I could just go and make a left turn right here in life, and I could be Jennifer Carpenter's husband.
I would not do it.
No.
Yeah.
No, okay.
No, I got to stay the course.
Well, I'll
It's
let her
going
know
good.
that you're not in it for the long haul then. She's going to be a little fling for you, so I'm not sure how interested she's going to be.
Even that could
How
change the
about-
course. No good.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Very hot. She, of course, is in
She's
all
got
of...
a weird face. I feel
she
like
has a very weird
she's
face.
She's got a
definitely
weird
got
everything.
got a good
Oh.
body, but I feel like when she blew you, she'd like want to have like spiders or cobwebs around or like something odd.
Who
like
is
Halloween
this?
decoration. She's a Halloween decorations year-round kind of gal, Helena Bonham Carter, and she's
Okay.
like want to like have candles lit.
So, if you've seen, what's the movie with Brad Pitt and Edward Norton?
Fight Club.
Fight Club. If you've seen Fight Club, she's the chick that they or he is banging, however you want to look at it. That's also going support groups and doing that sort of thing. She's also Bellatrix Lestrange in the Harry Potter movies, and she's of course in like everything that Tim Burton does, because I secretly think he's fucking her the same way I think that Tarantino probably like sticks his dick in Uma Thurman every like 5 years.
Oh yeah,
like
at
once
least
every
between her,
year.
at least
Kill
between her
Bill
feet.
together.
So it's that time again. Time to earn
Yeah.
that kill money, bitch. Like get those feet over here and jerk my cock off with them, because I guarantee that's what he's into. He wants those big feet, like jerking his.
But you
cock.
want to bang Helena Bonham Carter like as the Red Queen in Alice in Wonderland, right?
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't. I thought that was a given. I wouldn't do it any other.
The pumpkin head, the 3-foot head, and the little body. Yeah, that's the way.
So here,
Wonder,
the top-rated comment on this question was Leela from Futurama.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's not real. And if you
It
saw her
said
in real life,
fictional
you
or
would
real.
be very
Fiction.
off-put by that eye. Imagine an eye that big on your face, and you just want to like poke it, and you'd see like glistening and reflections in it. No dice. No, I'm not buying that.
That is a cartoon, and she is voiced by Katie Seagal, who was the wife from Married and with Children. She was Peggy.
Yeah, or biker lady
Sons of Anarchy,
with giant tits in Sons of Anarchy.
Okay. If we're going on with fictional women here, the chick with 3 boobs from Total Recall.
Sure,
Another
for the
fic-
story, absolutely.
She wasn't that hot though. I've seen that movie a lot of times. She gets machine gunned just a few minutes after you meet her, if you recall. I didn't think she was that hot, and I was really let down when they remade Total Recall, and there was. Wait a minute, was there a 3-titted woman? I don't think they showed the nipples.
You
There was
see
a
this image of-
6-titted woman in the remake.
Get
They're
out.
like 3 tits is not. We got to do. It's
Next
a 3-titted guy.
Got anything
That's what
like that set that applies to like computing power? Like is it because in this era you'd have twice as many titties as from the 80s?
That makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. Yeah, Moore's boob law. Kesha.
Kyle, what do you say about Tilda Swinton here? This picture I just linked.
Let me see what you got here. Oh yeah, I find her very attractive. So she was in, she's really androgynous to some extent, but I still find her attractive. You got to go back through her body of work, if you will, and see like she's had moments where she's really attractive in these movies. That picture she's at her most androgynous, I feel like. But
I was gonna say in this picture, she looks like the actor who plays Pippin in Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
She looks like if you put him on like hormone replacement therapy in this.
Sure, I'd fuck Pippin on
image right
hormone
here.
replacement therapy. Yeah.
Well, I would too. I'm a huge
He's a
fan.
little guy anyway. I bet he's tight as hell.
He's not. That's actually camera tricks. He's a. He's just a very. He's
He's 3'10".
No, do you?
Yes, it's forced perspective, of course.
Did you ever see the? I know you've watched all the extras in Lord of the Rings because you like it as much as I do. If all those clips where you saw like their little midget, like their dwarf counterparts come onto the screen, like that was. Oh, didn't that feel weird? Like
Care for that.
they're extras like. I'd rather not know that there are actual dwarves about and just believe that it's all, movie magic.
Yeah.
And that it's not like some guy who turns around and has like a grumpy, midget face who's very angry.
All right, cut. bring in the midgets.
Yeah.
Like, why do you use midgets? They said with the digital effects you could do anything. Yeah, but they scream in pain for real when we throw them down the staircase. You can't do that with digital effects. All right, give them a good shove. Let's go.
They're incredibly cheap too. This is Pippin 3.
It's like that guy who had the magic act where like the cat would get on the dog's back and then the mouse would get on the cat's back, and he's like, "What are their names?" And he's like, "Jim and Joe." And he's like, "What's the rat's name?" He's like, "Oh, we don't bother naming the mice." They never last long enough.
River Song from Doctor Who.
Oh, yeah, of course. Very hot. Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, she's not that hot. She's got a giant fro, and she's older than his typical girl. But
well, I mean,
not
her current age. I think all of the Doctor Who chicks are hot. I liked that one with the gap in her teeth. I liked the black one. I liked the little punky blonde one. I liked Amy Pond, the redhead, probably my favorite. All the Doctor Who chicks are hot.
I like them all.
I really like because like Star Trek was something I watched a lot as a kid and as a horny teenager too. Like I have all of these crushes from Star Trek, like Mariana Sirtis, I think is her name. Probably pronounced it wrong, but she's Latina and she's the Counselor Troy on Star Trek: The Next Generation. She's got prior nude work, so I'm very familiar with all of that. I remember reading like this fan fiction of like Dr. Crusher fucking Counselor Troy, and I was fucking yeah. It was just all of the Star Trek chicks, of course Jerry Ryan, 7 of 9, Jolene Blaylock.
She was freaky in the sheets, right? Jerry Ryan, 7 of 9, didn't.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you last time. Yeah. Is like I think there was controversy. She was dating this politician, and it came out that they were going to like sex clubs and stuff, and like
he would force her to have sex in public, and she was very not into it.
Sure, he would force her to have.
Yeah. I'll tell you.
And every weekend we'd go and we'd do it. And it's like, wait, so he'd force you every week? Yeah, and we'd hang out with all my friends.
Clockwork.
No, she was totally into it. She just said that, when this whole scandal came out.
It's amazing looking back at Crusher and Troy to see what did it for me, like before porn on the internet ruined me.
Dude, like this is. Go back the HD Star Trek stuff. You've got so much camel toe now that they didn't know that they were filming with those old cameras. And now, if you want to really get some classic camel toe, I've said it before, but go back to like the original series, and there's so many inappropriate wardrobe choices. Uhura alone shows booty constantly. Uhura's always
really?
And then they do this shaky camera thing, and then you see Uhura just wore a short skirt, like literally a mini skirt with bloomers on underneath it, and that would ride up, and you'd see a little bit more of her ass than they intended. Happened all the time. And Kirk's, of course, always fucking hot chicks, green bitches, and all kinds of titty dresses where it's just slit down the middle, and the titties are just jumbling everywhere with sheer fabric, and lots of camel toe. Good stuff. I could spend hours just masturbating furiously to that.
You could spend hours talking about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, why I like masturbate with that's why I like the AutoBlow. It takes over when Mother Nature gives up.
Yeah, and you just turn up the volume on the show, and you don't have to worry. You don't have to deal with the ying 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 as you're getting off.
I like to wait until Picard is like number 1, engage. And then I turn it on. And then if there's some point where he's like, "Wolf factor 9, Mr. Wolf," I'm like, "Oh yeah." Not just, you really get into it that way. All right, time for an ad read.
You do, yeah.
I'm going to tell everyone about Lyft. When you drive for the right ride-sharing app, every trip can feel like a walk in the park. With Lyft, you can pick your own hours and work when you want. Lyft can make driving the best job in the world. Only Lyft offers in-app tipping. When you drive for Lyft, you keep 100% of the tips. Drivers have been paid over $150 million in tips since that feature was introduced. Express Pay lets drivers get paid almost instantly instead of waiting for weeks. Lyft has even taken the guesswork out of pickups with the new AMP device, which uses color coding to keep to help passengers find their drivers. You can earn hundreds of dollars a week plus tips. Want to make more money? Just drive more. It's never been easier to give yourself a raise. It's a simple formula. Happy drivers mean happy passengers. Maybe that's why 9 out of 10 Lyft rides get a perfect 5-star review. So, join the ride-sharing app company that believes in treating its people better. Go to lyft.com/PKA today, and you'll get a $500 new driver bonus. That's lyft.com/PKA, or use the clickable link in the description below. And, limited time only. Terms apply.
Awesome, Lyft. It's the new way to boost your income. Everybody's I don't know, a little capitalist. It's cool. I like the I like the new economy. I'm down.
They figured out the carpooling doesn't work, so now they'll just give you a little grace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you get on those shows? How did you get on Dr. Phil? How did you get on? I forget the other one I saw today. But you were on
Tyra.
Yes.
Dr. Phil hit me up. So I was just like a jackass on the internet with a very small following.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Phil was doing one of his House of Judgment things where he got like 5 lunatics to live in a house for a little bit. I didn't know anything about it, but they called me up out of nowhere and said, "Hey, come on the show." I happened to be doing the book. I happened to be releasing the book like in a couple months. So I said, "Yeah, all right, sure, that sounds good." I found out later that they had a guy, they wanted to get like a bunch of extreme viewpoints. So a woman who hated men, they had a chick who hated ugly people, but she wasn't that pretty. They had like a guy who hated everyone, who was like the most normal of the whole group. They had a black girl who hated black people, so she was like doing a Chris Rock stand-up routine nonstop in the house. And then they had a guy who hated women, but the guy they had in there was like a real asshole. Like, he really meant it.
Not like me. Not like me at all.
Totally different than me.
Real jerk.
No assholes
His
around
views,
here.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Abrasive, caustic.
You should see his website.
Yeah. So they called me up, and they had like a bunch of psychologists, I guess, call me and do these little interviews for like 2 hours a pop. And I could tell immediately that they were trying to feel me out to see if I was either A, lying and joking and full of shit, or B, whether it was okay if I was full of shit as long as I could keep it up. So they were like, because they're trying to make a TV show. Like, the last thing that they want is a guy to get in there and just start giggling like a little girl, and it's like, oh, it was just a big scam. So they did that for a while, and the shoot date was in like a week from when they called me, like 2 weeks from when they called me. They're like, oh yeah, we had a guy in here. He was a huge piece of shit. We kicked him out immediately when we found you. And they're like, you can do whatever you want when you're in here. We want you to live exactly like you live in your real life. It's like, okay. I lived in LA. Yeah, I thought like, oh, so I can like work. I can go to work if I want. And they're like, Dick, we want you to be you. I was like, all right. Looking back on it, I see how stupid it is that I would take that for anything but just lies, because they're producers. Like, I didn't know anything about Hollywood at all at the time. I was just some stupid software programmer working up in the boondocks of Valencia, California. But now, knowing what I know now, it's just producers just lie constantly. And all they want to do is make the TV program. But I got in there, and then it was just give us your computer, give us your phone, give us everything you got. And we're gonna fuck with you for a week, and try to make our narrative. So at the end, like, you could see their questions as we went through the week, going from asking things to set you up for like softball incendiary statements, like, so what do you think the worst part about women is? Like, that was day one. I was like, oh man, I got this. And then day 5, it was like, what would you tell your mother if she were here? And it was like, what would you tell like this? And it's like, oh my God, like this actually, I know this is just like a joke, but this is getting kind of hard to not, because I know how you guys are going to cut this. You're going to cut this like you won. And I would rather kill myself than look like Dr. Phil. Like, I got to show this, fuck the world. I got to show this to like my dad and my friends. And if it looks like Dr. Phil won, I am going to get made fun of for the rest of my life. Like, you're not getting this out of me. Like, so it was like being a politician, like just lying and reframing and twisting everything.
I reject the premise of your question. Let me tell you let me set you straight about women.
My mom's kind of a dude.
It was so stupid.
She Get that. Never mind.
But it was still people trying to make a stupid reality TV show. So they got their clips out of it.
How quickly was the illusion shattered, or did you have any illusions going into it that it would be honest at all?
I'd never watched the program. I never watched the show. I thought I underestimated how many people it takes to make like bullshit television. It's like a lot of people, like dozens of people. They set you on Dr. Phil. They set you up in things where they have like you versus your opposite. Like this is therapy, by the way. It's you versus your opposite, and then they've got a one-way mirror, and on the other side of that mirror, they've got psychiatrists and producers just watching you, and like every once in a while, they'll come out and throw out an incendiary topic for you to talk about. And like the whole house, the whole Dr. Phil house is like a fun house where every part of every wall can be pulled away, and then like a $300,000 camera will appear and start tracking you from a guy. Like you've never seen this. You're talking with somebody like normal, and then it'll be like shoop, and this like guy. Where the fuck did you come from? Like, what are you? That was a weird. The whole thing was surreal. Down to like the last day when everybody else was fixed because everybody else caved. Like they march you from place to place. They force you to repeat shit until they've got the story that they want. But I was the only one that wouldn't do it. I don't know why. Just because I had a book. Just because I didn't want my friends to make fun of me. That's what drove me. Not joking. That's what drove me through the whole thing. Is like when you get out of this, man, you can't tell these, like, you can't narc on yourself. You got to keep this going because your friends are gonna make fun of you when you get out of this. Like, you got into this. You got to bullshit your way out of it. They can't do anything to you. Just find that little hateful center in you and hold on to it tight and let them take everything else. They're going to take it, deny it, but just keep repeating the thing. But
this is the mantra from V for Vendetta. Anybody else remembering this?
Yeah, is it? I'm remembering Last Man Standing with Bruce Willis when he's getting beat. That's what I was like. And I like my to my hubris, I brought in DVDs I thought I was going to watch while I was in the house. Like, I brought in pajamas. And then you get in there, of course there's no DVD player. There's not even a fucking window because it's a casino of emotion. That's it. There's nothing in there. No TV, no music, nothing. There's one book to read in the Dr. Phil house, and it's How to Lose Weight by Dr. Phil McClaw. A fucking cookbook written by the fattest man on television. The whole fucking house. And dude, 6 days later, when it was time to leave and they played the producers, God bless them, it was time to leave, they played Here Comes the Sun, and when music hit my first time, I thought I was having an auditory orgasm. Like, it was like I had never felt. Like, when I watch people defect from North Korea and I see them cry and break down, I'm like, I fucking know what you're feeling, you bitch. Like, I've been there too. I know exactly what you feel like. That was the height of my hubris, but the producers come out of nowhere to try to break you down for the entire time. I forget what the question was. It was a weird experience, and it's like, that's how the sausage is made. The Dr. Phil house.
That's hilarious.
That's incredible.
Really, I bet they really had to. Like, I know you forged ahead and didn't give in with it, but I bet they had an actual internal meeting after that where they were like, all right, we got to make sure that nobody pulls this ever again.
No, let me tell you, first of all, they made money on the whole thing. So if anybody's having a meeting, we need to get idiots like this. Like, that's after that, they started going for lunatics, like the Cash Me Outside chick. Like, after me, they started trying to get fucked up stuff because they're like, this idiot, it doesn't matter if he's fake. Like, everybody's watching to hear this fucking moron make an ass of himself. they sent out this questionnaire before we got into the house, and it was the dumbest of all the questionnaires I've ever taken for work or anything in my life. It was the dumbest questionnaire I've ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. It was like, name, address, what's your favorite color, what's your greatest fear? And I remember filling it out like, what do you mean, what's my greatest fear? Why do you guys like? What is this? What is the value of this? Question number 3: who would you hate to have dinner with the most? What would you most hate to? I was like, oh, okay. I know what this is. This is like do my job for me. The producers want you to make their show for. Sure enough, I put shit like heights I'm afraid of, spiders I'm afraid of, and I found out later that they had this whole skydiving thing planned for me. Dr. Phil had a skydiving day planned for me that they wanted to make me skydive so they could get footage of me pussing out and like loop that in with the rest of, I don't know, the psychotherapy. But they changed it at the last moment because they said he will not chicken out. Like he's not going to do, this guy's too fucked. This guy's he's too deep into character. We can't
committed
do a skydiving mission because he'll just do it. He'll just do it and make a funny. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were right.
Yeah.
That motivation of not wanting to be mocked endlessly by your friends
Strong.
is more powerful than love.
Oh, it's worth at least 9 pounds so far.
It will do so many things. Just the thought of like, am I going to get shit on by my friends forever? Yes. All right. Well, then I need to make a lifelong change here.
My dad, my sister would have made fun of me forever for being out of my element, for being in over my head. It would have been way too embarrassing.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I just have one sister. It's too many.
How did Tyra compare to Dr. Phil from that perspective? Was it pretty much the same shit?
Retarded. Tyra Banks, I love her. She's beautiful, but she's got in her audience, she's got 3 people holding up gigantic poster boards with like interesting questions to ask her guests because she can't do it on her own. And she ignores all of them. So you have the worst television on the planet. Like I'm sitting there because by the time I got to Tyra, I was like, oh, let's go, bitch. Here we go. I know how to do this. I just knocked Dr. Phil's ass out. And by the way, on Dr. Phil, I got a mysterious call from a guy who worked on the show. He called me up and like right before Christmas. He's like, hey, is this Dick? Like, yeah, man, who the fuck is this? He's like, hey, man, I'm not supposed to get your number. I'm not supposed to have your number, but I'm a guy. I was a PA on Dr. Phil. I was one of the camera guys. I got your number, and I just want to say, when you were arguing with Phil, like in the back, it was like, because we all fucking hate him. It was like watching the Super Bowl, like watching you guys argue. We were like, yeah, every time you nailed him with a point. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. So I'm going into Tyra thinking it's going to be an environment like that. But it's like, she's very sweet, I guess. I don't know. But looking at, so I'm going in there and I'm reading all the cards that they're trying to show her are the questions to ask. Like, ask him this. This will really fuck him up. Ask him this. I'm like, okay, I got an answer for that. I got an answer for that. I got a funny answer for that. I hope you answer this. And she's just pulling questions completely out of her ass. Like, oh, what kind of girl do you like? And I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of question is that? All of them. I don't. Tyra, you're really. This is TV for you. Like I just wanted to stand up in the middle and go. This is television. This is what you're doing with your name. I mean, what are you even doing? You're taking up You're taking up an hour spot from who? Doing nothing. Doing nothing. That's what you ask. This is horse shit. All these people here are relying on you to make good television.
I wish you'd said that. This is good TV.
I should have said that.
Yeah. They probably would have edited it out.
They probably wouldn't have aired that.
Yeah, that part might not have made it on.
But 6 months later, you get a call from some random PA. Dude, when you told Tyra.
Nah, she's probably got a team of sycophants over there.
She might.
The weird network of sycophants is crazy. But, they're producers, so they hop around from show to show. I talked to a bunch of them after the fact, after they moved on from Phil, because they got a high turnover rate on that show.
That seems like such a ham-handed, silly way to like intro you with questions. Back to the Dr. Phil thing you were saying of like, what's your biggest fear? Who do you not want to have dinner with? Like, how retarded do you have to be to not know you're being set up with that? Like, if you put Like day one, you'd walk in and they'd be like, "Oh, surprise to chauvinist Dick Masterson. He's gonna go have a dinner in the snake house at the zoo with Hillary Clinton." It's like, oh, his biggest nightmare. What a rage thing. He didn't see this coming. Like, no, of course.
Like usual, you're overestimating people because two of the chicks they didn't want to have dinner with a nudist because it would be so reprehensible to them. A nudist showed up. They lost their minds and they sued CBS about it for like fault. They won and got the episodes wiped from the earth. So I have a bounty of $1,000 for anybody who can reproduce those and find those episodes from me, because CBS had to like legally remove them from syndication. So yeah, basically everybody fell for it.
So
that's out there somewhere on a DVR.
All of the,
it is. It's just like those bitcoins. Just like those bitcoins on that hard drive out there somewhere. Also somewhere are the lost Dick Masterson files.
Yeah, and they're worth half a bitcoin. If you can find them, I'll pay you. Or by the time this airs, probably a sixth of a bitcoin.
All right. Yeah, I saw the bitcoin keep
someone
going
out
up,
there.
huh? That's
Find
great.
it.
Yeah, someone's making money.
I think I read that like $100. What was the number? It was some menial amount of Bitcoin, like in 2007, was worth $70 million now or something.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's about $1,000 of bitcoins in 2010. It's worth like $36 million now of currency that doesn't exist.
I read the top part of the Wikipedia page for Bitcoin like 6 times, trying to understand what the fuck is going on and what this is and who's to gain, who's solving these puzzles and whatnot. and at the end of every single paragraph, I'm like, I'm just going to continue to use cards and cash. I have no idea what this means. Like, and then like we were talking about it just the other week, and none of us have any idea. We're like, I guess you mine it. You use the internet, which is a series of tubes, to plant into the mining apparatus, and then you just churn through. Like what? Like, but at the end of it, does it go like ding, like a easy bake oven? And you're like, oh my god, my Bitcoin's here. Like what do you? And then what do you do with it? Do you go on Amazon and they go, I'm sorry, we don't take your ridiculous cryptocurrency. You're gonna have to buy weird porn on the dark web with this, or an assassin. You know, what else are you gonna do with that shit? I have no idea.
You can buy anything. You can convert it to dollars.
Well, that's not as funny an angle though.
Yeah, okay.
As an assassin.
My bad.
I was talking to my girlfriend about it. She said the same thing. Like, well, how hard are these puzzles? I'm pretty good at puzzles. It's not
so hard that your computer would take 170 years.
Fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of these puzzles.
If you, honey, were a supercomputer, you could probably knock one out in a few weeks, probably. And you know. Yeah, that's we went on that for a while. I think at the end of it, we all knew more about Bitcoin than when we went in. For me, like visualizing the math problem helped. Like I said, like a marker board full of those things. And once you get this far through, you've uncovered this much digital currency. It's an interesting
All I need to know is like, so do me the math. So I missed it, right? I missed the time to get in. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Yeah, because like I feel like now we must be in kind of peak Bitcoin, right? Or we're past the point where you should have purchased it. Because now, what if you drop $1,000 on one of these fucking Bitcoins, and then 3 weeks from now they go, oh yeah, that whole thing, well, it was really an experiment, and now a bunch of economists are giving ass-backwards pseudoscientific explanations like, oh, hindsight's 20/20, but I actually saw this coming for 6 months prior, and like whatever the fuck those assholes
so
say.
we have
like,
Trump coins now. Trump did his own cryptocurrency. It's Trump coins. Ah, fuck. Well, didn't see that coming.
The puzzles are almost impossible.
They're the best puzzles.
I've asked
Everybody
people, I do a
says
lot
it.
of puzzles. Yeah, Penn start off every morning with a Sudoku. We think it gets our brains sharp. You know? He was very resistant to it. He has come around. You know? Oh, man. Yeah, Trump coins. Who knows? Maybe that's the thing.
Trump coins. I'd invest in that cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
I'd buy at least one just to have. So in like, I don't know, 40 years, you could show it to someone. By that point, it might be worth millions.
I got lots of campaign buttons that I got at that campaign rally or whatever I went to. It was shitty that the weather was bad. That he got delayed flying in and was like 2.5 hours late. His plane was doing circles, and otherwise, apparently,
donuts.
I would have been.
He calls them donuts.
He does call them donuts.
Does he?
Yes. And they.
I bet he does. I'm choosing to believe it.
I lost my whole train of thought.
Kyle.
I was gonna get the button signed. I was going to sign my button, but it didn't work out. If he hadn't been late, he'd have been able to sign the button. I was very late.
Oh, dude, I got my hat signed by Trump on the USS Indianapolis in Long Beach Harbor, and I had to chicken wing so many reporters. Like, I posted when he was done with his speech, I posted up on the opposite side of the dais, just because it was empty and I could see where his handlers were taking him. So it's like, all right, motherfucker, I'm getting this thing signed. Like, I don't care. I'm either getting dragged out of here. I'm getting Trump to sign. This is in the early days. This is during the primary still. Mm-hmm. So I posted.
And you'd been drinking a bit, right?
Oh yeah, a lot. I had my Popeye strength, like glug 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 glug. So I posted up there, and they start screaming at him, and they're coming around, and I'm like boxing them, like I'm trying to like divert them, and pretty soon it's like a flood of humanity just sweeping me away, and all I had was I was flopping my hat around, and I thrust it at him, as like in the middle of a sea of microphones. I thrust my hat at him, and he happened to grab it, and I was like, he was signing, and I was like, hey, I got right in his face because I was drunk, I don't know, and I said, hey, you gotta win. You gotta win. And it was like I knew it came out way more aggressive than I had intended. And he gave me a look like, are you fucking crazy? And I knew I had fucked up, but I was like, just stay the course, don't apologize. No. He gave me a look like, and then he gave me another look. He's like, oh, okay, you're just too hammered. And he gave me an affirmative. He's like, yeah. He gave me a nod, and he handed my hat back, and I was like, boom, that's it. Who wants to fucking touch me? Yeah.
That's awesome. That whole campaign there are going to be so many movies. Like we just lived through this, so I feel like we're all like, yeah. So Trump won last year. This is going to be talked about for a century. Like some crazy Donald Trump winning the presidency and the way he did it and everything that's attached to that. It is a big deal, and I think it's going to be talked about for a long time. There's going to be a lot of movies made about this. There's going to be books written about this, and we're just started, right? We're at like day 120 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good times. I every little thing he does is news, right? Like I just saw him shove the prime minister of Micronesia out of the way. I know Montenegro out of the way. You know, hey, I'm up here. I love his body language. He's like, let me get up here. Motherfucker, what's your GDP? What's your GDP? He's like a kid on Call of Duty. What's your KD, bitch? What's your KD? Trump's like, what's your GDP? Huh? They don't even calculate that shit in dollars.
That guy just got into NATO. Like it was his first NATO conference ever, and Trump fucking alphaed him like an asshole.
That he doesn't.
That was Trump's first too. You got to keep that in mind. He can't be letting some bullshit country like get up in there in his spot.
Yeah, no one would be talking about it if he was
clear stubs.
I feel like he has no idea about like a lot of those little countries that are in those groups where they'll be like, hello, I am Montenegro. And he'll be like, it's a wonderful city. I've been to Portugal many times. And they'll be like what? Like, no, it's a different country. Like, oh, yeah, I got the big 20, on my mind a lot. That's it. Like, I really don't feel like he goes in there knowing a lot of that shit. Like,
what are the big points, Mr. Trump? He names like 3 countries.
Trump is what happens when a low-information voter becomes president.
Britain, England, the UK.
It's all the same
Britain again.
He is Kenny Powers.
Yeah.
I'm not
Taylor,
trying to be the best at exercising.
Has Woody or Taylor, I'm asking you in a weird way, ever watched that show with Kenny Powers? What's it called? I'm
Vice
spacing
Principal or something like that?
No, it's older.
The original one.
He's a retired baseball player. East,
Down East
and down.
Yeah.
Eastbound and Down. I've seen that.
I've seen some of it.
Yeah. I like that a lot. You know what's a real fucking gyp? And if anyone who has seen it, you'll remember this. His girlfriend or like love interest, I think her name's April maybe the whole time.
Yeah.
I can't think of that. Huge boobs the actress has. There's an episode where she pulls them out and it's a body double. Those aren't her titties.
I like that though.
Really?
I like that they kept him secret and also gave you a little bit of boob. You're like,
I would
okay.
than some other person's.
I'm anti-body double.
Let me follow up with Dick on that then. Do you watch Game of Thrones at all?
No, I don't.
No? Okay. Well, never mind that, because Daenerys, the lady who's the dragon lady who everybody's always talking about her tits, she's refusing to show her tits anymore. And so she
showed him again. She showed him again.
She showed him again, yeah.
Last
season.
He reneged on that?
She pushes all the urns down. She burns everybody alive, and the whole building burns down. And then she comes out naked, topless, all sooty and stuff. That was her.
That's her like Mortal Kombat finishing move. She just like creates a big fire, everyone burns, and she walks away.
She's done it once.
Once?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Well, then I guess I'm counting
show's
the
coming
time
up.
she was on the pyre.
I need to. I can't. The amount of money I waste every year to get fucking HBO for this one show is retarded. Like there's no other show on HBO still that I like. Like Veep now, that used to be pretty funny. I thought, not anymore. Silicon Valley, I thought that was hilarious the first couple seasons, and then I guess they changed writers or something, and now it sucks. Like and other than that, it's just like the old shit that I love, like Band of Brothers, and I can find that.
I'm sure a few fans out there will hook us up with an account so that we can get on board with that free HBO game, because it's not offered in my area. I'd happily pay for it, but I can't. I don't have a cable provider to input. There's no Cox Digital Media here. So I need you to slip me those details. I need the email and the password and such. And I won't do anything nefarious with it. I won't even give it to. I'll give it to Taylor. Okay. I'm not gonna give it to Woody though. I mean, it's not go that far. But I just need I need it.
You betrayed my confidence 7 years ago when I gave you HBO, or 6 years ago when I gave you HBO Go password.
I gave it to like one person. I gave it to Kitty.
Okay, well then you gave it to like.
Oh, Kitty gave it to me.
Like.
That's where I got mine. I got mine from Kitty, and she said, "Don't give it to anyone else," and I didn't.
It was unbelievable. That account. it was the family of a guy I played on his hockey team in high school. I got it from someone who was about 10 generations down from him to where my buddy Mike was like, "Oh, you don't have HBO Go? Dude, take this. This is Billy's account." And I'm like, "Billy? Billy that I haven't talked to in 4 years? Billy? Yeah, man." And then immediately I'm like, "Oh, well, Kyle and friends need this too because they want to watch Game of Thrones." Mm-hmm. It got to the point that I think we were the reason that HBO was like, "We got one account watching it," because it got to the point where you could click on a brand new show and it would be, "It has exceeded the number of allowed streamers. Please try again later." And it
had to be quick on the fucking gun. I'm telling you, there were so many nights where my girlfriend and I would sit down at the TV at like, I think it comes on at 10, but I'm not sure. At like 9:45, we sit there and start sitting, and the screen is on the page where you click watch, but it's watch on the previous episode because the new episode isn't even there to look at. Like its channel page with the description and the thumbnail of whoever the fuck isn't even there yet. So you're just constantly refresh for like the last 3 minutes up until the turn of the hour. And then it's like, play. You have exceeded the number of approved viewers on this. And I'm like, I can't go any faster than that. No human can. I'm doing this like as it starts, and it can like 4 people can watch simultaneously. Not even close.
I know I was competing with you in real time, where I'd be sitting at home like, I know fucking Kyle's sitting there right now, and then you'd text me, "I got it," and it's like, okay, well you and 2 other people across the Midwest, there are hundreds of us trying to find this shit. Like, oh god, that was fucking annoying. I wish they would just make it easier to watch. Like,
well, they tried. So they put out HBO. I get them a bit confused. I think HBO Go is what we want. That's what you need if you have a cable subscription to tie into. But HBO Now is not HBO Now. It's HBO Later. That's what it should be called, because you don't get to watch HBO Now. You get to watch HBO Later. Okay, the show comes out, and you're like, okay, let's wait a few days till they put it on there, and then we can watch the recording of it on HBO Now. It's horseshit.
Yeah, it should be called HBO when HBO is good and goddamn ready. When they are good and goddamn ready to give you the content, then you get it. But until then, no. Try and
if someone will share this with me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I certainly won't give it to anyone outside.
A good way to give Kyle a message is to send it to me on Reddit. And then I will pass it on to Kyle.
The same is true if you have any packages you want to get to Taylor.
I've still never gotten those packages. that
Never
showed up.
They burnt
I burnt them. Yeah. No,
Did you really burn my packages?
I literally burnt them as part of a video to make an example out of people who treat me like your messenger.
So I got gifts sent to me
Yes.
to Woody's house, and he just burned them.
Yeah, I don't. Homie, don't play that shit.
No, zero tolerance.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why, but I really didn't like it. Like, it genuinely hurt my feelings. Like my God, I go out there. At the time, I was on like the subreddit, interacting with fans every fucking day, right? Every day, probably not a comment existed on that subreddit that I didn't see. And then I give them my address and this and that, and it's like, if these other guys don't want to interact with you, you don't send it to me who does, so that I'll send it to them who doesn't. Like, that's not how it works. So that was what was burning in my head when they sent stuff to me. Taylor froze.
Oh, was it different color or made a noise?
Say that again.
Am I good? Do you see me?
You are good. And wow, both teams scored since I last looked, and it is still tied, but now it's 2-2.
What are they playing?
Hockey.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Pittsburgh versus Ottawa. The winner goes to the Stanley Cup. And Pittsburgh is impending doom, it appears.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Someone new needs to win.
Didn't Secretariat win that last year?
He
Stanley
did.
Cup?
He did, yes.
He did.
And now he's been
ran away with it.
Breeding ever since. All right, I got a topic. Attorney General Sessions charts course back to longer drug sentences. He wants to take people to the top end of the mandatory minimum sentencing laws.
Man.
Well, he knows what's right.
Not in this case. I don't like that
A little bit
at all.
of Alabama justice. That's what this country needs.
If there was one thing to make me turn my back on Trump, it is this Sessions going after drug shit. He could have ignored it.
Mm-hmm.
He could have eased it. He could have been a big talker and just not done anything. But if those guys go after drugs, it's going to be the end. Our insane war on drugs has cost us so much money and so much human life, so many human hours. It would be a huge disappointment.
And our war on drugs, of course, creates those billionaire despots down south of the border. Like, there's no reasons for us to know about a guy named El Chapo. All right?
Nope.
The only reason we know about that fucker is because of our war on drugs that made him a billionaire. Made him one of the richest men on the planet.
That whole thing. Like, we created that path for him to be like, oh, well, there's a beautiful little power vacuum here. I think I'm going to take advantage of it. We set it up for him.
Yeah, cocaine's not worth shit. You know what cocaine's worth? Like in Colombia, if you want some cocaine, it's not worth shit. It's not worth
like
shit.
pixie sticks there.
Every step you take north of Colombia, that cocaine is getting much, much, much more valuable every time you get to a country higher. The closer it gets to the United States, it's like $20,000 a kilo, right? So like it's roughly $10,000 a pound or something like that. So. But when you're in Colombia, it's just pennies because it's not worth fucking shit. It's not worth anything.
You think people in Colombia do a huge amount of coke because it's so cheap?
Probably not, right? Because I think maybe in the U.S. it was especially in the 80s, right? It's kind of prestigious thing. A lot of Wall Street guys were doing it because it was expensive, probably as much as because they liked the high. Whereas there, it's this like incredibly cheap random thing like caffeine. Like,
cocaine is as popular as it used to be because with Adderall and with ADD medicine coming about.
Cocaine is coming back. I've noticed that. Like there wasn't any coke when I was like 20, but like by the time I was 25, 28 in there, like there was coke everywhere. Everyone was talking about.
I can never get a vibe for how dangerous a drug is, right? Like when I was in high school, I didn't do drugs, but pot, of course, is popular. Pot's always been popular, but is it LCD? It's not LSD. LSD on little paper tabs were very popular.
LSD is one of the safest ones.
And mushrooms were very popular. I think mushrooms, I just read recently, is the most safest. You've heard that too. Yeah, they were ranking the drugs by the per capita visits to the emergency room. Like how many people tried it ended up in the ER. And
they need to also in that count have things like ridiculous visits. Like if somebody gets really high on pot and they show up like, I feel like, my eyes are going to fall out. They're so dry. And they're like, get out of here. Here's some Visine. Like that shouldn't count against pot,
Yeah.
Like it was just somebody freaking out.
Well, there's never been a marijuana death ever.
Yeah, it should be medical emergencies.
There have been people who got high and did stupid stuff and died, but it's not like, you overdosed on pot.
But so when I was a kid, LSD and mushrooms on top of pot. Now I feel like it's cocaine, pot, and opioids, maybe.
Those are real bad.
Like Vicodin, cauliflower, or
what did
Rush Limbaugh call his drugs?
Oh,
cabbages. Sorry. Cabbage. I need some more cabbages.
That's why I'm not hearing anything now. That's why his hearing went, right? It was from the opiate use. Yeah. That fucking cunt.
Can you imagine how hard it was for Rush Limbaugh to take a shit for years? Like that guy
That's
taking
why
that
so
many painkillers and eating as much as he does. Like it must have been a grueling endeavor every day as he's preparing to end that 3 hour show.
I imagine him on like a hover slide, like Jabba the Hutt, and he just gets schlepped around, chugging down Mexican.
The stain where he went, like a wet spot. You can tell he's been there.
How bad is cocaine for you? Because during its comeback, when I was a kid, they acted like cocaine was heroin. Like it was, they had
It's very addictive, and it will fuck up your heart.
You can inject cocaine. You can make.
We had a guy come to my high school that could put something through his nostril and out the other side. Apparently, cocaine had burnt the middle out, the septum.
Yeah, that's from
I saw somebody on Jackass do that with a condom. Oh, you know what? That's a good point to the coke use, actually. That actually does make sense.
But no drug is as dangerous as tobacco and alcohol. That's the most dangerous drugs are the ones that are completely legal. Tobacco, alcohol, and every single prescription drug that they just gin up out of a computer and then patent and say, here, this will cure your depression. Oh, it makes a bunch of people suicidal.
They were already depressed. You can't blame me. Yeah.
All the ones that are illegal and funding the enormous war are just like either a competitor to everybody. Like the weed, the war against weed is it's fundamentally racist to control Mexicans and blacks who were way more into weed because it's free and a different kind of high than liquor, and a competitor and hemp is a competitor to everything, like every kind of textile we got. So we got to wipe this out. And then you got all the fun drugs, all the MDMA, LSD, who are just like nobody's gonna fight them because it's just a couple people doing them, but they're not dangerous. It's so frustrating to hear.
Yeah, some of those things are just mind expanding. They just give you an experience with no negative side effects, or they don't make you you don't lose control of yourself the next day. You're not a crazy person now. You don't have physical symptoms. And even with the cocaine, it requires cocaine abuse to get that nose thing. That's years of heavy use that most people can't even afford, right? Because it was very expensive back then.
I had this
remember that
casual friend
video?
in high school. Let me do this real quick. And we went off to college, and then after our freshman year, we find ourselves back in our hometown. And he said that he did a ton of LSD, that he flunked out of college, and that he was catching trails. So now he's working construction, and if you'd hit a nail and it would fling off in the direction, he'd see it 5 times, zoom, 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 zoom. And he attributed that to the LSD, at least temporarily, kind of fucking his brain up.
I've heard about stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've also heard I remember it was either a video or a teacher that told me during class where they were like, ecstasy, which it makes holes in your brain. I'm sure everybody's heard that, where it's the example was it's like taking an ice cream scoop and pulling out a chunk of your brain when you use ecstasy. And then when you meet people that have done ecstasy and they don't have big scoops of their brain missing, you just start to do the thing that kids do where you're like, well, maybe heroin isn't that bad. Maybe it was just a big kerfuffle that these sticks in the mud are talking down. I'll give it a go.
South Park dealt with this best, right? South Park did a marijuana episode.
Yeah, cheesing.
I remember the speech at the end where they're like, you know what? Marijuana is not that dangerous for you, but it makes you okay with being bored. And you do that too long, and before, after a while, you realize you're not good at anything. And that was like the South Park speech. And I was like, oh, you know, that seems like an accurate representation of the dangers of too much pot.
Yeah. Well, there definitely
dangers of too much ice
Danger
cream
too much internet,
are much
too.
worse, though. The dangers of too much ice cream are much more shocking and disgusting. I would wager.
Maybe pot and ice cream go hand in hand.
Would you rather be addicted to pot or addicted to ice cream?
I would
Pot,
rather
probably.
be addicted to
Yeah, pot for sure, because ice cream is you can hide your marijuana addiction as you're going out and about throughout the day.
Yeah.
Over time,
A little
people are gonna
SmartMouth
be
and you're out of the
noticing-
town.
Yes, a little SmartMouth and you're good to go. Yeah, but you get addicted to ice cream and people are going to start noticing.
Yes,
Like
that's true.
that's the difficult thing more than other addictions about food addiction is that you can't even lie and say like, yeah, it's been going better. Like, you know, I'm making better decisions.
Yeah.
I'm really taking some time to cook and do
Oh, I
meal prep.
haven't-
I'm very into meal prep now. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. We can see you lie.
If
You're
you're-
lying to me.
5 years without too many calories. You can see, and it's like, no, that pendant don't mean shit, bro. You're 400 pounds. You're 400
Yeah.
pounds. I can see it. I
If
can
they're big
see
enough, they lie. All the
I
super
mean,
big
what's the
guys
most
do.
annoying addiction? That's what we need to. Is it because I think it's
Fidget
CrossFit.
spinners. Okay.
CrossFit is
That's a very prevalent addiction, and it's under the guise of health, right? But it's
don't
very
like-
annoying.
I don't
Do you
like
have a bad experience with a CrossFit person or people?
I've only
trying-
had bad experiences with CrossFit addicts.
like trying to proselytize to you.
No, they're just very proud of themselves. I don't know. I don't have anything beyond that.
They like their way, and they don't think yours is quite as good.
They always want to talk about like what they're doing. They always want to preach, like Jehovah's Witnesses.
The way
CrossFit.
that they do pull-ups irrationally bothers me. When you watch,
Really?
if you go on YouTube and type in like CrossFit pull-ups, they like basically turn their body into a worm and like wiggle their way up, like back and forth, back and forth. 3,
It's more like
4,
shaking.
5,
It's more like shaking
6,
than pull.
7, and it's like no, none of those counted. You cheater! Like you're just using the energy of your legs to swing yourself up over and over.
Have
like
you seen the video of the guy who counts them? There's a CrossFit guy, and he's doing the worm, and he's kind of got this rotation going on his pull-ups, right? And then, but the guy grabbed the video with his own voiceover, and he's like, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. He's like, none of those are pull-ups, 0.
They had a push-up contest on the Howard Stern show where they challenged their audio engineer, who was a really out of shape guy. Stern basically bet him that I may have the numbers a little off, but Stern basically bet him that he couldn't do 10 push-ups, 15 push-ups, whatever it was, $10,000. He's like, you can't do it. Look at you. You can't. I
It's
know
a long
you can't.
time ago. I might have seen this. Was it Scott?
Yeah. It's got the
Scott's the engineer.
Yeah.
So they're gonna see if he can do it, right? So he's working out for it's a short period of time, a few weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4, something like that. And he's got this silly trainer who's got him all pumped up, and the trainer's like they're all chanting when he finally starts cranking him out. And so
Oh no.
it's just tumultuous. Everybody's screaming. There's noise everywhere. You can't tell what's going on. And Scott is cranking these push-ups out, but they're not real push-ups. He's not going all the way down. He's not coming all the way up. It's horse shit. And there's a referee there, but he's just some punk kid with a striped shirt and a whistle. Like,
Of course.
And so he gets them done. He cranks out like 17 or whatever in the allotted time. And that was like enough to win the bet. But they're all like, nah, those didn't count. And he's like, I did them, they count. He's like, you go back on this bet. He's like screaming at Stern, like, don't you go back on your word. He like screams back at Stern. Everybody's like, whoa, whoa. And eventually Stern paid him off. But anybody who saw Scott the engineer cannot do 10 real push-ups, much less 17.
He had Casey demonstrate what a push-up was supposed to look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had
could do one.
There was like Radu, this weirdo that had him doing like ballet, and instead of just doing push-ups, like, okay, you can do 1 today. Let's see how many you can do tomorrow. He was just having him do like weird exercises to build up to it.
No.
There's no way to win when you try and bet your friends. Like, I bet you can't do 20 pull-ups. I bet you can't. And Navy SEAL, someone on push-up 29 will start being like the Jesus Christ of analyzing mistakes and weaknesses. And he didn't quite straighten up there. That doesn't count. Again, like, There's no way to win those fitness bets, I've found.
Scott's was so bad, though. I hate Scott the engineer. Although at this point, I don't like Stern anymore. I don't feel like.
Really?
I feel like
That's a
he's
big
changed
change.
a lot. Yeah.
How come?
I felt like that for like a year now because of that Marcy lady who came in, who wrote the book, and like he treats her like a guru. She comes in. Gary had been asking Stern for a bigger office for years. Gary, his producer, who's been with him for like 30 years or something like that, always asking Stern for a bigger office. Marcy comes in. She's given Gary's office, made the producer of the show. Gary keeps the title and like to not be humiliated, I guess, but gets moved into
Stern's
another
got
office.
A new producer?
Yeah, well, it's this Marcy lady. She's a huge influence on the show. That's why you don't have Gary the retard. That's why you don't have like the gay effeminate voice from Stern or the black voice from Stern or any of that non-politically correct stuff from Stern before. That's why you don't see Stern going after celebrities as much and giving them a hard time. That's why you don't see Gilbert Godfrey on the show.
God, he was the best.
Of course, Gilbert Gottfried. I remember there's this call where Gilbert Gottfried's the host, and this Jewish lady who had like her parents were in the Holocaust calls in, and Gilbert's a Jew, and Gilbert's like, they cooked them in the oven, your parents. You know, he's just like no mercy, like full out calling her a kike and stuff, like just to rile her up, and she's just like just like melting down. All of that's gone. So Marcy comes in, gets Gary's office, immediately gets the office made bigger because she wants a bigger office.
That sucks.
And just the content of the show has changed a lot. Like I like the celebrity interviews sprinkled into my insanity. I really enjoyed when we'd get like, I don't know, Gary the retard involved or any
Ronnie
of the
the limo driver.
I think Ronnie's a real piece of shit in real life.
Yeah.
Like I have a hard time like just
Dick's like, yeah.
When it seems like if you just ask like Ronnie, how's your day going? Like he just starts up here with like, I'm a cunt. Like, how dare you ask me how what is something wrong with my day? Like, you don't think I can have a good day? I have good days all the time. What's wrong with me that I can't have a good day? Why are you so concerned about my day? You know, and you're just like, you're a real piece of shit, Ronnie. And I also think, like, since you're a Stern listener and most people don't know who these people are, I think that what's his name?
Stuttering John.
No, who's the whack packer? Who's the big fat 400-pound guy?
One hand Philip.
I think High-Pitched Eric is a complete
Taylor
character
one up.
and
Yeah, I'm just making them up.
I think that High-Pitched Eric is a complete fraud. They had a medical expert come in one time and like she was like, oh yeah, what High-Pitched Eric has is blah blah blah. It's when your vocal cords stay like this for your entire life, and that's why his voice is high. He can't help it, and that's just a lie, complete fabrication. And you can hear him on
a voice.
I know he's doing a voice because when they punished him by putting him in the fart chamber with Will the Farter farting in his face constantly, his voice goes up like 15 octaves or something. Until he's like, please stop farting in my face. When normally he's like this. And that it's not like when I know you can inhale helium and your voice gets higher. You can also inhale argon, I think. Don't do that, kids. You might die. And your voice will be deeper. And it was like, I don't think he's inhaling enough methane from this man's ass that his voice is changing. Like, this isn't physics. It's him not able to carry on with his
like
character.
The air he's inhaling is actually thicker enough to change the reverberation.
Yeah, exactly. That's not the case. So what I see here is, like, this guy can't keep up his fake accent, fake character, while he's being farted on continuously by this freak of nature. The farting guy, he doesn't fart. He doesn't go. Yeah. He is continuously with these disgusting farts, and then he like gets into a position to like basically his asshole gapes open, and he intakes huge amounts of air into his asshole, and then he expels it, and he does this repeatedly and rapidly. So it's just long, disgusting.
That's not as bad as a real fart. In the same way that like I would rather somebody fill their mouth with water and spit it all over me than actually vomit on me. You know, like it's not actual ass air; it's just ass air adjacent. Like it's very briefly ass air.
I saw a Stern episode a long time ago where he was like competitive farting or something like that, and somebody pooped. There was a little mishap. Yeah.
I liked the one where they had the guy come in and get vomited on, like that. He was into that, like that. That's what he liked. We call it Roman shit, I think, which is a misconception because we found out. That based on the vomitorium thing where people thought that was a place where people went and vomited, but it turns out that's just the exit of the fucking Coliseum. That's a vomitorium. But anyway, yeah, they had the guy come in, lay on the plastic, and this chick fucking like throws up on him, and he's getting off on it. Of course, he's like, yeah, throw up on my body, and Stern is gagging over there and stuff. That's what I want to see. That is the Howard Stern show. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. When they sent Gary the retard to the moon in a cardboard box, and he was so retarded that not only did he believe he went to the moon, but he got scared. Now that is radio. That is radio. They got Gary the retard to the moon in a box, and then they had to extract him. They were like, we better bring you on back to Earth so you don't get any more scared and we don't have a retarded 40-year-old man crying on the air in front of 15 million people. So
there's a razor's edge between appropriately mocking a 40-year-old retarded man and going too far.
I'm going to the moon! I'm going to the moon! That's what he was saying. And that's accurate. That's not mockery.
Wow.
I believe. Well, I was always more of an O&A fan, and that died too, like a couple years ago, which sucks. But yeah, I need to try old Stern because everybody only talks good shit about it.
Oh yeah, man, it's the best.
It's real good stuff. And once you know like the cast and the crew and characters and recurring guests and the Whack Packers, you feel like a part of the community to some extent. You'll be listening to him, or I'll be listening to him driving, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy's on the phone. I know that guy's whole life history and all the things he's done and why he's a cunt.
Will there be another radio star, or is it time for podcast stars?
Oh, it's podcast time now. Radio's done. Radio is done.
Terrestrial radio's certainly done. And I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of politics over at the satellite radio. Like I mentioned Oprah having a channel, but having never been on it. There's plenty of people who are like that. It's kind of weird. But I think podcasts, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Also, it used to be the issue with podcasts back in the day. It was kind of the planning involved. You know, like if I was going to go on a drive, I'd pick the This American Lives I wanted to hear and stuff like that. Now it's all streamed, and everywhere you go pretty much has, cell phone connection.
There's just no reason to limit yourself as a consumer with Sirius XM anymore, where you'd be like, I'll just get this. But like, no, you could have anything at the touch of your fingertips easily on demand. You don't have to wait for a show to start. You don't have to, deal with Sirius's shit. Like, I bet 3 years Sirius is gone.
I don't think so. They're growing
3 to 5.
They're growing.
Not.
Oh, without Stern. Post Stern, it's going to be a weird thing. Stern kind of turns any kind of business model upside down as far as they're concerned. It's hard to feel them out and see if that is a successful thing because Stern is there doing like what no one else could do. He brought an audience and just instilled them, and there are millions of them. It's like I think it's 30 million subscribers. It might be 20 million, but I think I think they had 30 million not too long ago.
He buoys them up so much
Big
that
time.
they can talk to advertisers or whatever and be like, we got 30 million listeners, and it's like, okay, but if you're not gonna advertise on Stern's show, how many are gonna listen to it? Because if they're on the music stations, they do what every person I've ever seen who had XM do, and if a commercial comes on with music, you hit your next selected thing, you'll make your way back.
Yeah.
Whereas, if you're advertising on the Bebop and Tom show or whatever the fuck, like how many people are listening to those two? Is it just an enormous sum on Stern and then
you've got
them
like 50,
implying that is the whole base?
You got like 20 million on Stern and then like 10 million scattered everywhere else, I bet. Or the disparity may be even bigger.
I'm processing this, and I think it's better. Now, I'll tell you why. Let's go to music, right? If you're a musician...
You think podcasts or Sirius are better?
I like the model of podcasts more. So if you go back to the 80s and you're talking about music stars, they sold CDs and tapes and cassettes and shit. And that was like what they did. And only the tippy top of musicians could make a living in this, right? Only the very elite. And then they would do outstandingly well. The Kanyes of the day would be like Billy Joel or Cyndi Lauper or whatever, Michael Jackson. You go now, selling CDs and shit, that's not really a business model. But anyone who has any kind of following can get some kind of business model around this, right? You can be a tiny little reggae guy or folk singer or whatever. Like I like Frank Turner, and there's a career for a guy that's not the next Michael Jackson, right? There's a career for a podcast that has, whatever, 150,000 people listening to it, 500,000 people. I think we have hundreds of thousands on the audio side. But anyway, there's a career for a podcast that doesn't have to be Howard Stern. You don't have to be. It's not like it's Howard, Opie and Anthony, and then nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's room all in the middle. Who's the rapper we have on? Do we have Big Wax on? Herbal Tea. I get them mixed up because they were together. But anyway, I really like his songs. I don't know that he would have had a career in 1980 because you're either Kanye or you're washing dishes. But he has a career now, and I like that. I like what this generation business model is like.
It's the platform, right? Like you've got your own platform. You don't have to deal with some record label of something like that where there's just tons of corruption and those same type of producers that
it's because now you go direct to the customer, right? Like we're not hoping Sony picks up this podcast. We have a platform and we can go straight to them.
Just the Donald Trump model. I like it. You go right to the consumer with your message. Don't let CNN and their fake news filter it and no, straight to the people.
CNN beat Fox in the ratings.
So did the other network, whoever that is, MSNBC.
MSNBC was this is primetime ratings, not all day, but MSNBC was first, CNN was second, and Fox is now third. And Sean Hannity, who might be their top guy, him or Tucker, is now taking an abrupt vacation because this advertising is leaving him.
Because they started leaving him.
I like how much
because he's drumming up the fake news thing. It's the Seth Rich thing.
They're all dropping off bigly. To put it that way, like they all like CNN, MSNBC, CBS, all their news ratings going down, and Fox especially noticeable because obviously Bill O'Reilly leaving is like an enormous blow to them. But I don't know. It's I kind of get a little bit of glee.
I feel like MSNBC is rising. You don't say that.
They're not rising into like woohoo territory. They're just not like the others dropping so much has suddenly put MSNBC in the game. But none of them are doing well by a standard of news, and so I don't know. I like seeing all those big titans of news kind of struggle because that they're feeling it. They are afraid of the internet. They're so terrified of all the grassroots content that can be created on the internet that's even better than what they do, more genuine than what they do, more relatable. Like they're scared.
The problem is that the grassroots look, the Donald subreddit. I don't know, this literally infiltrated by Russians, right? Like, there's fake news.
What?
Yeah, and they're reposting stuff that's made up all the time. The Donald subreddit went wild for that Podesta child porn thing in the basement.
Wait, it's literally infiltrated by Russians? What?
Yes, yeah, that's a thing.
The mod team?
Not the mod team, the posters.
So there were Russians visiting there.
Yeah, there's Jerry, Steven, Adam, and Sergey. The mod
team. They
team.
manipulate the votes and upvote things. This is like a thing that's been done. They're buying upvotes. And they jump on fake, like that Seth Rich thing that's going on right now has been debunked by PolitiFact, Fact Check, Snopes, and one I hadn't heard of called
Pointer
or
those
something like that.
All owned by the same paper.
Are they?
Those are all, PolitiFact, Snopes. They're all like, all of those webs. I mean, this is just my feeling about it, but those are all owned by somebody, and that somebody has an agenda.
Fox
like
News had a guy saying the Seth Rich thing was real. That also came on Fox News and said there are gangs of lesbians raping schoolgirls.
It happens.
Wearing pink with pink guns.
Look, every night, when just before I tuck into bed, I get on the internet and I find at least 2, sometimes 5 or 6 videos of that going down. Okay, I have watched hours of content. Don't
listen to him; he's Russian.
Raping these women. I enjoy the content thoroughly, and I am a subscriber. Okay, it's my favorite website. It's I like the porn where it's like
when Kyle watches this website, or when Kyle learns of this news, it goes yang 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 yang.
Yeah. I like the sorority hazing videos where like the new sexy pledges are like having to eat pussy to like get into gamma pussy eater. Like,
do they ever take you out of it by saying stuff that no college girl pledging would ever say, where they're like, oh yeah, I love the taste of that pussy, and you're like, god damn it, no, you should be saying, but I have to go study for my midterm or something. I don't have time for all this pussy eating. Or like.
But to circle back to Taylor's thing, the problem with everyone like choosing internet news is people just choose their favorite news, and it's not necessarily vetted as true or false.
The same thing as TV news, though.
Not
like
exactly.
Conservatives go to Fox, liberals go to CNN, or far liberals go to MSNBC. Or CNN
but
at this point.
There's like when MSNBC blows a story, right? There's like repercussions for that. It's a big embarrassment. People remember that time that CNN had the people acting like they were further apart than they were at the Boston bombing. People remember right now Fox doing Seth Rich almost as a diversion away from the Russian story.
But they get away with shit too, because like Oh, go ahead, Dick.
But when you never heard of me.com completely invents a story, then just another one fires up later.
So I guess, Woody, I want to know, I think there's a difference between like political news where it's it's like partisan biased news, one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with what you're saying.
The self-selecting news is an issue.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking, like, when you look at the mainstream media, I guess to me, surely there's a bias that you could never say on television, because I'm a conservative guy, and I get everything I have. I don't have any ads. Everything's Patreon based, and I feel like I pay a penalty for not going with the mainstream media voice. I don't know if that makes sense, but is like,
you had something akin to that happen to you with UCB.
Yeah, I guess you use the Seth Rich example specifically.
Right.
Do you think that should not have been broached by Hannity, and that advisors or that advertisers should have pulled out?
So here's the Seth Rich background for people that haven't heard it. Seth Rich was working in the DNC. I think it's known that he's the one that leaked some of their emails, although I'm not sure about that part.
No.
It's not known? Okay, so it's suspected that he's the guy. Now, I was going to say what the controversy is that during the time that they were looking at him as being that guy, apparently he left his shady apartment at like 4 a.m. and was murdered. And they don't know who murdered him, but...
was he robbed or not? I thought I remember saying he wasn't robbed.
They said it was a robbery, but nothing was taken from him.
Yeah, I've heard that
bad
too.
Robbery.
Yeah, right. And but there were other like similar crimes in that area recently. Like it's just a bad place to be. It's DC.
Yeah.
It's not the good part of DC. It's pretending
the hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah. So and he was outside. I think it was literally 4 a.m. and he got shot. And not robbed. I don't know. So that's the deal with him. And there's no evidence that points to really anything. Like, they don't know what the scoop is. His family seems convinced that he was just robbed and murdered like everybody else.
Did his family speak?
Yeah, his family has asked Fox to stop politicizing this, to stop running this story. They feel like it's fake news.
Where can I read that? I want to hear
But
about
his family
Google
also has been assigned a handler by the DNC to speak for him. That's my understanding. This guy appeared out of nowhere and started.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong, just that I haven't heard it. It's hard to keep up with everything. But there's the Seth Rich. I try to present both sides of it, and it is a little, if they're looking at this guy as being the leak, and then all of a sudden he dies, like, that's a little scary, right? And but
the Seth Rich thing isn't compelling to me.
To me,
there's just not
what
enough
happened
evidence.
is the Russian story really heated up, right? Flynn was literally a foreign operative paid by the Turkish government and the Russian propaganda arm, advising Trump for policies that would help Turkey, like trying to, like, he was a full-on, like, double agent, foreign agent type guy. And he's registered as a foreign agent. This isn't controversial. He registered as a foreign agent. He retroactively
what
at the
about
time.
The Russian thing, though? To be fair, I think Russia and Turkey would be opposed to one another.
I don't know. So the story is heating up because Trump fired Comey, and it's all anybody's talking about. And all Fox talks about is Seth Rich. Like, oh, well, the Democrats did that. And that, I think most people looking at that felt like it was a diversion tactic.
I just, like, there's so little that has, like, hard evidence to it, and so much that's just lying and implying in the space.
Yeah.
Like, I see there's as much evidence that Seth Rich was murdered as there's actual collusion with Trump and Putin. Like, there's not. There's so much implying, and this anonymous source maybe said this, no confirmation. Okay, well, that story is actually not that good anymore. We're going to just have a new one. There's a new anonymous source that we're going to report on from a leak. Okay, well, that one didn't go. There's a new one now. We're going to do that. Like, it's just like they're trying to bamboozle you like they do, like, doctors when they give a kid a shot, where they just, like, throw balloons out and they throw tissues, and then they give the kid the shot, and the kid's like, oh, there's balloons still, and they just keep looking at it. Like, I see it like that.
Doctors were so much better than mine.
And I do see the Seth Rich thing as we don't want to talk, we're kind of diverting a bit, because I see that as compelling as the Russia collusion, story, which is not compelling.
That was a conspiracy theory last year that got reinvented as the Russian stuff got super hot.
It had more credence last year, to be fair, because people don't just drop dead, and then like all of a sudden this guy who seemed to be in the middle of all this stuff and possibly could be this leaker,
gets murdered.
He's just murdered.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow, man, this sounds like what goes down in Russia. When you hear about like this political operative or this opponent of Putin, all of a sudden, oh yeah, last night somebody tried to steal his car, and I guess that 70-year-old politician put up a fight, and it's like, no,
and in the end, they didn't even take his car.
But then the emails showed up.
Yeah, usually carjackers don't use nuclear polonium. Yeah, they stab in the leg with a little polonium, and that's how they're stealing cars nowadays in Moscow.
Oopsie.
They give you the polonium 2 weeks later. They take your ride.
Yeah, but this Russian thing, like the MemCon thing, that Comey kept memos of the conversations with Trump, and then I wish I could remember the details. Just another, it was like a second time.
Do you think there's a Russian conspiracy with Trump happening? I mean,
well, okay,
that's not
so
a
the
trick
way
question.
you phrase that is hard to do.
No, sure. I understand.
But so here's what I'm doing a show. I'm doing a show.
It's Russia. It's where Drago's knocking in the door. He's gonna come and kick his ass.
I'll plug it in tonight before I go to bed. Plug it in the server room.
Don't you better answer what I... That's it, Arnold. That's not a good Russian accent.
They all know not to bother me.
I must break you.
So she wants to charge.
I'm not trying to trick you because I know that's.
So
like,
here's
that's
what came out recently.
Right.
It appears that it looked like there was a memo from the Democrats that said that when who did Bill meet on the tarmac in that plane? And the attorney
Loretta
general. When Bill met Loretta Lynch, that was going to take care of all this email problem, right?
Yeah.
Comey saw that and felt like he had to get out in front of the story. This is all I learned of this recently. Comey wanted to get out in front of that story and say, look, this thing's still ongoing, because he didn't want the appearance of what the DNC people were going to say, which is, hey, we took care of this, the story, it's over, it's buried, etc. Comey felt like there was no option where he could do nothing. He was either combating that memo where the Democrats were about to say this thing is done, don't worry about it, or the other way, which is like conceal it. And he felt like there wasn't an option. He opted against concealing it. Anyway, it turns out that memo wasn't from the Democrats. It was planted there by the Russians, right? This has been laid out there. And FBI sadly bought it. So that is why Comey went out and sort of pushed back against
which memo was forged.
It was a memo that explains.
Know they did meet on the tarmac, and that was Comey's explanation for why he even said that was when I knew.
Well, apparently it was the memo that said, "Hey, this tarmac meeting has solved all of our problems." And so now we're about to say that the email controversy is over and the investigation's done. So Comey was like, now I have to come out and say the investigation's still ongoing. We're looking into the Wiener thing and what have you.
But to be fair, the only reason that he had to reopen it is because he closed it so badly back in June, where he basically had to say, well, yeah, she broke the law, but I just invented a standard of intent, and she didn't meet that standard of intent, and so she's good, closed up. And then it came out that, well, this really isn't done.
I want to know if you think Russia is after something. We all play these games of you guys did this and we did this. I want to know what you think Russia is after. I guess is that a fair question?
Yeah, I mean, Trump literally is the guy that removed this anti-Russian plank in the Republican Party, and I have to Google to find the details. But I looked into it, and it was literally he said it with his own mouth, it wasn't just his handlers or his people. Trump is much more pro-Russia, right? When they come out and they say, Trump, you're tied into Russia, his response isn't, no, I'm not. It's, hey, I think it's good to be friends with Russians. I think, why do we have to be enemies? Which I'll say is a reasonable question. I don't know.
Obama literally ran on a Russian reset 5 years ago, and there was no, they're still our mortal enemy, which is something that I don't like.
Obama didn't
with a lot of
have
conservatives
foreign
today,
agents
where they
working as his national security advisor.
I don't like I don't like when conservatives today, or people on the right, I should say, are now pretending like Russia's our good buddy. That it's just Russia, we
Saudi Arabia.
Tit for tat.
I remember you and I.
No,
Saudi Arabia's bad.
You told me that when Hillary was Secretary of State, we sold much more weapons to Saudi Arabia, and I was like, let me fact check that, and you were right.
Shitload.
Now Trump is selling was 112 billion. I don't know my number.
112 million.
Yeah, a fucking ton.
Billion with a B.
Billion, yeah. Less,
Weapons
but
to Saudi
still
Arabia.
bad.
So far, it's a huge deal, and I don't know. Maybe there's something about this that I don't understand, right? Everyone says Saudi Arabia is obviously like a huge state sponsor of terrorism. They're not our friends, and then they get in there, learn something I don't know, and change their mind, right? Maybe they're.
I'd like to know what it is really, because you're right. It is so convoluted, where we all know that they're bombing Yemen and they treat their citizens like shit, and they're incredibly prejudiced towards women and any non-Muslims. Like and not even like just Muslims, like the right kind of Muslim. Like and we still give them tons of weapons. And at the end of every day, it's we got to deal with them. So I would want to know what that actually is all about. But
the right kind of Muslims. I stepped out to pee, and I came back at an interesting time. The good ones. That's what you're talking about, eh?
Yes, exactly. That's what we're talking about. Some of the good
ones. Figured it out while you were gone. We figured out the whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole Middle East peace process is secure. Well, someone better get Jared Kushner on the line. He could use a little pick me up right about now.
I don't know. Like, you're conservative, right? I feel like it seems that is like 80% of the issues that seem clear cut to me, the Republicans have been on the wrong side of it. Like, heck, net neutrality comes to mind. Who's not for net neutrality? To me, must be people in the pocket of Comcast.
I'm not for net neutrality either, but I want to hear your point on it. Like, I know I'm in the minority of that. I know I'm in the minority of a lot of these issues, but I'm not the kind of person that thinks that me screaming about something will make it happen. So right. I'm way more interested in hearing what you think about this.
Well, the issue with net neutrality for me is it's modern day free speech, right? And there's two parts: capitalism and modern day free speech. If suddenly certain sites like YouTube, which shuts people down or demonetizes videos for being the wrong topic, if it gets a preference over Vimeo, like maybe YouTube, you get all the bandwidth you possibly want on your phone, and Vimeo, it charges against your cap, right? That's a thing that people are doing. If you have that, then suddenly YouTube is the only voice that can reach people. And then there's a free speech issue here. The other issue is capitalism. If you have a brilliant idea and you want to start the next Amazon, but there's a fast lane to Amazon on Comcast and a slow lane to Dick on, then now we have an issue with an unlevel playing field, and new people can't
be entrepreneurs. To say that, like, you're suggesting a situation where the bigger platform, the bigger, more rich group of people is able to secure fast and speedy service to their domain. But look at the other side of it. Maybe we can ensure that the people that we disagree with, and by we I mean whoever's in power, don't get a voice. It's like, oh well, yeah, we don't even want your money. You keep your slow internet. But like maybe Comcast doesn't want those people's money. You know what I mean? I don't like that at all.
They want everybody's money.
I think it kind of goes back to what you've said before about, like, I don't like it when people limit my Second Amendment, so I certainly don't like it when you limit my First Amendment. Like either one of them. Like any of my rights, really. Just leave me the fuck alone.
The second one protects all of them.
Yeah, I hear. And
it does if you go shoot a guy at Comcast, but.
And you can see Kyle's a huge supporter.
The other thing we talked about with the drugs, right? I look at it and I'm like, why are the Republicans on the wrong side of, like, locking people up forever for drug offenses? It's taking a portion of our population, making them dependents instead of
making that entirely on Republicans. Like, I agree with you, that's bad, but putting it all on Republicans is kind of ridiculous. When the 90s, when that really amped up the war on, like, Clinton amped up the war on crime as well. Like, it wasn't just a thing that was instituted and then just kind of continued and we ignored it. Like, it's been amped up. We spend so much money. We waste so much fucking money on that shit when we could be making money if people would just buy pot legally. And then
Clinton would be better, but you had to go back 2 presidents to get to him. The most recent one was Obama.
Jimmy Carter was there too,
and he backed down too. And the mandatory minimum thing started under Reagan. So I feel like this is something we can comfortably pin on Republicans.
Oh yeah. Nixon started the war on drugs. Reagan continued. That's like a Republican thing, and Sessions is going to march it right into the goddamn.
Yeah, that is ridiculous with Sessions. I'm not a fan of.
Heck,
I didn't vote for any of those guys.
Gay marriage, although gay marriage seems like a settled issue, I look at that and I'm like, man, why is this even a close call? Like, why are you picking on people? The Republicans are on the wrong side of that. There are other issues that are more complicated that I barely understand.
Gay marriage, everybody was on the wrong side until it was popular.
Yeah.
Even
Obama,
Bernie Sanders was pro-traditional marriage in like
Hillary
2007.
So was Obama.
Hillary was.
Yeah.
Obama was. Yeah, not
his
even
first term,
second
like
term.
not even that long ago. Like his first term.
There's
he was,
degrees,
he was
though, right? Like there's people who say I support traditional marriage and then do nothing about it, and then there's people who are like actively going and trying to make it so that restaurants don't serve gay people. You know, you are right. Obama flipped and said
who are those people?
that say you can't serve at restaurants. It was literally that's the
come in this IHOP bunch of sausages. Wouldn't you?
Too fruity. You ordered it too fruity. Get the fuck out of here.
It was the wedding cake. It's a
pancakes.
real thing. It's the wedding cake. They wouldn't make the cake for a gay marriage. So
business owners should have the right to refuse service to people.
business should have the right to refuse services, but there are certain protected things, and sexual orientation and race and a few others are protected against that kind of discrimination. And I think it's right.
Ladies' night, in which chance you don't have to pay, ladies.
Yeah, I don't think you should be able to demand service from any private business owner. I think you should have a right to refuse service to anyone, because all that's going to happen is they're going to go out of business.
Time. It's your time. If someone can come up to you in the street and say, like, I want to have a conversation with you, no, get away from me. No, for any reason, no. Like, make me a cake. No, it's my time. I'm trading my time for this. No.
Yeah, I hear you, and I've made that
servitude.
same argument over time, right? Like forcing me to serve someone is kind of slavery, paid slavery, but take it as you will.
Yeah.
But I like the way that they do it now seems to me to be the closest to appropriate as possible. Like, hey, you can't keep black people out of movie theaters or restaurants or whatever. You can't keep gay people out of your establishment. You can't keep, Asian people.
These are all self-correcting problems.
Yeah, none of these happen.
Find me a restaurant in
they're
the
illegal
US
right
right
now.
now. Find me a restaurant in the US where they
It's
would make
illegal.
a stand about not letting black people in a restaurant. Nobody would
illegal.
have business.
Would make a new
They
theater.
did that until it
overnight.
was made illegal. There were segregated restaurants. There were, water fountains that people couldn't use. And then they made a law against discriminating based on race.
But do you think that this is the same culture as 1960?
Something like that, yeah.
It's not at all. Like the fact that, like, to pretend that a business is going to start and be like, we only make cakes for white people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're white people, white on white cakes, no
Right,
chocolate
because
cakes.
sexual
they're not
orientation
in the
is the modern day racism, right? It's gay people that they've mostly won their battle, I think. But
Right?
those are the ones that are, if anybody is still on the front lines of being not served by businesses and such.
It's just, it's annoying that people pretend like this is an enormous issue, that if you allow this, that suddenly all these business owners are going to turn away from their capitalistic wants and desires of making money and running a business, and suddenly allow bigotry to seep into their hearts and be like, actually, I don't want brown people's money. I want clean, white, crisp dollar bills in this establishment only. Like, no, like they're going to do whatever is best for the business. And
But
if they
to me,
don't,
it's not-
that's going to spread immediately, and people will not go to that establishment. Like, if I find out that the fucking Qdoba near me or something is turning away Mexican and black people, I'm not going to go there. And most people won't once it gets traction.
But
Because
saying
most
that
people,
like only 1 in 10 stores is going to
Just,
be racist or discriminate against gay people doesn't change the right. And there's a moral argument for me, even if it's 1 in 10,000. Like, all right, but where's the right side of this? And to me, the Republicans anyway are on the wrong side of right and
I disagree.
wrong.
Let me ask you something. What's the moral argument for scholarships for college?
I'm not for
And
it. I'm not for
like-
it. I feel like I'm having a
And
hard
having
time
white men have, like-
balancing. Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
White men and Asian men are penalized from getting into college.
Yes, Asian girls too.
Yeah.
They have the highest scores. The
I can give them an education.
Titus.
the tightest scores. I don't. So to some extent, like a temporary giveaway on some things, right? If welfare only lasted 1 year, I might be okay with it. Trump's budget has these big cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, and I want to be like, well, how much of that is to combat disability fraud? Because I'm pro combating disability fraud. It's just the new welfare, right? I don't want people doing free rides. Like, I'm okay, but like I've got family and stuff. They work their asses off all the time, and they're supporting someone else that doesn't seem right. Free scholarships. I feel like college should be something that's a little hard, that you kind of work for. You know, if you gave it away like you did high school, then people would coast their way into it. That
it's actually shitty to be like, all right, well, black people, you only need you can get a 200-point bump on your SAT scores. So we usually you wouldn't be allowed into.
But he was talking about scholarships.
We're letting you in. That's what I'm saying. Like, and then they would get a scholarship for it or whatever. I'm talking about lowering qualifications to let someone in is actually damaging to the people that you're letting in, because that person comes in, they're not prepared for that level of academic rigor, and they get in there, they fail, and they're like, well, fuck. Like, well, I've been told that, I'm a victim all the time, and I guess I failed. When really, they probably would have crushed it if they went to a school that was more in line with their academic rigor.
You're not wrong, but the reason I really agree with you is the Asian guy that didn't get in because that spot was taken by a less qualified person. Like, that's not fair.
Absolutely. It should be meritocracy.
That's my sense of right and wrong.
Oh, the meritocracy, that is the worst. That is a 4-letter word to me. That is the word.
Really?
I think everyone deserves a congratulations for making it like 4.5 hours before talking about politics, to be honest. Because the meritocracy was coined by a guy who was Michael Young, who was specifically using as a derogative.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the word, the meritocracy, was called the meritocracy. Michael Young, I think. It was that people who test into a certain sphere would be the ones who rule us, and a lot of the mechanisms that were in the book to propel you into that ruling class exist today, in my opinion. But they took it to mean meritocracy means like you've achieved and you have something to show for it, but that's not what it meant in the first place. And I still don't think it does, but I'm too drunk to
what meritocracy means between my ears is, like, I most closely associate it with athletics. The guys that are in the NBA, the guys that are in the NFL, NHL, even Sidney Crosby got there because they were good at one point. Not anymore, of course, in the case of Sidney Crosby. But it's everyone got there based on merit, and that's how college acceptance should be. So that's where I am on that.
Yeah.
But
I'm starting to feel the other way. I'm starting to maybe education should be free and healthcare should be free. I just think I don't think we're ready for it yet. I don't think we are. I've gone back to this 2 or 3 times about that utopian Star Trek universe where you don't have to pay Captain Picard. Like, for those who don't know, Captain Picard doesn't get paid to be the captain of the flagship. He didn't get an income. No, he does it because that's what he wants to do, and he loves it, and he's contributing to mankind and all sentient life, I guess, in the galaxy or whatever the fuck. We're not ready for that, though. Like, nobody would move if
you're right. Put the people in charge of the post office and the VA in charge of all of it. It's going to go great. The DMV. Go swimmingly. The DMV. Have you ever walked into a DMV and had it not be a well-oiled machine? I challenge you. It's always the highest quality folks working.
Isn't it weird that no politician has ran on that platform alone? Like, look, I went into the DMV last year and I was treated poorly by everyone there.
Yeah.
And there wasn't
the trains will run on time. One politician has run on that.
My daughter, Miss Leedy. My daughter got her license recently. If you didn't get to the DMV before lunch, they close at 5. Before lunch, then you would just never get your test in time. It was like by lunch, it was 5 hours backed up. You roll in there at 1:30, they're like, just come tomorrow. There's no way we'll get to you in the next 3.5 hours.
And it's like they made a mental note of like, oh, okay, that guy's where it ends. And so even if it's like 4:40 and you're the guy in line, they'll just pretend that they're doing other shit. Or they just won't pretend that they're doing other shit because they're not going to get fired.
Taylor's made the argument on healthcare a couple times that most people get it through their employer. And I looked up the numbers. 49% of people get their healthcare through their employer, which, by the way, is the largest group. It's just all the others combined, including uninsured, is 51%.
Oh, you were right then. Most people do get their insurance from their employer.
No, the largest group, it's not most, it's 49%.
Okay, so there are separate groups, each getting their insurance from somewhere, and the group and the largest is those who get it from their employer. So most of them get it from their not a larger. Not 51%, not a majority of the 100%.
Yeah, that's what it would take to be most people, because the people who get it the other ways are also people.
I disagree.
That's not how most works. Yeah. If it was
I'm changing how most works.
If 100 people or 100
most people get it from their employee. employer when compared to all the other ways that people
That's
get
not how most works.
That's how I.
If the top percentage was like 25, it wouldn't be most
in that
either.
group that didn't have insurance?
Yeah, 9%.
So of people that so we get rid of that 9%, knock it down to 91.
Oh, now we're crunching numbers.
Yeah,
but the 9% still need insurance.
Who have insurance?
Who have insurance get it through their employer. Vilify.
All right, so now you know 49% of people who 49% of people get their insurance through their employers. But the thing that's important to me, and this is kind of personal for me, is that if you can get insurance outside your employer, right? You know, when Obamacare came through, they said, oh, you can't deny people based on childhood issues, right? So I have a special needs son. Dick probably doesn't know. So I was able to leave Cisco and buy my own insurance and start businesses, right? You know, there's my YouTube channel, there was Woodycraft, etc. I was able to be an entrepreneur because I wasn't handcuffed to my employer. It's anti-entrepreneur, anti-capitalism to say that you need to be a wage slave if you're going to get insurance.
No business should get a write-off for paying for your health care. I mean, that's like having companies pay for your health insurance is only is giving the worst people on the planet the ability to negotiate for you when it comes to healthcare. I absolutely hate that companies can write that off. I don't think they should.
I think completely should. It's a business expense like any other, right? It's a part of your benefits package. It's a part of your compensation package. It should be a tax deductible.
That was negotiated. Like that, it should be. I think every single person should be in charge of their health insurance. I don't think companies should be able to just buy it outright and write it off because they don't give a fuck about you.
But there's
signed some Michael Scott.
But it's a competitive advantage to offer a good benefit plan, though, right? Like that's their thing.
It is. I don't think they should be able to write it off because they're paying. They're giving it to you. They shouldn't be able to write it off as a health insurance expense. They should be. This is just money I'm giving this guy. If it's $20,000 in health care that I'm giving this guy a year, that's what I'm paying him for salary. I don't get some kind of special health insurance write-off.
The way it works, they write off your salary too, right? Your entire kind. If they gave me uniforms, they'd write that off as well. Like these business expenses are business expenses.
Then I don't know what I'm talking about.
What are you drinking on over there? I'm curious.
I am drinking Redbreast.
What is
hot still Irish whiskey?
Is somebody's phone near their thing? Does everyone hear that or just me?
It's gone for me now.
Yeah, all right, so everyone heard it.
So Redbreast, is that whiskey?
Redbreast, Irish whiskey. Yeah.
Huh. I don't drink men's drinks at all.
Not too much.
Whiskey, Jack Daniels, Southern Comfort. These are all things that boys drink, and I'm not into it. That's my style.
I like Southern Comfort. It's like pretend whiskey.
Really?
Yeah, it's super easy to drink, and it looks the same.
I can drink Crown Royal. What is Crown Royal?
It's whiskey.
Canadian.
I can drink that. I can sip on that. It's not too bad.
I love to sip on Fireball like some invalid.
I
like drinks with lots of crushed ice in them. Pina coladas, daiquiris. That's things girls like.
I would prefer something sweet too. Yeah, I think, but I just don't like the alcohol to begin with, so it's just a no-winner.
Right now, none of them work for my diet. I'm trying to cut. I'm down 9. I've got like 21 to go.
Yep.
All right. PKA episode 336. Dick, tell them where we find your stuff.
You can go to dick.show, thedickshow.com. Make sure you put the in. It's very important. You're gonna get a twink. It's a small world ride, but with twinks. If you go to dickshow.com.
Is that true?
Go to patreon.com/thedickshow. I'm there too. I got a bunch of extra shit there, like you guys probably do on your Patreon.
Awesome.
Yep. Check Dick out.
All right, PKA 336.
Thank you very much, guys.